Its attacks were direct, and it was able to force Songjong City, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, into retreat. This was especially true when the 125 divine flame clones were used. Songjong City was beaten into a very sorry state. Unfortunately, the foundation of Songjong City was not damaged. What the hell is this? Songjong City had already eaten. When the flames burned, Xiao Lang's battle prowess was already about the same as his. This is definitely a method of burning oneself to deal with me. This method is very damaging to one's foundation, and there's a very high chance that one will become a cripple from then on. Moreover, it will be difficult for one to use this method to harm others in one's lifetime. So, as long as I endure for a while, I'll definitely be able to exhaust him to death. Songjong Qing deviously thought to himself. He no longer faced the wolf cub's attacks head-on, but instead began to flee in all directions. To an outsider, he truly was in a very sorry state, but only he knew that before long, he wouldn't even need to do anything. This monster would fall on its own. What Xiao Lang was burning was the sun-devouring demonic wolf's flame of life. This kind of flame would diminish as it burned, until it was completely exhausted. At that time, Xiao Lang would be completely dead. Long Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Xiao Lang. The emotions in his heart could no longer be described with words. Just because of their friendship, Xiao Lang was willing to go this far for him. To be able to meet such a brother in this life, Long Chen was truly content. What kind of brother would burn their own life to give you a chance to live? In Baiyang Town, the relationship between the Yang family ancestor and the head of the Bai family had given Long Chen a vivid lesson. It made him realize that the word brother could not be casually spoken out. But now, Long Chen was completely certain that although he and Xiao Lang were not blood brothers, they were closer than blood brothers. You are so worthy of me, so how can I, Long Chen, be unworthy of you? Seeing Xiao Lang's flame of life diminish little by little, all because he wanted to do his utmost to stop Songjong City and give Long Chen a chance to live, Long Chen's head was on fire. He felt the blood in his body boil, and endless crimson dragons madly roared in his body. Kill! Kill, kill, kill! Suddenly, a scene appeared in his mind. Countless crimson dragons were burning with crimson flames. When these flames appeared, their fighting strength soared crazily. Their length also increased crazily until they blotted out the sun. At this time, the mysterious dragon Jade moved again. This time, the essence blood actually took the initiative to fly into the dragon Jade and fuse into a divine ability cultivation method. Long Chen was overjoyed. Every time the essence blood moved like this, Long Chen would be able to obtain a heaven-defying divine ability. From refining blood into qi, to dragon soul transformation, to devouring the blood world, to blood escape. Which one of them was not a heaven-defying divine ability? Immemorial secret art. Blood sacrifice. The words blood sacrifice suddenly appeared in Long Chen's mind. At this time, Long Chen's whole body seemed like it was about to explode. He stared fixedly at Xiao Lang's flame of life diminishing, and at this time, he used the newly obtained immemorial secret art, blood sacrifice. Suddenly, a wave that made people's hearts palpitate exploded from Long Chen's body and swept toward death. Xiao Lang, stop! Leave this bastard to me! This earth-shattering roar caused everyone to take a few steps back in fright. Even the people in Songjong City heard it and looked at Long Chen's current situation in confusion. Suddenly, crimson flames crazily erupted from Long Chen's crimson dragon scales. Long Chen's whole body burned crazily. What shocked Songjong City was that Long Chen's fighting strength soared crazily. From the 5th layer of the Heavenly River tier, it immediately soared to the 6th layer of the Heavenly River tier, and then continued to soar crazily until it reached the peak of the 7th layer of the Heavenly River tier. Only then did it stop. With Long Chen's current dragon soul transformation and 10 times the nature of true qi, Long Chen's current true qi had already reached the 8th layer of the Heavenly River tier, and even surpassed Songjong City in terms of true qi. This kind of terrifying increase was much more powerful than Xiao Lang's burning of the flame of life. However, Long Chen knew that although it was also an increase, this mystical power blood sacrifice was countless times more powerful than Xiao Lang's burning of life. Xiao Lang's burning of life could only be used once in his life. After burning out, he would naturally die. However, Long Chen's blood sacrifice was different. He burned all the true qi in his whole body, and the extent of the blood sacrifice's increase was within a certain range. With Long Chen's current ability, he could at most use the blood sacrifice to increase his fighting strength by 3 layers. Of course, there was a price to pay for the blood sacrifice, and that was, after using the blood sacrifice, his fighting strength would drop by 3 layers. Long Chen was now forcibly raised to the 7th layer of the Heavenly River tier, which meant that after the battle, he would drop back to the 3rd layer of the Heavenly River tier. However, with refining blood and transforming chi, what was there to be afraid of? Using the blood sacrifice together with refining blood and transforming chi was practically the most heaven-defying combination. In this way, even if Long Chen raised himself to the 8th layer of the Heavenly River tier, he would only drop back to the 2nd layer of the Heavenly River tier in the end. As long as there was enough time, he could raise himself to the 5th layer of the Heavenly River tier again. Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best not to use such a heaven-defying method like the blood sacrifice. Long Chen even felt that this blood sacrifice was even more terrifying than the refining blood and transforming chi that he had obtained at the beginning. As one of the 10 great ancestral dragons, the ancient blood spirit dragon was worthy of such a terrifying method. Because he had used refining blood and transforming chi excessively, the present Long Chen was already deeply affected by the killing intent of the ancient blood spirit dragon. If he used the blood sacrifice and transforming chi frequently, he would definitely not have a good result. On the path of cultivation, it was best to be stable. Of course, at such a critical juncture of life and death, Long Chen could only use the blood sacrifice. Feeling the expansion of Long Chen's strength, Xiao Lang was somewhat puzzled. Long Chen was not a sun-devouring demonic wolf, so how could he burn the flame of life? Hurry up and stop. At Long Chen's shout, Xiao Lang had no choice but to stop burning his life. However, immediately after, an overwhelming feeling of weakness indeed came. This kind of pain caused Xiao Lang to directly faint on the roof. He shrank to the size of a small puppy and was just about to fall off the roof. Long Chen caught him. Xiao Lang. Looking at the unconscious and weak Xiao Lang in his hands, Long Chen's whole heart convulsed. He gently placed Xiao Lang on the door. Then, his bloodshot eyes were already fixed on Central Pine City. The Wei tribe will all die today. Chapter 337. Everyone's gaze was focused on Long Chen. Even though they were far away, many people could sense the terrifying killing intent radiating from Long Chen's body. When Xiao Lang had become like this because he had tried to save him, Long Chen was completely infuriated. Wherever his gaze swept past, all the members of the Wu tribe retreated in fear. Song Zhongcheng also stared at Long Chen in bewilderment. Soon after, he reacted and said, "What's going on today? Why is everyone burning their life force in front of me?" Even Xiao Lang didn't last long. "How long can you last, Long Chen? It's enough to take your life." Long Chen finally fixed his gaze on Song Zhongcheng as he said this calmly. His hoarse voice caused the members of the Wu tribe to look at each other in dismay. They all felt a chill run down their spines. Trying to act mysterious, Song Zhongcheng smiled disdainfully. He jumped down from the roof and swung the dagger in his hand. "Do you know that this is the high-grade Earth-grade Hell King's blade? It's the highest-grade weapon of the Wu tribe. When I dealt with you just now, I showed mercy and didn't stab your heart. Next time, it will definitely appear in your heart." "Is that so?" Long Chen's killing intent exploded as he looked at Song Zhongcheng. His true energy, which surpassed Song Zhongcheng's, exploded and instantly swept away the surrounding smoke and dust. Insignificant tricks. Using your life force to improve yourself will definitely end badly. In that case, let me show you the strongest move of Song Zhongcheng. Song Zhongcheng's entire body erupted with the aura of an elite at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier as he held the Hell King's blade. True energy surged wildly in his body as the Hell King's blade in his hand drew a strange pattern. Secret technique. Hell King's phantom godly killing technique. A sharp cry echoed in everyone's ears. The Hell King's blade seemed to emit a faint sound. Then the world seemed to stop. And at this moment, Song Zhongcheng's figure turned into countless phantoms that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they charged towards Long Chen. The entire world seemed to be engulfed in darkness. The only thing that could be seen was the Hell King's blade in Song Zhongcheng's hand. The Hell King's blade was like a deadly ray of light that wrapped around Long Chen's neck. "Your strongest move is only at this level." Long Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Engulfing blood world. That scarlet mist that looked like a swimming dragon instantly enveloped Songzhong City tightly, causing him to panic. He had experienced Long Chen's engulfing blood world before, but it definitely wasn't as terrifying as this. That suffocating, devouring heart acted on him, who was in the midst of unleashing his strongest move. Since he was defenseless, there was a slight flaw in the Netherworld King's mirage-killing technique. Furthermore, there was a flaw right in front of Long Chen. "You're too slow." Long Chen's cold laughter rang in Songjong City's ears at this moment. It was as though it was ringing right next to his ear. Songjong City was taken aback. He could feel that because of the engulfing blood world, his movements had slowed down. And at this moment, Long Chen disappeared before his eyes. Boom! Making use of the terrifying suction force of the engulfing blood world and controlling Songjong City's speed, Long Chen flashed to his right and landed a heavy punch on his armpit. Pa! A bone-shattering sound that made one's scalp go numb was heard. Songjong City let out a blood-curdling scream. His armpit had been hit, and the Hell King's blade in his hand flew out and landed in Long Chen's hand. "You're too slow." As Songjong City watched in horror, Long Chen disappeared before his eyes once again. This time, Long Chen was holding the Hell King's blade like a devil in the night. To be honest, Long Chen's speed wasn't considered fast. It should be about the same as Songjong City's. The problem was that in the engulfing blood world, Songjong City's speed was suppressed by 2/3. The huge suction force had also suppressed his true chi by 2/3. As a result, a shocking situation occurred. Songjong City was clumsily being abused by Long Chen's engulfing blood world. "You stabbed me with a knife, and I, Long Chen, have always compensated you with one knife. So, I'll compensate you with 10 knives. Damn you, Wu Clan, enjoy." The Hell King's blade in his hand pierced Songjong City's lower abdomen. Songjong City let out an earth-shattering scream, but Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. He followed up with a stab that pierced Songjong City's lungs. Fresh blood gushed out. In the engulfing blood world, Songjong City's screams caused all the Wu Clan members to fall to the ground in fright. Such a terrifying Long Chen scared them so much that they lost their ability to think. They didn't know that they could still escape at this moment. When Songjong City let out his 9th scream, Long Chen's final strike directly chopped off his head. His fat and large head fell beside the Wu Clan members, causing them to let out a series of screams. Songjong City, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, had died at the hands of Long Chen. This piece of heavy news would once again shock the entire Songyang nation. The death of the strongest member of the Yamato clan stunned all the Wu clan members. They all knelt in front of Long Chen in a panic and wailed, "Spare us, God, spare us. I'm willing to offer my assets, my wife, and my underage daughter to you. That's right. Please spare us. We're willing to follow you. All the assets of our Wu clan are yours. All the women of our Wu clan are also yours." Voices begging for mercy rose and fell in succession. "You're just a bunch of beasts." Long Chen sneered as he stood in front of them. "Let me tell you what it means to be courageous, to have backbone, to have assets, and to have assets no one can take away my things. Women are meant to be protected, and I'm protecting my women today. What about you? You're willing to give up your women for your own lives. Wu clan? Haha, you Wu clan members don't even have the right to be called humans. You're just uncivilized beasts. If I let you live in this world, you'll only harm more people, including more of my people. So if you want me to spare you, you're dreaming." Long Chen used the Hell King's blade of the Wu clan to kill a Wu clan member every time he swung his sword. Within the range of the devouring world of blood, no one could escape death. When all the people kneeling on the ground had collapsed and blood flowed like a river, Long Chen came back to his senses. He was so ruthless. On one hand, the Wu clan was really despicable. On the other hand, Long Chen hated them to the core. Of course, there was also the influence of the primordial blood spiritual dragon. Today, almost all the forces of the Yamato clan had come to capture Long Chen. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the entire Yamato clan had been completely annihilated by Long Chen. Long Chen had destroyed the entire Yamato clan with his own strength. This news would spread from today onwards. Then, the entire Songyang nation would be shocked by Long Chen. Being able to kill a martial artist at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier meant that Long Chen had grown to the point where he was second only to the young Sword Emperor, Lin Zichen, among the young martial artists. In Clearwater City, all the onlookers widened their eyes when they saw the tragic scene. They looked at the only young man still standing, their faces filled with disbelief. Long Chen. This name was firmly engraved in everyone's mind. This lad has already reached a level that defies the natural order. We, the lowly commoners, can only look up to him. The mayor of Clearwater City stroked his long beard. His eyes filled with shock as he lamented. He has been on the run since the Imperial City. He has killed the 6 commanders of the Imperial City Guards. Now, he has destroyed one of the 3 major clans, the Yamato clan, with his own strength. With such a great achievement, his name will definitely be passed down through the ages. He might even be more famous than Lin Zichen. Father. The young girl beside him looked at the young man in the distance with flickering eyes. She said worriedly, "Do you think Long Chen can escape? I heard you say that there is a mysterious person involved in this matter." That person. The mayor of Clearwater City shook his head. Long Chen pales in comparison to his strength. I hope this lad is lucky and won't be stopped. The young girl's eyes darted around. When she looked at the stubborn Long Chen again, she nodded and secretly made up her mind. I have to go and warn him. At this moment, the effects of the blood sacrifice were slowly fading for Long Chen. Long Chen could feel that his strength was slowly returning to the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier. The battle prowess of the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier was practically trash against other opponents. Thus, the current Long Chen was already prepared. He had used the Hell King's blade to deal with the crowd just now with this goal in mind. At the moment of life and death, Long Chen could no longer care about anything else. The fresh blood of the Wu tribe was the guarantee that he could survive and protect Lingxi. Thus, he had no choice but to use the devouring world of blood to gather all the fresh blood, including the blood of the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, Songjong City, into his body. After using the blood sacrifice, his battle prowess rose by 2 levels, and then fell back by 2 levels. The road ahead was probably going to be difficult, so Long Chen gritted his teeth and used the blood-refining qi again. The blood of many elites allowed the shattered galaxy in Long Chen's body to slowly form again. Time passed slowly. When all the Wu tribe members had turned into dried corpses, Long Chen's true qi gradually recovered and returned to the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. It was even advancing towards the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. The 100,000 Heaven River pills that he had obtained from the 9th prince were gradually consumed. With so much true qi, it looks like I have to break through to the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Since he was going to be ruthless, he would be ruthless to the end. This was a crucial period, so Long Chen didn't mind being ruthless. However, he knew that after this disaster, he had to learn how to cultivate steadily. Chapter 338. The mystical abilities of the primordial blood spiritual dragon were all nature-defying. The blood sacrifice and blood refinement technique were the same. At this moment, Long Chen was using blood refinement technique to guide the blood of the Wu tribe into his body and refine it into blood-red true qi. Then, as a huge amount of Sky River pills condensed, a blood-red Sky River gradually formed in his 6th star meridian. Long Chen didn't let the other Sky River go. There were even cultivators at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier among the Wu tribe. This huge amount of blood qi was enough for Long Chen to break through to the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Moreover, the 100,000 Sky River tier cultivators from the 9th prince were also enough. However, just reaching the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier required more than 10,000 Sky River pills. Who knew how many he would need to reach the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier? A powerful aura swept out in all directions. Everyone in Clearwater City was watching Long Chen. They were shocked by this mysterious young man. He had single-handedly turned the tables and almost wiped out the Wu tribe. Such a magnificent feat was actually accomplished by a young man who wasn't even 20 years old. After the battle, he had even broken through and reached an even stronger level. For most people in Clearwater City, such a young man was an unreachable existence. They didn't know that a dazzling figure like Long Chen came from a small town that was much lower class than Clearwater City. He had climbed up step by step. He stood up and looked at the strangely shaped corpses around him. In fact, Long Chen hadn't realized that he could do this. He had wiped out the Wu tribe. Killing people and robbing them of their treasures was a matter of course. The other members of the Wu tribe might not have much money, but as the head of the Wu tribe, Song Zhongqing definitely had a lot of money. Long Chen directly took his universe bag. The Heavenly River pills inside should be enough for him to complete his cultivation in the Heavenly River tier. Of course, that was under normal circumstances. Long Chen sighed and looked in Xiao Lang's direction. At this time, Xiao Lang had already fallen into a comatose state and looked very weak. His foundation had even been injured and his strength might have regressed. Xiaolang, for you to treat me like this, I won't say anything else, but I will definitely treat you 10 times more in the future. You are my brother for life. Long Chen thought to himself. He picked up Xiaolang, opened the door, walked in, and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. In order to let Lingxi have a good rest, the doctor had added some medicine that could help her sleep but wouldn't harm her body. That was why there was such a huge commotion outside, and even the entire Clearwater City was in chaos. As the person involved, Lingxi was still in a deep sleep. However, Long Chen wasn't by her side. She seemed to be having a nightmare. Her brows were furrowed, and her face was full of fear. Long Chen gently placed the little wolf's body down. Then, he walked over to the side of the bed and allowed Lingxi's groping hands to grab onto him. After sensing Long Chen's presence, Lingxi finally calmed down. She let out a few whimpers before falling back into a deep slumber. However, it could be seen that after the treatment of the medicine and sufficient rest, her spirit had recovered quite a bit. Right now, traces of redness could be seen on her face. To be able to protect someone like this, Long Chen was very satisfied. Even if he was surrounded by blades and swords, he wanted to leave Lingxi a peaceful space so that she could be carefree. Xiaolang's injuries could only be slowly healed before he could wake up. After all, he was burning the fire of his life. His life was only so long, and once it was used up, it would be gone forever. Elixirs and whatnot wouldn't be of any help. Luckily, Long Chen stopped Xiaolang from behind. Otherwise, Xiaolang would definitely be in danger. After a while, a knocking sound came from outside. Long Chen looked over with his soul-devouring demon eyes. It turned out to be a little girl at the Earth Core realm. In Clearwater City, she could be considered a genius. Seeing that this little girl's eyes were pure, and she looked like a kind girl, Long Chen said, "Come in." With a creaking sound, the wooden door was opened, and a beautiful girl around the age of 13 or 14 walked in. She was a little afraid of Long Chen, so when she came in, she lowered her head and carefully looked around. When she saw Lingxi on the bed, her eyes widened, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful sister!" Her exclamation was definitely from the bottom of her heart. She had heard about the story of Long Chen and Lingxi. She also knew that it was because of Lingxi that Long Chen resolutely killed the 9th prince, and then began this life and death chase. During this process, this young man, Long Chen, killed the 6 great commanders, and annihilated the entire Yamato tribe. Only then did he rise to fame. This was completely the story of a hero and a beauty. It was tragic, moving, touching. Every time she thought of these two people standing in front of her, her blood would boil. If only one day, I could be like that big sister. Even though I don't know how to cultivate, I still have a man to risk his life for me. She's really beautiful. The girl was filled with envy and jealousy. What's the matter? It was rare for Long Chen to use a more polite tone when facing strangers. I am the daughter of the Clearwater City's city lord. My name is Lu Qingqing. I snuck out especially to tell you guys a piece of news. Qingqing was a little afraid of Long Chen, so she took a few steps back and said with a numb scalp, "What news?" Seeing that this little girl didn't seem like a bad person, and that she really did want to help, Luo Yunyang didn't know what to say. My father said that there seems to be a mysterious big shot coming from the imperial family. Even the leader of the Yamato tribe is far from being his match, so he wants you to escape quickly. Long Chen frowned. He originally wanted to let Lingxi and Xiaolang rest a little longer, but it seemed like it was impossible now. "Thank you." She snuck out to tell him this kind of news. She was a girl with a good heart. Long Chen smiled at her, then thought for a while. When he defeated Song Yefeng, he had obtained a mid-grade Earth Divine weapon, the Sun and Moon Divine Blade. The Sun and Moon Divine Blade should be considered a pair of divine weapons. Under Qingqing's somewhat shocked gaze, Long Chen placed the 2 shining blades in her hands and said, "This is a mid-grade Earth Divine weapon. So it belongs to the Yamato tribe. Be careful when you use it. If you don't have enough strength, it's best not to take it out, lest others covet it. Understand?" Qingqing was so excited that she couldn't speak. She also didn't expect that she would be tempted to tell the news to Long Chen just because she admired Long Chen a little. She didn't expect that she would receive such a huge reward. To her, this was an unexpected surprise. "Well, you should go back quickly. It's not good for you to stay with us and be seen by others. I will leave this place immediately. Qingqing, thank you for your reminder today. We will meet again if fate wills it." In the end, Lu Qingqing didn't even know how she walked out of the room. She only felt that her mind was blank. Her entire world was filled with Long Chen's proud and domineering figure, as well as his deep feelings when he spoke. However, Long Chen was destined to be just a bright passerby in her life. I've decided. I must cultivate properly, at the fastest speed. Lu Qingqing quickly ran back to the city lord's mansion. After Lu Qingqing left, Long Chen gently shook Lingxi awake. It's time to go. Oh. Lingxi slowly opened her eyes and looked at Long Chen in a daze. She said, Chen, is it already dawn? She stretched out her white hand and gently wiped her eyes. She looked at Long Chen with sleepy eyes and said in a spoiled manner, I don't want to get up. I still want to sleep for a while. No, little Shi, I will carry you on my back. It's getting late. Long Chen gently helped her up and then put a thick coat on her body, wrapping her tightly. Okay. Lingxi pouted. Chen, why does Xiao Lang look like? Seeing Xiao Lang lying on the side, Lingxi was surprised. Well, a few thieves came just now. We have killed them, but Xiao Lang was injured. It seems that he needs some time to recover. Long Chen said as he found a piece of cloth and wrapped it around his chest. Then he put Xiao Lang on it. Thieves. Lingxi frowned. She knew that ordinary thieves wouldn't injure Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang was a sun-devouring demonic wolf that could even deal with a 7th-level heavenly river tier, but it seemed that he was injured quite badly now. Hurry up and get on. Long Chen carried Xiao Lang in front of him and carried Lingxi on his back. If people who didn't know what was going on saw this, they would probably laugh, but Long Chen didn't care. These two were the most important people in his life, and it was necessary for him to protect them like this. Lingxi was still a little confused as she hugged Long Chen's neck. When the door was opened, the scene outside was a complete mess. It was a clear indication of the terrible battle that had taken place here. Without a doubt, the corpses were all killed by Long Chen's blood refinement chi. There were about 100 corpses in total. The what tribe? Lingxi suddenly realized that because these corpses were generally short, they were definitely the what tribe. Lingxi knew that the what tribe had mobilized their entire tribe to hunt down Long Chen. Chen, is it because the what tribe is here? Is that why we have to run? Lingxi was a little nervous. Long Chen was at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier right now. The what tribe is already here, Long Chen said with a smile. Look at your feet. These are all what tribe members, but now they are just corpses. Long Chen walked past the bodies of the what tribe members. Lingxi was a little confused. Chen, are you saying that when I was sleeping, you already killed all the what tribe members? Lingxi said in disbelief. I killed them together with Xiao Lang. Facing the morning light, Long Chen rushed out of Clearwater City. Then, he headed towards a place with his back to the sun. Chapter 339. After leaving Qingshui City, they were less than half the distance to Shihai Nation. Because of the mysterious person mentioned by Lu Qingqing and the fact that Lingxi's illness had improved, Long Chen sped up. They had been traveling on foot for 2 days, but Xiao Lang still showed no signs of waking up. As for Lingxi, she did not have a good rest due to the bumpy journey and her illness was showing signs of relapse. Therefore, Long Chen could only slow down. According to Lu Qingqing, the mysterious person was much more powerful than Song Zhongcheng, who was at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier. Long Chen could roughly guess who it was. There were 3 elites in the imperial family. Among them, the one known as the Emperor of Swords would definitely not come. Therefore, the mysterious person could only be the Sword Demon and Lin Zichen. The Sword Demon had to protect the Ni Yang Immortal's realm, so Long Chen guessed that the mysterious person was most likely Lin Zichen. If it was Lin Zichen, Long Chen did not have confidence. After all, Lin Zichen was the legend of the Songyang nation. At such a young age, he was already at the 9th level of the heavenly river tier. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful sword martial artist and even possessed a super godly weapon like the Emperor Sword. The Emperor Sword could be called the #1 godly weapon in the Songyang nation, so it must be above the earth rank. Heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Therefore, the Emperor Sword should be the legendary heaven rank godly weapon. A heaven rank godly weapon was something that Long Chen looked up to. He could kill Song Zhongcheng by sacrificing his life. However, Lin Zichen was different. Long Chen vaguely felt that Lin Zichen would be the most terrifying opponent he had ever faced. However, in order to survive, He had to risk his life. Chen, where are we going? Lingxi gently leaned her head against Long Chen's ear. The pure white refined fragrance from her body rushed towards Long Chen. We are going towards Mount Emperor Demon. Long Chen looked ahead and quickened his pace. Why is that so? Didn't you say that the other path is closer? Lingxi was a little puzzled. She had been traveling day and night. Even if she had medicine to nourish her body was still very uncomfortable. In Mount Emperor Demon, there are some forces that the sovereign family is afraid of, such as the Sky Demon Palace. If we go near that path, we will most likely be intercepted. However, in the territory of the Sky Demon Palace, the sovereign family will not dare to act recklessly, Long Chen explained as they hurried along. Okay. Lingxi nodded. She buried her face in Long Chen's back and stopped talking. The spring wind was still a little cold. Only when her whole body was curled up on Long Chen's back would she feel warmer. Chen, can you carry me like this for the rest of your life? Lingxi suddenly lowered her head and said, Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Long Chen smiled helplessly. We don't want the 9 heavens celestial fruit. I just want to stay with you like this and find a place where there is no more killing. Lingxi knew that this request was a little unrealistic, but she still said it hesitantly. Don't think too much. We must get the 9 heavens celestial fruit. This time, the sovereign family has treated me like this. If I can escape, I will definitely make a comeback one day and massacre the imperial city. Of course, Xiao Lang will also want revenge, Long Chen said with a gloomy look. Okay. Lingxi nodded helplessly. She was not worried that Long Chen would be in great danger if he returned to Baiyang Imperial City. In fact, Lingxi had a high standard and she believed in Long Chen's strength. What she was worried about was that if she recovered her real body and had strength, her family might sense it. If that was the case, she might be separated from Long Chen forever. Identity and status were a huge chasm between them. Forget it, I shouldn't think too much and distract Brother Chen. This is still a critical moment. As long as we make it through this final hurdle, we will be able to successfully escape and live a peaceful life. Moreover, Brother Chen has been forcefully supporting his body for the past few days. He should be tired. Lingxi thought to herself. Not only was Long Chen tired, but Xiao Lang was still unconscious because he had burned his life. Long Chen hung a piece of cloth around his neck. After the bumpy journey, it would probably take a while for him to wake up. Days passed as they hurried on their way. Little Shi, do you see that black mountain in front of us? Long Chen stopped in his tracks and raised his head to look at the precipitous mountain in front of him that pierced through the clouds. This mountain was ridiculously tall. The surrounding mountains were already considered tall, but the precipitous mountain in the middle was like a crane in a flock of chickens. This mountain looks like a sword, Lingxi said in surprise. Long Chen looked at it carefully. Sure enough, this mountain peak was like a sharp sword that pierced out from the ground. Not only did it resemble the sword, but it also resembled the sword in spirit. Under the illumination of the sun, the black mountain peak erupted with waves of sword light, causing Long Chen to not dare to look directly at it. This should be the highest mountain in Songyang country, Mount Demon Emperor. I heard that the Sky Demon Palace is built in Mount Demon Emperor. The strength of the Sky Demon Palace is almost on par with the royal family. They should have experts at the level of the Sword Emperor, Long Chen sighed. In fact, Long Chen had already heard of the Sky Demon Palace when he was in Yuanling City. At that time, he had saved Xueqi from the Blue Dragon planet. He heard that he was from the Sky Demon Palace and his status was not low. I don't know what happened to Godfather and the others after they escaped from the Star Demon prison. I hope they are happy, Long Chen said with a smile. They must be living happily together. To be honest, I am also very envious of them, Lingxi said with a fascinated expression. Little Shi, let's go. Once we pass Mount Demon Emperor, we will be in the territory of West Sea Country. We will go straight to the royal city of West Sea Country. I don't believe that the royal family would dare to cause trouble there. Seeing that they were getting closer to their destination, Long Chen felt a little more relaxed. Of course, he did not dare to completely relax. Although Lin Zichen had not arrived yet, he was still like a mountain that was above Long Chen's head. Seeing that they were close to Mount Demon Emperor, Long Chen stopped in his tracks. This time, his footsteps were a little heavy. He was just talking and laughing with Lingxi a moment ago, but when he saw the proud and aloof figure in front of him, Long Chen's heart sank. This was a path to Mount Demon Emperor. In front of Long Chen, there was a man who was about the same size as him. His back was facing Long Chen, and he could tell that this was a tall and cold young man with long black hair. His body was emitting a sharpness that was even more terrifying than that of Mount Demon Emperor. This young man was absolutely impossible to cross just by standing there. Long Chen gently put Lingxi down, then untied Xiao Lang and placed him in Lingxi's arms. At this moment, his face was extremely solemn, because the person in front of him was the legendary young sword king, Lin Zichen. Long Chen thought that he had escaped from his control, but he did not expect that he would not be able to escape from his control in the end. At this moment, Lin Zichen slowly turned around. This was the first time that Long Chen had seen this legendary super genius from such a close distance. His long black hair was scattered on his white robe, and he only used a white ribbon to tie his hair at the back of his head. His entire body emitted a cold aura, just like his sword, and his three-dimensional facial features that looked like they were sculpted by a sharp knife. His thin lips were pursed nicely, and his bottomless eyes were shooting daggers at Long Chen. Of course, Lingxi knew that the person who could make Long Chen so cautious was the legendary Lin Zichen. Although they were both princes, Lin Zichen was much more outstanding than the ninth prince, Lin Congtian. With Lin Zichen's strength, even 1,000 Lin Kangxians would not be a match for him. Lin Zichen's appearance caused Lingxi to lose her composure. She knew how terrifying this person in front of her was. Long Chen had already risked his life to pass the previous 2 tests of the 6 commanders and the Japanese tribe. Now, how could Long Chen still have any luck to pass Lin Zichen's test? His appearance was equivalent to sentencing the 2 of them and the wolf to death. This caused Lingxi to almost break down. Be good, don't worry. If there are any demons or ghosts, I will definitely block in front of you and kill them all. Just close your eyes, we will pass very soon. Long Chen knew that she was nervous, so he spoke while letting Lingxi carry Xiao Lang and retreat. This was the last battle. If he won, Long Chen would have truly reversed the path of life and death. If he lost, it meant that he had reached the end. This was the most difficult and the most crucial battle. At this moment, it was Lin Zichen's first time seeing Long Chen. He looked at Long Chen as if nothing had happened. Then, his lips moved slightly and he said, "I'm really surprised that a person like you could appear in Songyang country. However, you just had to go against the royal family." "I didn't go against the royal family. It's just that you guys refused to let me go," Long Chen said indifferently. "I've long heard that you are very courageous. Now that I see it, it is indeed so. The 6 commanders of the guards and the Yamato family were all killed by you. This time, the royal family suffered a great loss. No matter how much I love talents, I have to bring you back." Lin Zichen raised his eyebrows and continued, "To be honest, I have been alone in this Songyang country for too long. Finally, someone like you appeared. I didn't expect you to be a hothead and come to deal with the royal family. So, I originally wanted to give you some time to grow. But now, forget it. Your matter has caused the royal family to lose face. My imperial father has already ordered me to bring my head to see him if I don't kill you. There's also this beautiful girl. Everything happened because of her. Hence, she has followed us to the imperial city. I heard that my 9th brother had died because of her. That idiot. However, it seems like I, as his brother, will have to help him fulfill his wish. I recommend my brother's book, Young Sword Emperor. Author: Fengyin Zichen. Chapter 340. Long Chen knew that he did not have the resources of Lin Zichen's clan. Long Chen's rise was really too fast. From the time he started cultivating in Baiyang town to the time he reached the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, not even a year had passed. Lin Zichen, on the other hand, was different. He had grown up under the tutelage of the Sword Emperor. The cultivation technique he cultivated was the best, and the guidance he received was also the best. Now, besides the ancient blood spiritual dragon, Long Chen also had the divine fire doppelganger, which could barely be used in front of Lin Zichen. As for the other techniques, the strongest was only at the medium level of the earth tier, the defensive techniques were also at the medium level of the earth tier, and the movement techniques were only at the high level of the black tier. As for the body refining techniques, the level 3 Thunderflame battle body, in Lin Zichen's opinion, was as good as nothing. And Lin Zichen definitely had everything at the high level of the earth tier. He might even have a super technique at the heaven tier. How could he fight against him? To be honest, if it was anyone else, they would have lost all hope at the thought of such a huge gap. But Long Chen didn't. The stronger his opponent was, the more people he needed to protect. No matter how strong his opponent was, he wouldn't take a step back. Sometimes, only unswerving perseverance could win the final victory. I've heard your story along the way. Lin Zichen looked at Long Chen and Lingxi playfully. He chuckled and said, "It's very touching. Hero, beauty, passion, killing the 6 great commanders, and exterminating the Wu tribe. From this it can be seen that your relationship must be very deep. But I don't believe that there's such a strong relationship in this world. I'll give you 2 a choice. Between the 2 of you, one will die today, and the other will follow me back to the Imperial City. I'll give you 15 minutes to discuss among yourselves. I, Lin Zichen, always keep my word." His meaning was clear. If Lingxi died, he would bring Long Chen back. If Long Chen died, he would bring Lingxi back. Although he didn't know if she would survive in the Imperial City, she would at least live for a few more days. "Do you keep your word?" Lingxi immediately replied, "As long as I die, will you let Chen live?" Looking at her earnest eyes, it was as if she was suddenly in a state of drowning and grasping at a life-saving straw. "Little she, shut your mouth." Long Chen's cold gaze scared Lingxi so much that she took a few steps back. He knew what Lingxi was thinking. Right now, Lingxi's body was nothing more than the mysterious sky jade lotus. If Lingxi were to abandon this body, then she would definitely be willing to give Long Chen a chance to live. However, Long Chen knew that even if he was allowed to return to the Imperial City safely, the final outcome would only be death. But Lingxi wanted to say something, but Long Chen's fierce gaze forced her to swallow her words. She knew that Long Chen was thinking for her sake. The 9 heavens immortal fruit was still an ethereal thing. Long Chen wasn't willing to place his hopes on such an ethereal thing. "So that's how it is. Long Chen, it seems that I've overestimated you. This girl is willing to die for you, but you're afraid of death. It seems that you're not a real man. How about this, if you say that you're dead, I can let her go and let her leave safely. Are you willing or not?" Lin Zichen teased. There was a hint of provocation in his words. If Long Chen really loved Lingxi, he would naturally give up his life in exchange for Lingxi's safety. However, Long Chen wasn't a fool. He only believed in fighting and his own strength. He didn't want his enemy to give him a way out. "Cut the crap. Come at me if you have the guts. Lin Zichen, don't say such meaningless words. Otherwise, I'll look down on you." Long Chen took out his blue dragon halberd. In the process, blood-red scales gradually covered his body. Little she stepped back. Under Long Chen's order, Lingxi's face turned pale. She could only retreat and try her best to leave the battlefield. However, Lin Zichen's words still made her feel uneasy. She was clearer than Long Chen about the comparison of their strengths, so she knew that it was impossible for Long Chen to do anything. If what this guy said is true, as long as he's not dead, Chen still has a chance. "What does my life count for? It's just a mysterious sky jade lotus. I stayed in Lingxi's sword before, so why can't I stay with you now?" Because she was worried about Long Chen's safety, Lingxi looked at the 2 of them nervously, her thoughts running wild. "Let's see how the battle goes first. If Chen can't do it, then this is the only choice." Lingxi sighed slightly. And at this moment, Long Chen and Lin Zichen were already facing each other. The battle was about to break out at any moment. "Your beast soul transformation seems to have increased your strength quite a bit. You're only at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, but it seems like you're already close to the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier," Lin Zichen exclaimed. In reality, he had underestimated Long Chen. The level of Long Chen's true energy had already reached the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. This was the nature-defying aspect of the Dragon Soul transformation. However, even if you're at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, you're still too weak in my eyes. You don't even have the right to make me use my battle techniques. Lin Zichen smiled proudly. "Then let's try." After Long Chen finished shouting, his body turned into a blood-red arrow, piercing towards Lin Zichen. With a whistling sound, a blood-red line instantly turned into a dragon, piercing towards Lin Zichen's head. "Too weak." Lin Zichen laughed heartily. He threw a light punch, and directly sent Long Chen's Dragon Emperor's mortis flying. It was just a light punch, but Long Chen finally stabilized himself with great difficulty. At this moment, he deeply realized the strength of both sides. However, Lin Zichen's strength was also within his expectations. You're only a... Long Chen gritted his teeth, turned his body in mid-air, and attacked ferociously like a storm, once again attacking Lin Zichen. His attacks were very ruthless, and could even be described as suicidal. However, every time, even if Lin Zichen did not use any techniques, he could easily send Long Chen flying with a light push. What's going on? With your strength, you can't even defeat an ordinary 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. How did you kill the 6 great commanders and the Wu tribe's Pinewood City? Lin Zichen was really too disappointed with Long Chen's strength. Now, Long Chen was only an ordinary 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, and there was nothing special about him. Looks like the outside world has made you sound so amazing that I was shocked. How disappointing. Lin Zichen's face was full of pity and disappointment. He had taken the initiative to chase after Long Chen because he had heard of his nature-defying abilities. He had always been a superhuman genius, and in the Songyang nation, it was not easy to find an expert of the same generation. Now that Long Chen had appeared, he immediately ran back. Who would have thought that the legendary Long Chen was only so? Long Chen didn't care about his sarcasm at all. He continued to attack with all his might, his eyes bloodshot. As soon as he started fighting, his primordial blood spirit dragon personality would immediately erupt, and Long Chen's aura would be adjusted to a sufficiently violent state. What is Chen doing? Lingxi was a little confused. She had the best understanding of Long Chen's strength. Currently, Long Chen did not use the devouring blood world, nor did he use the divine fire clone. He also did not use the even more nature-defying blood sacrifice. Could it be? As expected at this time, Lin Zichen had already lost his patience with Long Chen. When he truly tested Long Chen's strength and found out that it was only the standard of the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, he directly punched Long Chen's lower abdomen, causing him to spit out blood and fly backward, falling to the ground. What a piece of trash. Such a piece of trash actually caused such a huge commotion in the Songyang nation. It's really unbelievable. Lin Zichen approached Long Chen step by step. It was obvious that his next attack would take Long Chen's life. Such a light punch, but he actually can't get up. Seeing that Long Chen was actually struggling on the spot, Lin Zichen was really a little speechless. He casually walked towards Long Chen, glancing at Lingxi along the way. To be honest, he was also a little moved by such a beautiful girl. However, in his opinion, no matter how beautiful a girl was, she would still distract him on the path of the sword, so he suppressed his impulse. 9th brother actually died because of a woman. What a useless guy. Lin Zichen shook his head. He was just about to bend down and end the painfully struggling Long Chen's life with a punch, but at this moment, a blood-red space instantly surrounded him. What is this? Lin Zichen was taken aback. The sudden turn of events had caught him off guard and he could not react in time. The surrounding blood-red mist whizzed and danced around Lin Zichen like a blood-red dragon. A suction force caused Lin Zichen's blood to boil, and he even lost control of it. At this moment, endless red flames suddenly rose from Long Chen's body. In an instant, 125 divine fire clones formed in an instant, and countless attacks covered the sky and earth as they attacked Lin Zichen. In an instant, the flames howled and the ground shook. He was hiding his strength just now. Lin Zichen suddenly recalled this. He recalled that when he looked at Lingxi just now, he realized that although Lingxi was nervous, she did not feel heartache or fear because of Long Chen's injuries. This meant that she was fully aware that Long Chen was fine. Bastard, how dare you trick me? Lin Zichen was extremely furious. The combat power of these divine fire clones in front of him was not high. It seemed to be a domain-type battle technique. Although it was very troublesome and required true qi to suppress the blood qi, it was definitely not to the extent that Lin Zichen could not react. Even if Long Chen suddenly attacked, he could still easily deal with the attack. Even if he hibernates and then explodes at this moment, with Long Chen's strength, it is still a little difficult to come out on stage. For someone at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier like him, the current Long Chen was really too weak to withstand a single blow. And at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly exploded where Long Chen was. Chapter 341. Blood Sacrifice. Long Chen could have used the blood sacrifice right from the start to increase his battle prowess and have a pinnacle battle with Lin Zichen. However, he was worried that it wouldn't have the desired effect. After all, his opponent's foundation was too strong, so Long Chen could only endure it. When Lin Zichen looked down on him, he would choose to erupt at that moment. At least for now, It seemed that he was successful. After using the Divine Fire clone to completely block Lin Zichen's vision, Long Chen used the blood sacrifice to forcibly increase his body by 2 levels, reaching the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Blood-red flames burned fiercely on his body. The increase in strength didn't come without a price. After the battle, Long Chen's strength would once again drop to the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. At that time, if he hadn't taken care of Lin Zichen would only need to casually wave her hand to kill Long Chen. This was Long Chen's final gambit, which was why he had used such a method. When his true chi immediately soared to the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, because of the Dragon Soul transformation, he had actually already reached the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. This was the first time that Long Chen had such terrifying true chi, and he really felt like he couldn't control it. This strength was really too strong, and compared to before, he was at least 10 times stronger now. Because of the sharp increase in true chi, the power of the devouring blood realm instantly increased to the point that it could pose a threat to Lin Zichen. Now, in terms of true chi, Long Chen was almost on par with Lin Zichen. Generally speaking, in front of cultivators of the same level, the threat caused by Long Chen's devouring blood realm would require cultivators of the same level to use more than half of their true chi to suppress their blood chi. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fight normally at all. As for the Divine Fire doppelgangers, because the Divine Fire doppelgangers were unleashed by the true fire seeds stored in their apertures, the power of the Divine Fire doppelgangers did not increase. The effect of the Divine Fire doppelgangers at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier was only a slight hindrance to Lin Zichen. Very soon, a large number of Divine Fire doppelgangers were killed by Lin Zichen. The moment Long Chen completed the blood sacrifice, he withdrew his Divine Flame clone and unleashed a torrent of attacks on Lin Zichen. This was Long Chen's goal. He quickly completed the blood sacrifice and immediately launched an attack. In this way, Lin Zichen was suppressed by Long Chen, whose strength had unexpectedly skyrocketed. Lin Zichen was actually forced to retreat. Just what kind of domain-type combat skill is this? And Long Chen, how did your strength suddenly increase by so much? Lin Zichen's eyes widened in shock. He was forced to retreat by Long Chen's Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. No matter how hard he thought, he would never have guessed that Long Chen would have the 2 nature-defying mystical abilities, the Blood Sacrifice and the Devouring Blood Realm. Long Chen could still be weak now. As his strength increased, the power of these 2 mystical abilities also increased. It was not hard to imagine that when Long Chen's strength reached its peak, he could still increase his strength by 1 or 2 levels through the blood sacrifice, or even 3 levels. How terrifying would that be? Die. This was the only chance to reverse life and death. At this moment, Long Chen did not hold back at all. He exploded with all his strength and increased the devouring power of the devouring blood realm. Then, he used the Dragon Emperor's downfall once again with his life on the line. The current Dragon Emperor's downfall was much stronger than before. Long Chen's extraordinary talent and control allowed him to use the Dragon Emperor's downfall to the level of an advanced Earth-level combat skill. Rumble. The explosive power of each move was stronger than the previous one. Blue Dragon Combat Skill. Dragon Emperor's downfall. Roar. The blood-colored divine dragon turned into a small, sharp blade. The blood-colored light appeared in front of Lin Zichen at lightning speed. Seeing this blood-colored light, Lin Zichen was shocked. Long Chen's sudden explosive power was too shocking. He finally understood that this was the true heaven-defying strength of Long Chen. He was just pretending before. Only this kind of Long Chen was worthy to be Lin Zichen's opponent. Of course, he did not know that Long Chen's current explosive power was at the cost of 2 levels of strength. If he was not careful, he would face such a dangerous moment. Moreover, the terrifying devouring power made it difficult for Lin Zichen to move. Under the explosive power of Long Chen's ultimate killing move, Lin Zichen was immediately in a precarious situation. Long Chen's eyes were filled with bloodlust. He knew that this was his most important opportunity. If he didn't kill Lin Zichen this time, or if he couldn't leave any wounds on his body, it would be very difficult for him to attack again. 9 revolutions of the Milky Way. At this moment, dazzling starlight suddenly appeared in Lin Zichen's hands. He rotated his hands, and suddenly, a huge force acted on Long Chen's Blue Dragon Halberd. Under Lin Zichen's control, a dazzling starlight vortex appeared in front of Lin Zichen. The huge reverse force directly pulled Long Chen's Blue Dragon Halberd to the side. You want to reverse? Dream on. Lin Zichen's strength was not weak, But the power formed by Long Chen's devouring blood realm and blood sacrifice was not weak either. Although Lin Zichen's 9 revolutions of the Milky Way was strong, Long Chen's blue dragon halberd was not weak either. The blue dragon halberd pierced through Lin Zichen's shoulder, tearing off a large piece of flesh. Of course, Lin Zichen screamed in pain. Even with the 9 revolutions of the Milky Way, a high-level Earth-rank defensive battle technique, Lin Zichen could not completely block Long Chen in the face of the double power of the devouring blood realm and blood sacrifice. The injury on Lin Zichen's shoulder was actually not serious. The flesh that was sliced off was only half a kilogram. However, the problem was that Lin Zichen's talent had always been extraordinary ever since he was born. He had never been defeated, let alone injured. Long Chen was the first person who had ever injured him. A person from a small place, whose strength was only at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, actually managed to injure him in the end. This immediately made Lin Zichen explode with great anger. Originally, he only wanted to play around with Long Chen. Long Chen actually hid for so long and came up with such a killing move. This made Lin Zichen feel humiliated. You're courting death. You're courting death. Lin Zichen suddenly retreated and stretched out his hand to cover the piece of flesh that was missing from his shoulder. Even so, blood still flowed out. His face was instantly filled with blood and turned steely green. Long Chen, you're the first person to injure me. I've decided that you must die. You must die. Lin Zichen's face gradually revealed a crazed expression. He had always been high and mighty, and this was the first time someone had profaned him like this. When he felt the burning pain on his shoulder, his heart twitched. With a swoosh, a golden sword appeared in Lin Zichen's hand. Instantly, a majestic pressure acted on Long Chen's body. This Emperor's sword was indeed the legendary Emperor's sword. Just a few glances at it made Long Chen's heart palpitate. With such a divine sword, I still have a chance. The move just now could be considered as Long Chen's killing move. However, it only slightly injured Lin Zichen. The killing move did not kill Lin Zichen, but it left a wound on him. It would be easier to deal with later. However, Long Chen was really not confident about Lin Zichen's Emperor's sword. Emperor's sword Qi. At this moment, Lin Zichen simply waved his sword. Suddenly, a golden blade of light shot out from the Emperor's sword, whistling towards Long Chen. That terrifying speed and that fatal power. If Long Chen's reaction was a little faster, he would definitely be split in half. What a powerful Emperor's sword. Long Chen was shocked. This was obviously only the most basic power of the Emperor's sword. Even so, it was far beyond Long Chen's most powerful killing move. Chen. When the Emperor's sword Qi appeared, Lingxi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Lingxi was an expert in using the sword. With one look, she knew that Long Chen would definitely not be able to withstand the power of the Emperor's sword Qi. Long Chen heard Lingxi's reminder. Now, even if he forcefully used his movement technique to dodge, he might not be able to dodge it. However, it was not that Long Chen did not have a solution. Blood escape. Although this move was not as terrifying as the blood sacrifice, when used, it allowed Long Chen's speed to soar immensely. The extreme speed made it impossible for Long Chen to control his direction. He instantly accelerated, turned into a bloody shadow, and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was at least 100 meters away. If not for Lingxi and Xiao Lang, with the blood escape, Lin Zichen would not be able to catch Long Chen at all. Using the blood escape, although Long Chen tried his best to control it, he had already flown 100 meters away. This was already the shortest distance. Lingxi was still at the original place, so Long Chen had no choice but to rush back immediately. For the true energy of the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, a breath's time was enough to cover a distance of 100 meters. However, even a breath's time was enough for Lin Zichen to kill Lingxi, so Long Chen knew that he could not use the blood escape again. This time, Lin Zichen had not reacted, and he did not know what would happen the next time. Indeed, Long Chen used the blood escape to escape, causing the Emperor's sword Qi to hit thin air. Lin Zichen was indeed stunned for a while, and while he was in a daze, Long Chen had already returned. He was worried about Lingxi, so he stood in front of Lingxi. I have to say, Long Chen, you have a lot of amazing and enviable techniques. Lin Zichen narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Chen. Suddenly, the corners of his lips curled up into a sinister smile. The technique you used to escape just now was very powerful. It seemed like even my Emperor's sword Qi could not hit you. However, I really want to know if you used it like this, Would you be able to dodge it? Lin Zichen's words gave Long Chen a bad premonition. As expected at this moment, Lin Zichen's Emperor's sword Qi struck towards Lingxi. Chapter 342. Long Chen was not far from Lingxi. In other words, if Long Chen dared to, he could definitely block Lingxi's path before the Imperial sword Qi arrived. However, would Long Chen dare to risk his life? That was exactly what Lin Zichen was thinking. The Imperial sword Qi made Long Chen's heart twitch. He was certain that if he did not block in front of Lingxi, Lingxi would be cleaved in half. However, if he blocked in front of Lingxi, he might also be cleaved in half. The Imperial sword Qi whistled out, and the dazzling golden light dyed Long Chen's entire world gold. Big Brother Chen. Lingxi finally revealed a smile of relief. She had always been a burden along the way, and this made her feel extremely uncomfortable every single day. Even though she knew that Long Chen would not blame her, she still felt terrible in her heart. The profound sky jade lotus had given her many new experiences as a human, and it had even given her many feelings that she had never felt before. However, correspondingly, it had also brought her much pain and self-blame. She had been taken care of by Long Chen every day since Yuanling City. She had gained enough happiness, so she really gave up this time. Long Chen had always been the one sacrificing for her during their escape. This time, it was her turn. At this moment, Long Chen felt his mind go blank, and the golden imperial sword Qi was the only thing left in his world. His thoughts were very simple, or rather, he did not have any thoughts at all. It was just like when he was in the Star Demon prison. Without any hesitation, Long Chen moved and instantly blocked in front of Lingxi. Lingxi knew that he would do this. She understood Long Chen too well. Once he set his mind on something, no matter what kind of disaster there was, he would not be able to change it. He was determined to protect Lingxi, so he had long disregarded life and death. The Imperial sword Qi instantly rushed in front of Long Chen, accompanied by Lin Zichen's cold laughter. The huge sword light had already pierced through Long Chen's body before it even reached him. Long Chen was frantically trying to think of a solution. He thought of all the things he had, and the only thing he could use was the Hell King's blade that he had taken from Songjong City. It was an advanced Earth-grade weapon, and it was 1 grade higher than the Blue Dragon battle halberd. Boom! Long Chen released all the genuine qi in his body and concentrated all the power on the Hell King's blade in his hand, blocking the sovereign sword qi. Dang! A loud sound rang out, and Long Chen was sent flying back with blood spurting out of his mouth. His face was pale, but he still held on. The Imperial sword qi did not dissipate, and it pushed Long Chen back at an extremely fast speed. The sharp sword light danced in all directions, piercing through Long Chen's skin and causing Long Chen to be covered in cuts and bruises. Long Chen felt that the Imperial sword qi in front of him was like a mountain, pressing down on his head through the Hell King's blade. Even though he used all the strength in his body, he was still pushed back. His hands that were holding the Hell King's blade were almost crippled. You really blocked it. I'm really touched. However, I don't believe in being touched. Since you're willing to die for her, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll give you a little more. As he spoke, he raised the Imperial sword high up and saw the other Imperial sword qi about to kill Long Chen. Not to mention the other Imperial sword qi. The Imperial sword qi in front of him had already caused Long Chen to be covered in cuts and bruises. The Hell King's blade in his hand had already cracked and was about to shatter. If the Hell King's blade were to shatter, Long Chen would definitely be killed on the spot. Only now did Long Chen realize just how terrifying this guy was. Perhaps this monarch sword qi was just a very simple battle skill like him. In fact, this young sword emperor should be even stronger than his uncle, the sword demon. At this critical juncture, Long Chen could only resist with his life. His eyes were filled with blood and viciousness. In fact, if Lin Zichen did not attack Lingxi, Long Chen could rely on the blood escape to deal with him. It was certain that Lin Zichen would not be able to kill him. However, it was a pity that Lin Zichen was also a person who did not play his cards according to common sense. In fact, the way he played his cards was very low level. Life and death depended on this moment. Chen, I'm coming to save you. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly heard Lingxi's voice. Lingxi's voice had changed. It did not sound like the voice of her current body at all. Instead, it sounded like the voice that Lingxi communicated with him in the Lingxi sword a long time ago. Could it be? Long Chen's expression changed greatly. He could not care less about the Imperial sword qi in front of him. He suddenly turned around and saw a pure white sword chi sweeping over. It immediately shattered the imperial sword chi in front of Long Chen, turning it into stars and dissipating in the air. Little Shi. When the sword light passed, Long Chen was shocked to see that Ling Shi had already turned into a soul state that was completely enveloped by white mist. As for the profound sky jade lotus, it gradually turned illusory and shrunk. In the end, it turned into a piece of abandoned lotus root. It was completely charred black and could no longer be used. This meant that Lingxi had given up the mysterious sky jade lotus body and returned to her original spirit state. She was carrying the Lingxi sword by her side. I'm sorry, Brother Chen. I can't just watch you die. Forgive me for being disobedient this time, but I've had enough of being a useless piece of trash. I believe that you will find something better for me soon enough. Worried that Long Chen would take things too hard, Lingxi hurriedly explained. Of course, Long Chen knew that, but the 9 heavenly immortal fruit was still an unknown. At this critical juncture, Long Chen had also thought things through. He really wanted Lingxi to have a good body and live a carefree life. Unfortunately, it was impossible to live carefree under these circumstances. The 9 heavenly immortal fruit was a huge challenge, but no one knew who would emerge victorious until the end. Since he couldn't keep it with his life, he might as well let it go. Perhaps there would be light at the end of the tunnel. Long Chen heard Lingxi's words and realized that he had been a little selfish along the way. He wanted to give Lingxi a happy life, but he had neglected Lingxi's feelings. Chen, can you forgive me? Lingxi asked worriedly. Previously, Long Chen was very against her giving up the mysterious sky jade lotus that she had obtained with great difficulty, so she felt a little uneasy. She was very afraid that Long Chen would abandon her because of her disobedience. Because of the mysterious sky jade lotus, I've accumulated a lot of spiritual power. I should be able to hold this guy off for a while. Chen, can you leave first? I'll hold him off for a while. Then I'll catch up with you. Lingxi asked nervously. To Long Chen, he had lost the mysterious sky jade lotus and Lingxi would have to live in the Lingxi sword. This was something that he could not do anything about. He should respect Lingxi's choice. The matter was already a foregone conclusion, and the most important thing now was Lin Zichen. Then, he could only cultivate even harder in order to find the 9 heavenly immortal fruit for Lingxi as soon as possible. Then, she could truly become a human and possess her peerless abilities. However, it was absolutely impossible for Long Chen to escape first. Lingxi had no choice but to give up the mysterious sky jade lotus. Long Chen did not blame Lingxi. It was all because of Lin Zichen. Long Chen directed all his anger and hatred towards Lin Zichen. At this moment, he turned around coldly and looked at Lin Zichen, his eyes flashing with a cold murderous intent. How is that possible? I'll leave first. Xueqi, if you're still capable, then come with me to deal with him. Today I must take his dog life. Dog life. Lin Zichen was still looking at Lingxi in a daze. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he did not know what was going on with Lingxi. Why would a perfectly fine person suddenly become shrouded in mist and become so unreal? Moreover, it felt as if Lingxi did not have a body. Lin Zichen originally wanted to use another Emperor's sword chi to kill Long Chen, but he did not expect such an effect to appear. This made him stop his attack. When Long Chen said that he wanted his dog life, he finally reacted. Although I don't know what happened to this girl, I'm quite interested. You guys want to join forces to kill me. Coincidentally, I also want to use this girl to study what's going on. At the same time, Long Chen, I'll send you to hell. Lingxi came to Long Chen's side. Although she did not have much power now, she believed that she would be able to suppress her opponent for a while, just like Long Chen. Just as the fight was about to start, there was suddenly a huge wave from the direction of Mount Emperor Demon. Long Chen and the others were forced to take a few steps back. A piercing demonic voice suddenly entered their ears. Little royal family, leave now, or else, don't blame me for being impolite. Long Chen was fine with the roar since it wasn't directed at him. However, Lin Zichen was shaken to the point where his blood was boiling and his face was pale. He was already injured and now he was forced to take a few steps back. To be able to directly injure Lin Zichen with a single sentence, such an expert was definitely the legendary peerless expert who had surpassed the heavenly river level. In the entire Songyang kingdom, there were definitely no more than 2 people who could surpass the Sword Emperor. This person was obviously the palace master of Sky Demon Palace. After hearing the voice, Lin Zichen's expression changed. A stray dog trying to escape. Long Chen did not expect such a thing to happen. There was still a distance from here to Mount Emperor Demon. He did not expect the Palace Master of Sky Demon Palace to be able to sense it. Long Chen, you're lucky this time, but if you have the guts, don't walk out of the range of Mount Emperor Demon. Once you come out, I'll definitely kill you immediately. Lin Zichen said fiercely. Then I won't leave Mount Emperor Demon. Also, Lin Zichen, remember, in the near future, I'll definitely return to Baiyang Royal City. When that time comes, it'll be the time for you, Lin Zichen. Today, I swear that if I don't cut you into 1,000 pieces, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Then we'll see. Lin Zichen sneered and walked away. Chapter 343. In this escape, Long Chen experienced a total of 3 hunts. Whether it was the 6 great commanders or the Wu tribe, Long Chen completed the final reversal from an absolute disadvantage. But for the 3rd time, not only did his strength fall by 2 levels, but Lingxi's mysterious Sky Jade Lotus body was also lost. Although Long Chen did not show his anger on his face, in fact, his heart was already filled with anger. One day, I will appear in Baiyang Imperial City and defeat you, the #1 genius of Songyang Kingdom, in front of everyone. Long Chen swore in his heart. He would definitely go back to Baiyang Imperial City. He would also go back to Niyang Immortal's realm. This time, the imperial family had oppressed him. This was hatred. One day, he would go back openly to get it back. He would return everything that the imperial family had given him during this period of time. Lin Zichen, I have to admit that you are definitely the heavens' favored one. Not only is your strength super strong, but you also have a peerless heavenly weapon. Everyone thinks that you are an undefeated legend. Today, I can only rely on the blood sacrifice to forcefully increase my strength to resist you. One day, I will rely on my own strength to trample on you. If there was no Lin Zichen, Long Chen could escape to Shihai Kingdom with Lingxi and live a peaceful life with Lingxi while working hard to improve himself. But now it was different. Long Chen needed to work hard to return to Baiyang Imperial City as soon as possible and regain his dignity from the royal family. At the same time, there was also Xiao Lang's dignity and hatred. This was a matter between the 2 brothers. Under the pursuit of the royal family, Xiao Lang was still unconscious, and Lingxi also lost the mysterious Sky Jade Lotus. How could Long Chen not be angry and hateful? One day, you will regret not killing me today. Royal family. From the moment I return to Baiyang Imperial City, the word royal family will no longer exist in this world. Long Chen roared in his heart and made such a blood oath. At this time, Lin Zichen's figure gradually walked away. It could be seen that the celestial demon palace master seemed to make him very fearful. Chin, it's really okay. Even if I'm like this, I can still live well, right? Floating in front of Long Chen, Lingxi said with some grievance. In fact, if she didn't choose to do this, Long Chen would be dead now. Long Chen didn't blame Lingxi at all. I'm fine. I know what's going on. You don't have to worry too much. Long Chen looked at Lingxi. It had been a long time since he had seen Lingxi appear in this illusory state. Our life and death escape this time was all because of the mysterious Sky Jade Lotus body. Now that we've abandoned it, I actually feel a lot more relaxed. I just need to experience the feeling of having a body. I'm really satisfied now. It's just that I can't let Chen hug little Shi to sleep in the future. Lingxi was a little bashful as she spoke towards the end. Don't worry. The 9 heavens immortal fruit won't take long, Long Chen said firmly. Lingxi nodded heavily. She had absolute trust in Long Chen. Then she continued, Chen, I'm going back to the Lingxi sword. After saying this, her body gradually turned into a cloud of smoke and entered the Lingxi sword. The Lingxi sword gradually became smaller, and with a final whoosh, it pierced into Long Chen's ear. This piercing pain in his ear that he hadn't felt in a long time stunned Long Chen. It had been a long time since he had experienced this kind of feeling. With Lingxi here, he suddenly felt very satisfied. Forget it. The mysterious Sky Jade Lotus is ultimately just a dream. Only the 9 heavens immortal fruit can turn this dream into reality. So work hard. In this process, Long Chen's blood sacrifice had already come to an end. His strength gradually faded, and finally stopped at the level of the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, just like when he had just come out from the Niyang Immortal realm. Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. During this period of life and death escape, There was not the slightest change in his strength, but so many things had happened in between. There was suffering, there was emotion, and there was one thing that could not be denied. That was, whether it was the feelings between him and Lingxi, or the brotherly feelings between him and Xiao Lang, they had become especially strong because of this ordeal. Nothing, not even time, could destroy the feelings between them. It was possible that in a very, very long time, this experience of reversing the path of life and death would appear clearly in their minds, moving them and making them reminisce about it. If life was only as long as it was when we first met, why would the autumn wind grieve over a painting fan? How many years later, they would still be able to remember the appearance of that year. Hot-blooded, righteous, chivalrous, tender feelings, sticking together in life and death, never leaving or abandoning each other, fighting side by side, living and dying together. Long Chen, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang. Everything will wait for the day I return to Baiyang Imperial City. Long Chen, who was at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, held the unconscious Xiao Lang in his arms. From now on, he needed to start another path, and that was to work hard to improve his strength. Chen, where should we go now? Lin Zichen, that guy, must have set a trap outside of Mount Emperor Demon and is just waiting for us to walk right into it. There was some uneasiness in Lingxi's voice. We don't need to go anywhere, just stay at Mount Emperor Demon, Long Chen said calmly as he raised his head and looked at Mount Emperor Demon, which looked like a giant black sword. Why? Our original goal was not to go to Shihai country. Lin Zichen is in the way of the Shihai kingdom, so we can't go there. Let me tell you directly, I think the Palace Lord of the Heavenly Demon Palace is determined to protect us. Otherwise, why would he chase Lin Zichen away? Just because Lin Zichen is a member of the royal family. Long Chen knew that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Long Chen was the enemy of the royal family, and Sky Demon Palace was the enemy of the royal family. It was normal for Sky Demon Palace to want to rope in or even take in Long Chen. Are they going to take you in? Lingxi did not understand. Their original plan was to go to Shihai country, but now they suddenly said that they wanted to stay at Mount Emperor Demon, so she did not know how to react. Let's wait here, we'll find out soon. In this battle, Long Chen had suffered quite a few injuries. Of course, they were only external injuries. After a short period of recuperation, he quickly recovered. When he opened his eyes, a white-haired old man was already standing in front of him. His speed was incomparably fast. Long Chen quickly looked at the appearance of the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man was tall and sturdy, even taller than Long Chen. Although he was old, his body did not show any signs of aging. His muscles were firm and full of explosive power. His face was very tough, his eyes were as sharp as swords, and his nose was high, like an eagle flying in the sky. Under the old man's gaze, Long Chen felt that all his secrets were unmistakably seen through by the white-haired old man. Suddenly meeting a martial artist who was much stronger than Lin Zichen, Long Chen felt somewhat restrained. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Junior Long Chen greets the Sky Demon Palace Master. With such strength, his identity could only be the Sky Demon Palace Master. Long Chen had heard of his name before. It seemed to be Zhao Qingyun. Although the name sounded elegant, it was rumored that this person was cruel and merciless, raping and pillaging, committing all kinds of crimes. He was a peerless demon. But Long Chen did not believe it. A person's character could be easily seen from his demeanor, eyes, and temperament. This was Songyang country, ruled by the royal family. If the royal family wanted to discredit the Sky Demon Palace, it was easy for them to spread some rumors. The Sky Demon Palace Master, Zhao Qingyun, should have been discredited. Long Chen still had some foresight. This Zhao Qingyun's eyes were calm, giving off a feeling of being aloof from worldly affairs. Not only did he not have any killing intent, but he also had a kind of tranquil demeanor, and even a trace of awe-inspiring righteousness. How could a person with such temperament be the legendary demon? At this moment, Zhao Qingyun was also looking at Long Chen. His heart was full of doubts. After eliminating these doubts, he still nodded and said, Little child, I have heard too many of your heroic deeds these few days. My ears have gotten calluses from listening to them. I guessed that you would come to the Sky Demon Palace, but I didn't expect that you would really come. This is Junior's honor. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life just now. Zhao Qingyun might be a senior worthy of respect, but he was also one of the top elites of Songyang country, so Long Chen maintained sufficient respect for him. This mystical power, the blood sacrifice, also had a time limit. If not for Zhao Qingyun, if he and Lingxi continued to fight with Lin Zichen, there probably wouldn't be any good results. The current Long Chen was still quite a bit weaker than Lin Zichen. Zhao Qingyun smiled faintly. His gaze passed over Long Chen and landed on the mysterious heaven jade lotus that had already withered. He praised softly, although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I can more or less sense what has happened here. This little girl is really amazing, and Long Chen, you also have many amazing things on you. For example, you could still fight against Lin Zichen just now, but now you are only at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. As expected, Zhao Qingyun had some understanding of what had happened here. Lingxi's mysterious heaven jade lotus and Long Chen's blood sacrifice were all things that were difficult to explain. Long Chen was worried that Zhao Qingyun would interrogate him, so he was already on his guard. Don't worry. If it was me when I was young, I would naturally pester you to find out what exactly is going on. Everyone has their own secrets and trump cards. You are an exceptionally outstanding junior, and there is hope that you can grow to be a match for Lin Zichen, so I won't make things difficult for you. I'm here to ask you about your future plans. I'll tell you the truth. Zhao Qingyun paused, then said, if you want to leave Songyang country, I can escort you out. That's great. Long Chen was shocked. If that was the case, he wouldn't have to worry about Lin Zichen guarding outside. However, he was more interested to hear what Zhao Qingyun had to say next. The other option is to become my personal disciple. You will obtain many things that you want, including battle techniques, strength, and even a divine weapon that is comparable to the Heaven Grey divine weapon, the Emperor Sword. Chapter 344. A Heaven Grey divine weapon comparable to the Emperor Sword. Zhao Qingyun's words instantly attracted Long Chen's attention. To be honest, Long Chen risked a drop in level and used the blood sacrifice. In terms of true qi, he was almost on the same level as Lin Zichen. He lost to him purely because of his battle technique, and more importantly, Lin Zichen's Emperor Sword. Seeing that Long Chen's interest had been piqued, but there was still a sliver of wariness in his eyes, Zhao Qingyun smiled helplessly, and said, don't be too abrupt. Everyone loves talent. Our Heaven Demon Palace has always been the mortal enemy of the imperial family, and our strength is also in a relatively balanced state. However, among the younger generation of the imperial family, there are martial artists at the 9th level of the Heaven River tier who stand at the peak, while our Heaven Demon Palace does not. From your performance these few days, I can guess that you definitely have an extremely great secret on you. If you become my disciple, you will definitely be able to inherit my mantle in the future, and even surpass Lin Zichen. I have been suppressed by the Sword Emperor all my life, and even my descendants are far inferior to him, so I am not satisfied. Zhao Qingyun lowered his head and said the last sentence. It's not that I don't believe you, but it's a little abrupt, so I hesitated for a while. Hearing Zhao Qingyun's sincere words, how could Long Chen not know that this was a great opportunity? If Zhao Qingyun could give him what he had less than Lin Zichen, then so what if he became his personal disciple? Moreover, Zhao Qingyun had just saved him, and his strength was far above Long Chen's. He even had the identity of the Heaven Demon Palace Master, the 1st level of the Songyang country. It would not be embarrassing for him to have such a master as his master. Don't be anxious. Seeing that Long Chen was no longer on guard, Zhao Qingyun said with satisfaction, why don't you listen first to what weapon is comparable to the Emperor Sword? I was just about to ask. Long Chen smiled a little embarrassedly. It can be said that this sword was originally a pair with the Emperor Sword. Heaven Demon Palace's ancestor and the royal family's ancestor each snatched a divine weapon when the divine weapon was born. The royal family got the Emperor Sword that Lin Zichen is using, and the divine weapon that Heaven Demon Palace got is called the Demon Emperor Sword. Demon Emperor Sword. Just from the name, it was obvious that it was a pair with the Emperor Sword. Of course, Sky Devil Palace Master would not lie to Long Chen. Therefore, for Long Chen, this was a huge surprise. If he obtained the Demon Emperor Sword, he would definitely give Lin Zichen a huge surprise when he returned to Baiyang Imperial City. Senior, what do I need to do to get this Demon Emperor Sword? Long Chen gritted his teeth and said very directly. This time, he had already decided that he must stay in Heaven Demon Palace. If he went to the West Sea country, he might be able to improve his strength, but he might not be able to get battle skills and divine weapons. But it was different in Heaven Demon Palace. Heaven Demon Palace was a force comparable to the royal family, with thousands of years of heritage. The treasures and battle skills they had were probably not inferior to the royal family. Long Chen's words proved that he was already tempted. To get the Demon Emperor sword, you must first have the identity of a disciple of Heaven Demon Palace, and a core disciple. Only a core disciple of Heaven Demon Palace is qualified to compete for the Demon Emperor sword. In addition, you need to suppress all the young disciples of Heaven Demon Palace. Zhao Qingyun said. Deal. From today onwards, I, Long Chen, am Zhao Qingyun's personal disciple, Long Chen said boldly without another word. Don't be happy too early. Among the core disciples of Heaven Demon Palace, although there is no one comparable to Lin Zichen, there are 2 disciples at the peak of the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, and there are even disciples at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Suppressing them with your current strength at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier is a complete joke. It's very possible that even if you enter Heaven Demon Palace, it'll be all for naught, and even become a laughing stock. Zhao Qingyun looked at Long Chen with a rare teasing smile. He was very satisfied with Long Chen's decisiveness and decisiveness. 2 at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, and even comparable to the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, were basically equivalent to Lin Zichen without the Emperor's sword. This kind of strength was undoubtedly super strong. However, Long Chen could leave a wound on Lin Zichen's shoulder just now, so why would he be afraid of 2 at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier? Of course, the prerequisite was that he had enough time. How much time do I have? From the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, it would still take a lot of time to at least reach the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. There isn't much time. You have 3 months' time, so make good use of it, Zhao Qingyun said. 3 months' time. Long Chen smiled. 3 months' time was enough. 3 months later, it would be time for him to make a comeback and kill his way back to Baiyang Imperial City. Little child, have you really decided to come to my Heavenly Demon Palace and take this risk? Do you know that the Heavenly Demon Palace is known as the Devil Palace? Naturally, there is something devil about it. If you become my direct disciple, you will have an endless halo around you. But if you don't have the strength to match this halo, then you will only have an endless halo around you. Be prepared. There has never been any benefit, and it has never been accompanied by a challenge. I have long since gotten used to this. No matter how deep the waters of Heaven Demon Palace run, for the sake of the Demon Emperor Sword, a heaven-grade divine weapon that can rival the Emperor Sword, I, Long Chen, will also come and give it a try, Long Chen said with a resolute expression. Don't you worry that our master-disciple relationship is like a union of interests. It is a little unhealthy for us to be together, Zhao Qingyun joked. Everything that is unhealthy will become healthy with the passage of time, Yi Zichen said. After a period of observation, Long Chen had a good understanding of this Zhao Qingyun. Indeed, as a rival of the Sword Emperor, he did not have a descendant that could stand against Lin Zichen, which was a bit embarrassing. And the astonishing talent that Long Chen had displayed these few days had attracted his attention, evoking his long-dormant desire to take him in as a disciple. All right then. From today onwards, you will be my 9th personal disciple. Finally confirming this matter, Zhao Qingyun was slightly gratified. Of course, this disciple was not sincere in seeking refuge, but had come purely for the Demon Emperor sword. However, Zhao Qingyun naturally had his own plans. He had only planted a seed today. Who could be sure that this seed would not grow to the extent that it would wipe out the Wu tribe, and then destroy the imperial family? The 9th one, the 2 at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier that you mentioned, are both my senior brothers and sisters. Long Chen was a little depressed. Because of his relationship with the 9th prince, he was really a little speechless at the title of 9th junior brother. None of them. Speaking up to this point, Zhao Qingyun said a little awkwardly, they are not my personal disciples. I must have been blind. Back then, I was not cautious in taking in disciples, and your senior brothers and sisters are not very promising. Now, the best that they have achieved is only at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Now, the more outstanding disciples of Heaven Demon Palace are all gathered under the command of the 3 great demon elders. So that's how it is. Long Chen understood. No wonder this old guy was in a hurry to recruit Long Chen. It was purely because his personal disciples were really too embarrassing. Not to mention that they could not compare to the Sword Emperor of the Imperial family. They probably could not even compare to the 3 great demon elders of Heaven Demon Palace. Long Chen's look of sudden realization made Zhao Qingyun's old face twitch. However, truthfully speaking, Zhao Qingyun loved this disciple from the bottom of his heart. However, now that he was a teacher, he did not dare to show too much. Long Chen, Let me tell you. Long Chen, let me tell you. Currently, there are two major factions in Heavenly Demon Palace. I am the Palace Lord and also the strongest person in Heavenly Demon Palace. Therefore, most of the power in Heavenly Demon Palace is controlled by me. Of course, the three great demon elders also have a greater say in Heavenly Demon Palace. Moreover, they have countless disciples under them. If you become my direct disciple, you must be prepared to be provoked. Part of the reason why my direct disciples don't cultivate well is because they are used to being bullied by the disciples of the three great demon elders. Speaking of this, Zhao Qingyun was somewhat bitter. Long Chen did not laugh at him this time. He also knew that as a teacher, he also did not feel good when his disciples were so miserable. Among the younger disciples, there was equal competition. Zhao Qingyun had given his disciples more resources, but they were not good enough, and Zhao Qingyun could not do anything about it. So, I will rely on you to make me proud. Zhao Qingyun said honestly. Make me proud, of course I can. I have to say, Zhao Qingyun is actually quite interesting. Long Chen smiled treacherously and said, I am the disciple you are most proud of course I will make you proud. But teacher, I have just become your disciple. Why don't I have a greeting gift? You, this guy, want to ask for something so soon? Zhao Qingyun was a little speechless. I can't give you ordinary high-grade things now. Tell me, what do you need the most now? And I will help you think of a way. Long Chen hesitated for a moment. If it was a high-level Earth-tier battle technique, it would be useless for him to cultivate it with his current ability at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. Though Zhao Qingyun spoke of it lightly, Long Chen knew that it would definitely be filled with danger. Without sufficient ability, he would definitely be humiliated. It was fine if he lost Zhao Qingyun's face, but Long Chen definitely could not allow himself to be looked down upon by others. Thus, what he needed the most was to increase his ability. Of course, Xiao Lang in his arms was also an important matter. I want the corpse of a demonic beast. The higher the level of the demonic beast, the more help it will be to me. Long Chen directly stated his purpose. In truth, Zhao Qingyun had already seen quite a number of special things about him, so Long Chen did not mind letting him look a little more. Of course, Long Chen only wanted the corpse of a demonic beast, and did not necessarily have to refine his blood into qi in front of Zhao Qingyun. The corpse of a demonic beast. Zhao Qingyun was startled, a little confused, but he still immediately agreed and said, I do not have the corpse of a demonic beast with me, but there seems to be a 7th-level Earth-tier demonic beast near Mount Demonic. Come with me. I will kill it for you now as a gift for you to become my disciple. Long Chen was instantly excited. This is the benefit of having an expert to protect me. Done with 11 updates. Please don't say that I update slowly. Now, my nickname is Update Madman. Chapter 345. In the past, Long Chen basically relied on himself for everything. Even if it was a high-level demonic beast, he had to rely on himself to kill it and then use blood refining to qi. But now, with the protection of the Sky Demon Palace Master, the top master of Songyang country, everything was different. With the help of the Sky Demon Palace Master, Long Chen could imagine that the time for his revenge was not far away. Although I don't know why you want the corpse of the demonic beast, I am afraid that the strongest demonic beast within 300 miles of Mount Demon Emperor is the single-horned rhinoceros king. Zhao Qingyun said as he hurried along with Long Chen. So miserable. Long Chen was still immersed in the joy of having the help of his master to kill the demonic beast. He did not expect this to be the result. It seemed that his dream of relying on blood refining to qi to quickly grow was probably going to be ruined. However, frequent use of blood refining to qi was not the way to go. Long Chen knew this, so even if there were no demonic beasts, he was not discouraged. However, in Mount Demon Emperor, there is a passageway that leads to the Fire Evolution Earth Vein. In the Fire Evolution Earth Vein, there are many fire flame beasts. However, the passageway of the Fire Evolution Earth Vein has been closed and I can't open it for you alone. It seems that there will be a trial in the Fire Evolution Earth Vein in the near future. At that time, if you can make it to the top 10 among all the disciples, you should be able to participate in the trial. Fire Evolution Earth Vein. Fire Flame Beast. Long Chen secretly remembered these names. He had already thought that if Xiao Lang could wake up, the Fire Evolution Earth Vein would be his paradise. This demonic wolf is as special as you. I, Zhao Qingyun, have seen a lot of things, but I have never seen this demonic beast. Is this a mutation of the moon-devouring demonic wolf? The moon-devouring demonic wolf has a silver crescent moon on its forehead, and this demonic beast has a golden sun. It is really amazing. But he should be injured. How are you going to fix it? Zhao Qingyun saw that Long Chen was looking at Xiao Lang with some sadness, so she said, "Master, do you have any treasures of the fire attribute?" Long Chen raised his head and asked directly. Since there was a master to kill, he would be an idiot not to. A fire-attributed treasure. Let me think. It could be seen that Zhao Qingyun really liked Long Chen, his new disciple. Long Chen had already made 2 requests in succession, but Zhao Qingyun didn't even frown. Zhao Qingyun thought for a while and said, "I have some fire essence, but they are not with me. I will give them to you when we get back to the demon palace." "You have fire essence too." "I was chased because I killed the 9th prince, and the 9th prince's sword has 9 fire essence," Long Chen said with some surprise. The refined fire essence was originally produced from the elemental fire vein of our Heaven Demon Palace, and the Sword Emperor should have taken it from the hands of a disciple of our Heaven Demon Palace. Although the Imperial family and the Heaven Demon Palace did not have a large-scale battle, there are quite a lot of fights in the dark. It seems like not long ago, our Heaven Demon Palace had an elder in the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier die outside the Imperial City. He died because he tried to kill the 9th prince, and you killed the 9th prince, which can be considered as revenge for him, Zhao Qingyun said with some regret. As the Palace Lord of the Demon Palace, he obviously didn't want any of his disciples to die, especially at the hands of the royal family. You killed the 6 commanders of the Imperial City Guards, and even exterminated the entire Wu tribe. Brat, you have some guts. To be honest, I wanted to exterminate the Wu tribe for a long time, but the royal family always protected them, so I didn't have the chance to do so. Zhao Qingyun's face was also full of hatred when he spoke of the Wu tribe. Those were just appetizers, Long Chen said calmly. From this sentence, Zhao Qingyun could hear Long Chen's determination. Brat, you have great ambitions. If you can kill the royal family, the Demon Emperor sword will be yours from now on. It doesn't matter even if you take it away, Zhao Qingyun said with a smile. Zhao Qingyun smiled. If Long Chen could reach that level, with his talent, he would naturally not choose to stay in the Congyang kingdom. However, that wouldn't be easy. Then I will accept the Demon Emperor sword, Long Chen said with some arrogance. Under the strong self-confidence, there was only a surging heart. I'll wait and see. By the time Zhao Qingyun finished speaking, the 2 of them had almost reached their destination. In front of them was a vast plain, overgrown with many wild weeds and muddy rivers spread throughout the wilderness. The ground rumbled and shook. This entire wilderness was filled with many wild beasts and even demonic beasts. Among them, in the deepest part of the wilderness, there was an extremely violent aura. It should be the 7th Earth Stage One-Horned Rhinoceros King. Under Zhao Qingyun's lead, Long Chen passed through the wilderness and saw the appearance of the One-Horned Rhinoceros King. The body of the One-Horned Rhinoceros King was huge, even bigger than the 9 heavenly fire beast. Its skin was gray, and its muscles were intertwined together. It looked like a rock, but Long Chen knew that the skin of the One-Horned Rhinoceros King was definitely harder than steel. And the most prominent part was the sharp, 4-meter-long horn on the head of the One-Horned Rhinoceros King. This horn was sharp and ferocious, definitely a natural weapon. However, to Zhao Qingyun, all of this was like a fleeting cloud. A dignified 7th-grade Earth-ranked demon beast's internal organs were directly shattered by a light palm strike from him. The huge Rhinoceros King howled miserably and directly fell to the ground, smashing into the dust that filled the sky, and then lost all signs of life. Zhao Qingyun turned around and said to Long Chen with some pride, "With my strength, I am qualified to be your master, right?" Of course. How could Long Chen not say good things about obtaining such a huge treasure for no reason? However, he really admired Zhao Qingyun. After all, even a martial artist at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier would not be able to kill the 7th Earth Stage One-Horned Rhinoceros King so easily. Without a doubt, Zhao Qingyun was above the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen vaguely knew that the realm above the Heavenly River tier was called the Connecting Heaven tier. The meaning of Connecting Heaven was easy to understand. It was a realm that led to the heavens. It was definitely not something a martial artist at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier could compare with. In the path of cultivation, the Dragon Vein tier, Divine Core, Heavenly River, and Connecting Heaven tier were known as the 4 fundamental realms of cultivation. These 4 realms were the foundation, and above the 4 fundamental realms, there were even more realms. Most of the strong warriors from Lingxi's hometown were in that realm. As for their realms, not many people in the Songyang kingdom knew about them. Of course, Long Chen did not know about them. The 4 fundamental realms, whether it was combat skills, godly weapons, elixirs, or demonic beasts, all of them corresponded to the 4 realms of heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Just like the cultivation of martial arts, combat skills, godly weapons, elixirs, and demonic beasts also had more realms, but they did not exist in the Songyang kingdom. These were all stories to be told later. Long Chen used the biggest cosmos sack he had to store the unicorn rhino king's carcass. I've accepted the gift. Long Chen, if there's nothing else, let's go back to the Heavenly Demon Palace now. I'm going to gather some of the high-ranking members of the Heavenly Demon Palace and announce that I've accepted my 9th direct disciple, which is you. At that time, I'll need you to kneel down in front of me to become my disciple. Are you willing? Zhao Qingyun said with a serious expression. If you really treat me like your disciple and treat me well, I'll kneel down in front of you. Besides, since you've given me this unicorn rhino king, I should give you something in return, don't you think so? Long Chen did not mind it at all. Normally, when someone wanted to become a disciple, they had to kneel down. Without enough respect and etiquette, why would the master teach you anything? Then let's go now. But let me remind you that your current cultivation level is only at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. If someone provokes you, you can ignore it and endure it for a while. When you have enough strength, those noisy clowns will naturally shut their mouths, Zhao Qingyun instructed. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Don't worry, I'm not a fool. I won't choose the time when I'm at my weakest to be bullied by others. Long Chen said calmly. However, Zhao Qingyun's words made him understand that his days in the Heavenly Demon Palace would probably not be easy. Little Shi, Xiao Lang, just watch as I advance by leaps and bounds in the Heavenly Demon Palace. 3 months later, I'll be wielding the Demon Emperor sword and killing my way back to Baiyang Imperial City. With this thought in mind, Long Chen followed Zhao Qingyun and stepped onto the path to the Heavenly Demon Palace. Mount Emperor Demon was extremely tall, and its peak had already pierced through the clouds high up in the sky. The Heavenly Demon Palace was built on a huge platform halfway up Mount Emperor Demon. This platform was completely smooth, and it looked as if it had been directly carved out with a sword. Are you very surprised? Zhao Qingyun looked as if she had expected it. Indeed. After Long Chen reached this platform, he touched the ground. Although there were many marks, it was easy to tell that this ground was definitely made by someone. This is the platform that the founder of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Tian Mozi, used the Demon Emperor sword to directly carve out. The current me does not have this ability. In the Heavenly Demon Palace, it seems that each generation is getting weaker and weaker, Zhao Qingyun said with some emotion. To be able to carve out such a shape with a sword, the legendary Tian Mozi must be much more terrifying than Zhao Qingyun. Even among the reaching heaven state, he must be a relatively powerful existence. Feeling emotional about this magnificent feat of Tian Mozi, Long Chen then raised his head and looked at the Heavenly Demon Palace in front of him. Although the Heavenly Demon Palace had the word demon in it, the buildings of the Heavenly Demon Palace were like a paradise on earth among the mountains. Long Chen could not associate the Heavenly Demon Palace in front of him with a group of ruthless and insane people. A little surprised, isn't it? Zhao Qingyun had already expected this. What is a demon? In my opinion, demons are not bloodthirsty, demons are not violent, demons are not restrained by the secular world, demons are free, and they cultivate against the natural order. This is the original intention of the Heavenly Demon Palace. If we are talking about bloodthirsty, the royal family is the demon. Zhao Qingyun's words made Long Chen a little shocked. In this case, Long Chen was also a demon, and a demon among demons. All right, I'll gather everyone now. You have to get ready. Chapter 346. Following Zhao Qingyun, Long Chen walked into the Heavenly Demon Palace. Just like how he saw it from the outside, the Heavenly Demon Palace was clean and elegant. The flowers, grass, trees, birds, and flowers were fragrant. It was like a paradise on earth. In fact, the Heavenly Demon Palace was very big, but there weren't many people inside. Therefore, Long Chen didn't meet many people on the way. As long as someone passed by, they would look at Zhao Qingyun with reverence in their eyes. They would slightly bow before walking past her. Of course, their gazes were also carefully sizing up Long Chen, who was following behind Zhao Qingyun. This youth's face was so unfamiliar. With one look, they knew that Long Chen was not a member of the Heavenly Devil Palace. Why is this youth following behind Palace Master? Palace Master usually lives like a wild crane and doesn't care about anything. Sometimes, we don't even see him for a month. I don't know either, but let's not make wild guesses about Palace Master's matters. The two of them whispered to each other as they walked past Long Chen. They even turned around to look at Long Chen's figure. Only around the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. He probably isn't a genius, so don't worry. Long Chen laughed after hearing this. Looks like the only demon in Heaven Demon Palace is my master, Zhao Qingyun. The others are just people of the secular world, jealous, resentful, and fighting for status. Looks like Heaven Demon Palace is just like Master said, not an easy place to live. Long Chen shook his head secretly. Long Chen followed Zhao Qingyun, and under the astonished gazes of the people on the way, they arrived at the largest palace hall of the Heavenly Devil Palace. This palace hall's name was Demon Hall. From afar, the building was majestic and domineering. It was indeed worthy of the name Demon Hall. Under the respectful gaze of the guards at the door, Zhao Qingyun walked into the Demon Palace. These guards at the door should also be disciples of Heaven Demon Palace. Go, gather the 3 great demon elders, the 8 great protectors, the 16th elder, the law enforcement elder, the punishment elder, and the other hall masters. I have something to announce. Zhao Qingyun said to the disciple guarding next to him as he walked through the door. Yes. The disciple on guard hurriedly nodded his head, then hurriedly ran off. He needed to inform the other disciples, and then the other disciples dispersed to inform the higher-ups of the Heavenly Devil Palace that Zhao Qingyun had mentioned. Long Chen, my Heavenly Demon Palace has a rather strict system for the establishment of positions. However, it doesn't matter if you don't remember it. Among these people, only the 3 great demon elders have the right to speak in front of me. Sometimes, I will also respect the opinions of the 3 great demon elders. After all, they have been in charge of the Heavenly Demon Palace for many years. Zhao Qingyun said to Long Chen, who was behind her, as she sat on a large sandalwood chair in the middle of the room. Long Chen was a junior, so he naturally did not have a seat here. The 3 great demon elders are all at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Aside from me, they are the strongest in the Heaven Demon Palace. Moreover, they are quite powerful in the Heaven Demon Palace, Zhao Qingyun said. So, in other words, they are not obedient to your teachings, and it is very likely that they are targeting me. Long Chen immediately understood what Zhao Qingyun meant. Don't worry, they can't change my decision. Zhao Qingyun rubbed his long beard and smiled. Not long after, people arrived one after another. The lower the status, the faster they arrived. Soon, many elders, protectors, and palace masters had gathered in the Demon Palace. As for the 3 great demon elders, they still hadn't arrived. At this moment, basically everyone was looking at Long Chen, who was behind Zhao Qingyun. To them, Long Chen was really too unfamiliar. They had a premonition that the matter that Zhao Qingyun was going to announce today was definitely related to Long Chen. With the Heavenly Devil Palace Master present, it was not good for them to discuss loudly. However, they still whispered to each other. The reason why Palace Master summoned us here is probably because of this youth. I know, but what's so special about this young man? His strength should be at the 4th level of Heaven River tier. Among his peers, he's barely passable. But to be able to act like nothing in front of so many people without changing his expression, he must be someone with a firm mind. Whether his mind is firm or not, we'll know later. Time gradually flowed by. Zhao Qingyun still had a calm expression on his face. After all the protectors, elders and hall lords arrived, Zhao Qingyun inclined his head. Only then did the 3 old men slowly enter the Devil Hall. Long Chen immediately inclined his head and observed the 3 legendary Devil Elders. These 3 Devil Elders were the experts of the Sky Devil Palace who were second only to Zhao Qingyun. The age of the 3 Demon Elders wasn't young. The one in the middle was an old man who looked to be over 80 years old. His figure was weak, and there were many wrinkles on his face. However, his eyes were bulging, and his gaze was like a sharp blade, sweeping across the faces of everyone present. On the left of this old man was an old woman. She looked younger than the one in the middle. She could still walk with her back straight, and her expression was filled with arrogance. Thinking about it, she must be someone who wasn't easy to deal with. And the last one was a short and fat old man. He was a little younger than the old woman on the left. His hair was still black, but his face was fierce, looking a little scary. Among these three people, the one in the middle was the most terrifying. Obviously, he ranked the eldest. The woman on the left should be the second demon elder. As for the fiendish black-haired short and fat old man on the right, he should be the third demon elder. They didn't look very good. In the eyes of the secular world they were demons. As for Zhao Qingyun, although he wasn't young, he was still a handsome man. When he was young, he must have been as handsome as Dongfang Xianshao. After entering the demon palace, the three demon elders took their seats one after another. Then they raised their chins, glanced around, and found Long Chen standing behind Zhao Qingyun. They weren't fools. It only took a moment for them to guess that they were invited here because of Long Chen. A warrior at the 4th level of the Heavenly River Realm had troubled the three demon elders to come here. In the hearts of the three demon elders, they already had a bad impression of Long Chen. As for what Long Chen did, the three demon elders didn't care. Today, I called everyone here to announce one thing. Seeing that everyone was here, Zhao Qingyun opened his eyes, which had been squinting, glanced around, and then said calmly, "Palace Master, please go ahead." Below, everyone said respectfully in unison. To them, even though Zhao Qingyun didn't care much about the affairs and rarely showed his face, his reaching heaven state strength was solid. Without Zhao Qingyun's presence, the heavenly demon palace would have been trampled to the ground by the royal family long ago. For over 1,000 years, the imperial family and the palace of heavenly demons had maintained the status of having an expert of the reaching heaven state on each side. This had led to the two forces existing in the Songyang kingdom for over 1,000 years and confronting each other for over 1,000 years. Hence, they still had sufficient respect for the palace lord. At this time, Zhao Qingyun pointed at Long Chen and said, "It's not a big deal. I just want to let you all know that this is the 9th personal disciple I've accepted today." As soon as Zhao Qingyun finished speaking, the people below were in an uproar. In fact, it wasn't the first time that Zhao Qingyun accepted a personal disciple. However, normally, he wouldn't gather everyone in such a grand manner. Moreover, the selection of personal disciples was usually from ordinary disciples. Zhao Qingyun, on the other hand, directly pulled a young martial artist in the 4th level of the Heaven River tier out of nowhere. To be honest, the 4th tier of the Heavenly River tier could only be considered very average. The Heavenly Demon Palace Master had always appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and no one could grasp his temper. Everyone felt that everything about this Palace Master was good, and the only thing that made people want to look at him in a different light was that his insight was extremely thorough. The true disciples that he had taken in now, in the ranking of the Heavenly Demon Palace disciples, were ranked in the top 50, and the first disciples under the three great demon elders occupied the top 3 positions. Even the top 10 were basically all disciples of the three great demon elders. From this, it could be seen that Zhao Qingyun's eyesight and teaching ability couldn't be compared to the three demon elders. Now it was even more absurd. He directly gathered everyone to the demon palace and announced that he would let an outsider directly become his personal disciple. This was a bit childish. Of course, the others only dared to criticize Zhao Qingyun's decision in their hearts. However, there were still people who expressed their dissatisfaction, and that was the three demon elders. At this time, the short and fat demon elder directly laughed and said, "Palace Master, you must be joking." "Do I look like I'm joking?" Zhao Qingyun narrowed his eyes. He knew that this damn fatty would come out to cause trouble. As expected, he was the first to speak. This young man shouldn't be a disciple of the Heaven Demon Palace. His cultivation is only in the 4th level of the Heaven River tier. His talent is ordinary. How could he be qualified to be the personal disciple of the Palace Master? That's why I thought the Palace Master was deliberately teasing us. After saying this, the three demon elders laughed. There's no need to say more. I've already decided. Long Chen, come and meet the elders. These are the three demon elders. They are usually in charge of the affairs of the Heaven Demon Palace. Zhao Qingyun didn't bother to pay attention to the three demon elders and directly introduced them to Long Chen. Junior Long Chen pays respect to the three demon elders. Long Chen knew that it was just a formality. He casually mentioned it according to the rules and then said no more. Of course, he was also very unhappy with the three demon elders. These three old guys were really not to be trifled with. In this public place, they dared to argue with Zhao Qingyun. Now, let's perform the ceremony of apprenticeship. Zhao Qingyun looked at Long Chen with satisfaction and smiled faintly. Wait! The three demon elders suddenly shouted and said, Palace Master, do you really want to accept him as a personal disciple? Palace Master, you have to be careful. Palace Master hasn't told us who this person is. His name is Long Chen. Haven't you heard of this name? Zhao Qingyun was a little unhappy, raised his eyebrows, and said in a cold voice, Long Chen. Everyone recalled and then suddenly remembered something, looking at Long Chen in surprise. Chapter 347. It couldn't be helped. During this period of time, Long Chen's name was too resounding. From an unknown kid, he entered the world of the elites of the Zongyang nation because he did a few earth-shattering things. He killed the 9th prince, killed the 6 commanders of the imperial city guards, and annihilated the Wu clan. Each of these things was difficult for ordinary people, or perhaps they didn't dare to do it. Who could do all three at the same time? As for Long Chen, even the three demon elders were a little surprised when they heard it. The imperial family was their sworn enemy, and their sworn enemy was tyrannized by this kid. They were secretly pleased. However, in their opinion, if Long Chen wanted to accomplish these earth-shattering things, his cultivation should at least be at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. If he wasn't at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, how could he have killed Song Zhongcheng, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier? The youngster in front of them was only at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. Therefore, after they sized up Long Chen for a while, they really couldn't figure it out. In the end, they could only think that this was the problem of the Heaven Demon Palace Master. The three demon elders also looked at each other. They didn't believe from the bottom of their hearts that the kid at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier could be the Long Chen who was widely known outside. The three demon elders were the most direct. He spat and slandered in a low voice. He just wanted to recruit a personal disciple, and he actually used the name of a young genius to replace him. It's really embarrassing. Although his words were unpleasant to hear, it was what most people meant. Of course, others just didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, this was the Heaven Demon Palace, and the Heaven Demon Palace Master was also a good Palace Master. They just felt that the Palace Master was especially unreliable in terms of recruiting disciples, and this time, he was even more unreliable. Zhao Qingyun could obviously hear their words, but he didn't get angry, and just smiled faintly. Why don't you explain? Long Chen raised his eyebrows. He believed that if he was the Heaven Demon Palace Master, the three demon elders would have been thrown out long ago. Have you ever heard of this saying? If the world slandered me, bullied me, humiliated me, laughed at me, belittled me, despised me, hated me, lied to me, and how to deal with me. Just bear with it, let it, avoid it, endure it, respect it, and ignore it. After a few years, you'll see it. Today, they are belittling you, Long Chen. I don't need to explain. When you can really soar, they will naturally see it, so why should I waste my words? Zhao Qingyun smiled faintly. Long Chen was a little dazed. This was the difference between him and Zhao Qingyun. Perhaps it was because he was still young, so he couldn't wait to retaliate against some insults. However, after hearing Zhao Qingyun's words, Long Chen began to reflect. Because of the influence of the primordial blood spirit dragon, Long Chen's path of ascension was obviously too hasty. From the beginning, he had been in the process of killing while growing, so his current temperament had already been completely influenced by the primordial blood spirit dragon, and his murderous aura was heavy. Perhaps reaching Master's realm of returning to simplicity will be of great help to me. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is never too late, and I'm not in a hurry. During this period of time, I'll cultivate my body and mind in this heavenly devil palace, and steadily improve. Perhaps my strength and my temperament will improve unexpectedly. Long Chen suddenly understood that what he needed to learn from Zhao Qingyun the most was not fighting, but temperament, a kind of calm temperament. Only this kind of temperament could prevent Long Chen from losing himself in the crazy path of killing. From this moment on, Long Chen truly acknowledged Zhao Qingyun as his master, because there was indeed something worth learning from him. At this time, when everyone saw that everything was settled, the three demon elders stood up and said directly, "Palace Lord, the announcement has been made. Can we be dismissed? We still have many affairs to deal with, and we don't have so much free time." His words were laced with sarcasm. Indeed, some of the complicated affairs of the Heaven Demon Palace were handled by the 3 demon elders. In the Heaven Demon Palace, Zhao Qingyun was nothing more than a symbol. Go. Zhao Qingyun flicked his sleeve lightly. That's good. By the way, on the roster, are you sure you want to write this young man's name as Long Chen? The 3 demon elders looked at Long Chen with a teasing smile. His aggressive attitude was really not in line with his current status. It seemed that he was very dissatisfied with the Heaven Demon Palace Lord. The 3 demon elders shared a common enemy. Since the 3 demon elders were dissatisfied, Long Chen guessed that the other 2 demon elders would not be any better. Let's do something else. At this time, Long Chen suddenly interrupted. He smiled, looked at the 3 demon elders, and said, 3 demon elders, in fact, my real name is Dai Dai, the butterfly of butterfly. Just remember it. Recite it 3 times a day, and it should produce a wonderful feeling. Dai Dai. Everyone was a little confused. How could there be a man with this name? However, when they came to their senses, many people suddenly burst into laughter. The 2 words Dai Dai were similar to father. Long Chen did not ask the 3 demon elders to recite it 3 times a day to call Long Chen his father. No one had expected that Long Chen would be so bold. When the 3 demon elders came to their senses, they were immediately seething with anger. They roared at Long Chen and were about to rush toward Long Chen. In the Heavenly Devil Palace, he had always had a respectable status and looked down on everyone. Who would have thought that one day, he would actually suffer such humiliation? Moreover, it was in public, and by a little brat. This was a great humiliation. However, he was forcibly held back by the other 2 demon elders, because the one in front of Long Chen was Zhao Qingyun. Seeing that the 3 demon elders were about to make a move, Zhao Qingyun's face instantly turned cold. Fighting in the Devil Hall? 3 demon elders. Have you forgotten the ancestral teaching? No one is allowed to fight against their own people in the Devil Hall. Today is your last chance. If there is a next time, I don't mind crippling you. Zhao Qingyun was a person who was not angry, but once he was angry, it was terrifying. Even a man made of mud had 3 points of temper, let alone him. Everyone knew that because of Zhao Qingyun's indifference, the 3 demon elders wanted a foot after being given an inch. If it was not for Long Chen who came to humiliate him in the end, they were afraid that when they went out, they would become arrogant. From now on, they started to pay more attention to Long Chen. After all, he dared to use Zhao Qingyun's influence to directly humiliate the 3rd demon elder, who was the 4th strongest person in the Heaven Demon Palace. This was not something that ordinary people would dare to do. All of you disperse. Don't let today's incident happen again. His name is Long Chen. Whether you remember it or not, my personal disciple is only in my heart, not in the name list. Zhao Qingyun glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, Yes, Palace Lord. Everyone nodded and left with their heads lowered. Although the 3 demon elders were unwilling, they could only walk out of the Devil Hall helplessly under the signal of the other 2 demon elders. However, the way he looked at Long Chen was already filled with a lot of hatred. You really know how to create trouble for me. Aren't you afraid that he will target you from now on? Zhao Qingyun helplessly spoke to Long Chen. Master, you don't know this. For a clown like him, the more you spoil him, the more arrogant he will be. Although you are immersed in the martial Dao and don't want to manage things, you still have to teach such a person a lesson. As for keeping an eye on him, with you, the Heavenly Devil Palace Lord, there's no need for me to worry. Long Chen laughed. At this moment, when everyone was walking out, 2 people suddenly appeared at the side of the crowd. The other elders and protectors all cast unfriendly glances at one of the 2 men. Father, I came to tell you something. Among them, there was a man and a woman. Both of them seemed to be above 30 years of age. The man was handsome and suave, while the woman was as charming as a flower. With a single glance, one could tell that they were a pair of lovebirds. At this moment, they walked past the crowd and excitedly entered the Devil Hall. One of the women was in high spirits. As soon as she entered, she excitedly spoke to Zhao Qingyun. However, when she saw Long Chen beside Zhao Qingyun, she was stunned. Even the man behind her was dumbfounded. Naturally, Long Chen was also stunned for a moment. The 2 people in front of him were his foster father, Dongfang Xianshao, and Xian Ku. Foster father. Long Chen was taken aback as he involuntarily called out. He had never imagined that he would meet Dongfang Xianshao in the Heavenly Devil Palace. Chen-er. Dongfang Xianshao also had a look of surprise on his face. Xueqi, who was beside him, couldn't react in time. He hurriedly asked Chen-er, "Why are you here?" After hearing their conversation, Zhao Qingyun was a little stunned. He glanced at the three of them and said in surprise, "You guys actually know each other?" "Of course, master. Dongfang Xianshao is my foster father. We were originally from Yuanling City." Long Chen reacted and hurriedly explained. He had thought it through. Since Xueqi was from the Heavenly Devil Palace, it was normal for them to come here. However, Long Chen didn't expect that Xueqi was actually Zhao Qingyun's daughter. Their relationship was a mess now. Zhao Qingyun was pleasantly surprised by this result. So it turned out that he was related to Long Chen. This was great. Their relationship was even more stable now. At this moment, the four of them stood together. Dongfang Xianshao and Xueqi were carefully sizing up Long Chen. Dongfang Xianshao impatiently asked, "Chen-er, the Long Chen who was rumored to have killed the 9th prince and is now being hunted down. Is that you?" This was what he was most concerned about. When he first heard the news, he didn't believe it. In his opinion, no matter how fast Long Chen's progress was, it was impossible for him to reach such a level in such a short period of time. "Of course it's me. Otherwise, why would I be here?" Long Chen smiled. Shortly after he asked, "Foster father, did you go back to Yuanling City?" If he didn't go back to Yuanling City, Dongfang Xianshao would probably think that Long Chen was already dead. "Yes, I went back. At that time, you seem to have entered the Blazing Sky secret realm. Kuer and I waited for you for a while, but we didn't see you coming out, so we hurried on our way," said Dongfang Xianshao. Because of this, he found out that Long Chen wasn't dead. Not only was he still alive, but he had also become even more powerful. "Chen-er, I didn't expect you to improve so much." "Oh right, Daddy, how did you know Chen-er?" Xueqi looked at Long Chen and asked. Chapter 348. You'll have to ask him. Zhao Qingyun smiled mysteriously. Since Zhao Qingyun didn't say anything, Long Chen had to say, "Foster father and my beautiful foster mother, I'm afraid our seniority will be messed up in the future, because I'm his personal disciple and he's my master." "That's a good thing. If you can become my father-in-law's personal disciple, your cultivation should advance by leaps and bounds." Dongfang Xianshao was sincerely happy for Long Chen. At this time, the others didn't leave immediately. Many people were straining their ears to hear what Long Chen and others were talking about. Foster father. In a blur, they only heard a name. When they were far away from the Devil Palace, the third demon elder said angrily, "How dare he? I thought he was the real Long Chen. I didn't expect him to be the foster son of the #1 loser, Dongfang Xianshao. It turns out that he has connections. No wonder the palace master is so protective of him and gave him the title of Long Chen." The palace master is getting more and more ridiculous. Next to him, the second demon elder, an old woman, also shook her head. "Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll just drag him out for a walk. We'll know what's going on with this kid when we see what's going on. We don't have to be anxious. If Long Chen can't do it, he'll end up like Dongfang Xianshao, losing face for the palace master, not for us. I hope that the palace master will learn from this lesson and find a real disciple to inherit his mantle." At this time, the silent great demon elder said in a hoarse voice, "Mantle? No matter how powerful a disciple is, he can't be compared to the top disciple of the three of us. Even my disciple is about to break through to the 7th level of the Sky River realm, not to mention that your personal disciple has already reached the 8th level of the Sky River realm. When the palace master finds a suitable disciple, maybe your disciple has already reached the reaching heaven state. At that time, he won't have to be the palace master anymore," the third demon elder said with resentment. "Shut up, third demon elder. Don't say that now. Zhao Qingyun is the strongest in the Celestial Devil Palace. We are no match for him even if we join hands. If you want to die, don't drag us down." The first demon elder gave the third demon elder a warning look and then walked away. And the news that Long Chen had become Zhao Qingyun's direct disciple because of his connections gradually spread from their mouths to the entire Heavenly Devil Palace. From this day onwards, a person named Long Chen had appeared in the Heavenly Devil Palace. Of course, whether he was the real Long Chen or not, no one knew. In fact, with Dongfang Xuanxiao's age, he was only at the first level of the Heavenly River tier, which made him the weakest in the Sky Demon Palace. This didn't make him seem special, but it was different when he married Zhao Xianhua, the daughter of the Sky Demon Palace Master Zhao Qingyun. She was the daughter of the heavens. So who would be willing to marry a pig? Therefore, in the Celestial Devil Palace, Dongfang Xianxiao had a resounding reputation. The #1 good-for-nothing in the world. Of course, Long Chen didn't know this. With his current temperament, if he heard it, he would beat up anyone who dared to say it. At this time, Long Chen had already told Dongfang Xianxiao about becoming Zhao Qingyun's disciple. They immediately became familiar with each other. Long Chen also knew that Dongfang Xianxiao and Xueqi were married. After 18 years of suffering, they finally got married. Long Chen was happy for them from the bottom of his heart. By the way, you rushed in excitedly just now. It's a little inappropriate. I think there must be some good news. Zhao Qingyun was very happy to have a personal disciple like Long Chen. Xianxiao, you tell him. Xueqi was a little embarrassed and blushed. Father-in-law, I have good news for you. You're going to be a grandfather. This was the first time Dongfang Xianxiao had experienced such a scene, so he was a little restrained. After all, he had never been a father before. At this time, he was like a child in front of an elder like Zhao Qingyun. Ku is pregnant. Zhao Qingyun was shocked and immediately burst into laughter. He said, "Today is really a day of double happiness. Not only are you reunited with Long Chen, but you've also given birth to a child. Double happiness. Congratulations." Long Chen was also very happy. This child had come late. He was late for almost 18 years. If the Blue Dragon Patriarch hadn't separated them back then, their child would probably be about the same age as Long Chen. This was a joyous occasion. Coupled with the fact that Long Chen had come to the Celestial Devil Palace, the four of them were very happy. Although they weren't related by blood, Long Chen felt very comfortable in this kind of environment. It was a heartwarming dinner with only 4 people in it. At the dining table, Long Chen chatted with them about his recent experiences. Of course, many of the topics involved his own secrets, so Long Chen downplayed them. Even so, Xianxiao and the others were shocked to hear it. Chen, it's really been hard on you. Xueqi was about to become a mother. Since Long Chen called her his adoptive mother, she also treated Long Chen like a child. She felt very sad when she heard that her child was suffering. After a while, Zhao Qingyun stood up and said, "You guys talk for a while. Long Chen, I'll go get the fire refinement essence for you." The fire refinement essence was a necessity for Xiao Lang. Long Chen had to get it as soon as possible, so he nodded. After Zhao Qingyun left, Dongfang Xianxiao said to Long Chen with a solemn expression, "Chen, there's one thing you have to remember. You can't tell anyone about Ku being imprisoned in the Star Demon Prison. I'll only say that we were trapped in a secret realm for 20 years. I understand. Adoptive father, you're worried that Master will get angry and destroy the Lingwu family." After all, the Lingwu family was Dongfang Xuanxiao's root. Moreover, Long Chen guessed that Dongfang Xianxiao already knew that the culprit, the Blue Dragon Patriarch, had been killed by Long Chen. There was no need to destroy the entire Lingwu family, even if the Blue Dragon Patriarch was dead. That's right. After all, it's the family that gave birth to me. Ku can understand me, Dongfang Xianxiao said helplessly. I still have so much time to spend with you and our child. Big brother Xianxiao, I'm already very satisfied. Xueqi looked at Dongfang Xianxiao and said affectionately, "Their relationship isn't any less than mine and little Xi's. However, I definitely can't let little Xi suffer like this," Long Chen swore in his heart. While they were talking, Zhao Qingyun quickly returned with close to 20 flame essences in his hands. Because the light of the flame essences was too bright, Zhao Qingyun only lit them up slightly before putting them into his cosmos sack and handing them over to Long Chen. These were obtained by the disciples when they participated in the earth vein of fire last time. They're useless to me, so I'll give them all to you, Zhao Qingyun said with a faint smile. To be able to obtain such a good thing without paying any price, Long Chen was filled with gratitude towards Zhao Qingyun. He had always been a person who knew how to repay kindness. Zhao Qingyun's kindness to him today, he would naturally return it 100-fold in the future. Master, The earth vein of fire that you mentioned has a lot of these fire essences and many high-level demonic beasts, Long Chen asked. Indeed, the earth vein of fire is actually a huge river of magma. There are many fire essences and fire-type demonic beasts living in it. Why do you ask? Zhao Qingyun asked. I need a lot of fire-type treasures, whether it's fire essences or fire-type demonic beasts beast cores. So, when can I make a trip to the earth vein of fire? Long Chen asked expectantly. The earth vein of evolving fire will open every once in a while. It will open once every 2 months or so. However, before that, do you have the confidence to make it into the top 10 of all the disciples of Heaven Demon Palace? The top 10 disciples are usually at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. Zhao Qingyun asked with some hope. Sure, Long Chen said decisively. Then there's no problem. Zhao Qingyun smiled gratifyingly. She could tell that Long Chen was a confident person. At the same time, he seemed to have the basis for his confidence. After chatting for a while, Dongfeng Xianxiao sent Xueqi back to her residence because she needed to rest. Anyway, they were both in the Heaven Demon Palace, and there would be plenty of opportunities to meet Long Chen, so there was no hurry. Next, Zhao Qingyun arranged a residence for Long Chen. This was the residence of the Heaven Demon Palace Master's personal disciples, and it was called the Azure Cloud Residence. The Azure Cloud Residence was quite large, and every personal disciple could have their own independent courtyard. All the daily necessities were available. Before this, Zhao Qingyun had also let Long Chen get to know his 8 senior brothers and sisters. However, these people's aptitudes were indeed rather ordinary, and their courage and insight were also rather ordinary. Long Chen didn't even remember a single one of them. However, although they weren't good at cultivation, Zhao Qingyun didn't discriminate against them and treated them as true disciples. On the path of cultivation, a master could only play the role of guidance. Most of the time, one still had to rely on oneself. In terms of guidance, Zhao Qingyun actually did a good job. At least, he never lacked anything that his disciples needed. However, they just happened to be disappointing, and Zhao Qingyun couldn't do anything about it. Now, he could only hope that Long Chen would be able to live up to his expectations. After all, as the Heaven Demon Palace Master, it would be a bit embarrassing if he didn't have a worthy disciple. When Long Chen returned to his residence, and when Zhao Qingyun also left, the other personal disciples gathered together and began to discuss in low voices. Do you guys believe that he's the legendary Long Chen who killed the 6 commanders of the Imperial City Guards and the entire Wu tribe? Looking at 9th junior brother's appearance, there's a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he's only at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, I would believe it. Don't think too much about it. Isn't there a rumor that he's the adopted son of Dongfeng Xianxiao? Master only accepted him as a disciple because of his daughter. He wants someone to stand up for our palace master's personal disciples. Everyone, don't think too much about it. Go back and cultivate. Chapter 349. Long Chen didn't know how many times he had changed residences, but because Dongfeng Xianxiao and the others were here, he felt like home. As soon as they entered the residence and closed the door, Lingxi impatiently came out of the Lingxi sword. A tiny figure appeared in front of Long Chen, swaying non-stop. Long Chen hadn't experienced such a scene in a long time. Long Chen gently placed the unconscious Xiao Lang on the soft bed, while Lingxi watched obediently. Big brother Chen, I want you to hug me to sleep, Lingxi said in a slightly distressed manner. She was already used to that method. Now that it had suddenly changed back to this, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Don't worry, I will kill my way back to Baiyang Imperial City in 3 months. The 9 Heavens Celestial Fruit is something I must obtain. Long Chen stretched out his palm and let Lingxi rest on it. Lingxi nodded her head solemnly and said, Big brother Chen, I'm actually fine. I just miss the feeling of having a body. However, the current me has a lot of soul power. Furthermore, there are many spiritual medicines in the Heavenly Demon Palace. I don't have to worry about my life fading away. Furthermore, I can help you a lot. Little Shi, do you like the current me better than the previous me who was just a burden? I will like you no matter what you become, but I don't like others making decisions for me. This time, Lin Zichen forced you to give up the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus. Next time, I must take his life, Long Chen said indifferently as he looked at the starry sky outside the window. Big brother Chen, I think that what your master said makes sense. On the path of cultivation, one's temperament is very important. If you are a little more calm, it might be better for you, Lingxi said softly as she sat on Long Chen's shoulder. Long Chen nodded. However, I can't waste this single-horned rhinoceros king. I'm currently at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, and in the Heavenly Demon Palace, it's really not enough. Who knows, if someone provokes me, I might even be humiliated. The one-horned rhinoceros king was a greeting gift from Zhao Qingyun to Long Chen. Long Chen directly used blood refinement to chi on the one-horned rhinoceros king's beast blood. A 7th-tier Earth-tier demonic beast only allowed his true chi to return to the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. There was still some distance from his peak of the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen pondered, blood sacrifice is truly a heaven-defying magic ability. In the future, I will definitely have to use it sparingly. Otherwise, my cultivation base will continue to fall. Unless I am in a life-or-death situation, I will definitely not use it. This time, I'm going to try to cultivate steadily and see if I can reach the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Also, I've condensed the Heavenly River quickly during this period of time. I have to find a place outside that's close to starlight and slowly consolidate my previous cultivation. Isn't the peak of Mount Emperor Demon the closest place to starlight? Lingxi tilted her head and thought. Little Shi, you are really too smart. Tomorrow, I will ask Master if I can go up there to cultivate. From today onwards, I will settle down and focus on cultivation until I have the ability to deal with Lin Zichen, or even the ability to become the strongest person in Songyang country. Long Chen's heart was filled with passion. In the midst of cultivation, time gradually passed. When it was almost daybreak, Long Chen realized that Xiao Lang finally had some movement. Xiao Lang's awakening made him exceptionally excited. These days, Lingxi had also treated Xiao Lang as her younger brother. Now that Xiao Lang had woken up, she was also very excited. Relying on the communication of their souls, Lingxi told Xiao Lang everything that had happened after Xiao Lang had fallen into a coma. Only then did Xiao Lang know why he was here. From Lingxi's words, Long Chen also knew that Xiao Lang's burning of the flame of life had caused a lot of negative effects on him. At least, his strength had dropped from the 5th level of the Earth rank to the 4th level of the Earth rank. Long Chen and Xiao Lang were actually very similar in many aspects. The combination of refining blood into qi and blood sacrifice was similar to the upgrade of Xiao Lang's flame of life and devouring flame. However, Long Chen was superior to Xiao Lang because he used the blood sacrifice to increase his strength dramatically, at the cost of a drop in level. On the other hand, Xiao Lang's life was in danger. Afraid that Xiao Lang would act impulsively again, Long Chen could only say this to him seriously. In the future, if you burn the flame of life again, I will not recognize you as my brother. Xiao Lang nodded a little awkwardly. These flame essences are all yours. Moreover, I will tell you a good news. After a period of time, we will enter a place called the Evolving Fire Vein. There are a lot of flame essences there, and there are also a lot of fire attribute high-level demon beasts. So, Xiao Lang, the opportunity for you to improve quickly and even far surpass me has arrived. Long Chen said with some excitement. Xiao Lang's eyes widened. He was obviously very excited. And the flame essences that Long Chen already had in his hands made him even more excited. It could be said that if this evolving fire vein really existed, it was simply Xiao Lang's heaven. However, the premise is that my strength can rank in the top 10 among the disciples of the Heavenly Devil Palace, Long Chen said. At this time, Lingxi and Xiao Lang talked for a while. Then, Lingxi bared her fangs and brandished her claws at Long Chen, saying, Chen, Xiao Lang wants you to work hard. If he can't go to the evolving fire vein, he will not want you as his brother anymore. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Lang was counterattacking him. However, the feeling of working hard together was really good. Seeing that Lingxi had become more lively, Long Chen realized that he had been wrong to ask Lingxi to maintain the body of the mysterious sky jade lotus. Now, Lingxi could really help Long Chen. Therefore, she should be more happy and carefree, instead of being a useless person and becoming a burden to Long Chen. Little Shi, I'm sorry. I haven't considered your own opinion, Long Chen said seriously. What? I don't know what you are talking about. Xiao Lang, let's go and play. Let's ignore this guy who wants to cultivate. Long Chen's days in the Heavenly Devil Palace were peaceful. His life became very monotonous. Because of Zhao Qingyun's permission, he basically didn't go back to the Blue Cloud residence. Instead, He stayed at the peak of the Emperor Demon Mountain day and night. Usually, he would cultivate at the peak of the Emperor Demon Mountain. Every once in a while, he would go down to see Dongfang Xianshao and Xianku and accompany Dongfang Xianshao. Apart from this, Long Chen did not even go to other places in the Heaven Devil Palace. His silhouette flashed in the Devil Hall, and then just like Zhao Qingyun, he appeared and disappeared like a ghost, disappearing from everyone's vision. Time slowly passed, and if it wasn't for someone occasionally bringing up such a joke about having connections, the people of the Heaven Devil Palace would have almost forgotten about him. Regarding this disdain, Long Chen had heard it once when he passed by. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was originally Long Chen. Obviously, people thought that he had impersonated Long Chen because of Xianshao and became the direct disciple of the Heavenly Devil Palace Master. This really made him speechless. However, recently, Long Chen had been taking care of his body and mind, suppressing the murderous intent in his heart. He learned a lot from Zhao Qingyun's calm attitude, which made him more broad-minded. He had already learned to laugh at such slander. There were many things that didn't need to be explained. When Long Chen really soared, everyone would be blinded by his brilliance. At the place closest to the starlight, he cultivated the heavenly river Tier. Days and nights passed. The 18 galaxies rotated above Long Chen's head. Not only did Long Chen's cultivation level advance towards the 6th level of the heavenly river Tier, but he also firmly consolidated the heavenly river in the first 5 levels, making his foundation even more solid. The peak of Mount Demon Emperor was surrounded by clouds and mist. Not a single blade of grass grew. Looking down from this place, one could see the scenery of thousands of miles. The city below, in Long Chen's eyes, was only the size of a palm. This showed how high Long Chen's current position was. Day and night, Long Chen was immersed in cultivation, and Lingxi accompanied him as always. As for Xiao Lang, he didn't need to cultivate anymore. After swallowing nearly 20 refined fire essences, his strength returned to the 5th level of the Earth Tier, which was the same as Long Chen's 5th level of the Heavenly River Tier. Moreover, like Long Chen, he was also very close to the 6th level. All the mountains looked small. Long Chen stood up in the strong wind at the peak of the mountain, his clothes fluttering in the wind. A month had passed. At this time, his expression was even more reserved. Faint starlight flowed in his eyes and skin, and the redness in his eyes gradually faded, allowing him to regain his clarity. After going through that crazy road of life and death, coupled with the meticulous cultivation on Mount Demon Emperor, Long Chen's temperament had once again taken a big step forward. However, you finally understand and have learned. With your current progress, you will soon reach the 6th level of the Heavenly River Tier. This was Zhao Qingyun's evaluation of him. On this day, Long Chen completely finished his cultivation and returned to Heaven Demon Palace. He first met with Dongfang Xianshao for a while, then reported to Zhao Qingyun, and planned to continue to the peak of Mount Demon Emperor. He wasn't afraid of tiredness and boredom. Basically, with Xiao Lang and Lingxi accompanying him, these things didn't exist. After leaving Heaven Demon Palace, not long after Long Chen walked, he discovered that there were people in front of him. He didn't want to be nosy, but the things in front of him seemed to be a bit too much. Brat, quickly lick us clean, lick us one by one. Stick up your butt and let us lick it. If you don't lick us clean, we brothers will make your butt blossom today. Yes, lick Big Brother until he's comfortable. If Big Brother is happy, he might even reward you with some heavenly river pills. Long Chen saw a row of Heaven Demon Palace disciples standing in front of them, and in front of them, a young man dressed as a servant disciple was kneeling. This young man was crying and begging for mercy, but seeing the tough attitude of the other party, it was probably useless even if he begged. Chapter 350. Long Chen didn't care about such a small dispute. After all, he didn't seem to know anyone in the Sky Devil Palace. However, when he walked closer, he discovered that the kneeling disciple looked a little familiar. He should be the disciple that did odd jobs for Long Chen and the other personal disciples in the Clear Sky residence. He had only met him a few times, and Long Chen had a slight impression of him. In his impression, this guy should be quite timid. Those disciples standing in a row were all arrogant and despotic. Their backgrounds shouldn't be small. At this moment, they all pulled their feet out of their boots and placed them in a row on the ground, wanting the odd job disciple to help them lick their feet clean. These feet all reeked, and yet they were licked clean by the service disciple. This was too much of a bully. At the very least, they had met a few times before. Seeing that the disciple was about to close his eyes and submit, Long Chen walked over. The moment Long Chen appeared, those disciples saw him. However, they naturally didn't recognize Long Chen. Long Chen had only shown his face for a short while in the demon palace. Other times, he appeared and disappeared unpredictably. These ordinary disciples had heard of his reputation, but most of them didn't know his name. "Who are you?" one of the disciples arrogantly asked Long Chen. "Get up, I'll send you back." Long Chen couldn't be bothered with them, and directly pulled his odd job disciple up. Seeing Long Chen appear, the disciple instantly revealed a relieved expression. He knew that Long Chen was at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. Although it wasn't considered strong in the Sky Devil Palace, he was still slightly stronger than these disciples in front of him. He was already very surprised that he could escape this calamity today. Otherwise, he didn't know if he could survive to lick those stinky feet clean. Long Chen's attitude angered those guys. They all clamored, "Brat, are you courting death? Do you know our identities? We are the personal disciples of the 3 demon elders. I advise you to scram within a breath's time. Otherwise, you will have to be like this brat and help us." As they spoke, they surrounded Long Chen. As long as Long Chen didn't leave immediately, they would attack. Xiao Lang was right behind Long Chen, and when he saw how arrogant these disciples were, he couldn't stand it any longer. He spat out a mouthful of flame, scaring the disciples into retreating. Looking at how they screamed and fled, it turned out that they were all useless. What kind of demonic beast is this? They were surprised to see Xiao Lang. No matter what kind of demonic beast it dares to offend us. Brothers, let's kill it. Tonight, we'll have wolf stew. With one person taking the lead, the others responded one after another. They used their combat skills and were about to attack Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang had too much free time recently. It was rare for someone to bump into him, so he immediately transformed into his combat form. It had a strong and huge body, sharp teeth and claws, black flames flowing on its fur, and a golden sun mark on its forehead. All of these made the wolf cub look extremely terrifying. When the wolf cub transformed into its battle form, before they could even attack, they were already so scared that they almost peed their pants. One by one, they cried and screamed as they fled frantically. Very quickly, they disappeared from Long Chen's sight. What a bunch of trash who bully the weak and fear the strong. Long Chen smiled helplessly. At this time, the wolf cub's interest was also low. It thought that it could have some fun, but it didn't expect that they were all trash. Just now they were all half dead, but when the wolf cub flew into a rage, they all turned into turtles and fled with their tails between their legs. Thank you. The odd job disciple looked at Xiao Lang in awe, then said to Long Chen. According to the rumors, Long Chen was trash, but now, Long Chen's face was calm, as if everything was under his control. He shouldn't be trash. I've seen you a few times. You should be in Clear Sky Residence. Long Chen tried to probe. Yes. I even went to clean up for you a few times, but you were not there. What should I call you? The odd job disciple said. You are not as old as me. Just call me Brother Chen. What's your name? Long Chen had nothing to do, and he was worried that those guys would cause trouble for him again. So he decided to send him back. Brother Chen, my name is Wang Xing. I am an odd job disciple, but I will be promoted to an ordinary disciple in 2 months. Speaking up to here, Wang Xing was a little excited. Becoming an official disciple of Sky Demon Palace was his dream. Not long ago, there was a possibility that this dream could be realized. Those guys might cause trouble for you. I will send you back. Long Chen called out to Xiao Lang, then said to Wang Xing, Thank you, Brother Chen. Wang Xing's eyes instantly revealed pleasant surprise. He had originally thought that Long Chen would be like what the rumors said, that he had become the personal disciple of Sky Demon Palace Master because of his connections. But looking at him now, Long Chen was full of confidence and calmness. He could not tell in any way that he was weaker than others. Along the way, Wang Xing took advantage of this rare opportunity. Moreover, Long Chen was easy to talk to, so he kept chatting with Long Chen. I don't know why they are targeting me. I don't even know them. Maybe they just happened to meet me and wanted to make fun of me. But these people are really too much. Wang Xing clenched his fists. When I have the strength, I won't need Brother Chen to save me. I will be able to defeat all those who bully me by myself. Then do your best. Seeing that he was so full of fighting spirit, Long Chen smiled. He could tell that this young man's potential was not bad. He was very motivated and only lacked experience. Brother Chen, you are the personal disciple of the Palace Master. You should be able to obtain the 3 great secret techniques of Sky Demon Palace, right? When they were about to reach the verdant cloud residence, Wang Xing suddenly asked with some anticipation. I heard that the 3 great secret techniques are the pinnacle battle skills of Sky Demon Palace. This is my dream. I really hope that one day, I can cultivate these 3 great secret techniques. What are the 3 great secret techniques? I have just arrived at Sky Demon Palace, so I don't know. Long Chen asked a little doubtfully. Ah, Brother Chen, could you really be the legendary Long Chen who killed the 6 great commanders of the royal family and exterminated the race? Wang Xing's mouth opened wide. If Long Chen knew about the 3 great secret techniques, then he should have a deep understanding of Sky Demon Palace because of his connections. But Long Chen did not know about it. From this, it could be seen that he was very likely an outsider. Do you think I am? Long Chen teased. I guess. I don't know either. But my intuition tells me that you are. Wang Xing said without hesitation. Then you can take it as you are. Alright, you just mentioned the 3 great secret techniques. What are they? Tell me in detail. Long Chen said. Speaking of the 3 great secret techniques, Wang Xing was very excited. Our Sky Demon Palace is rumored to have a total of 3 heaven-tier battle skills. Listen carefully. They are not advanced earth-tier battle skills. They are true heaven-tier battle skills. There are 3 heaven-tier battle skills. This surprised Long Chen. 3 heaven-tier battle skills were not a joke. If they really existed, then these 3 heaven-tier battle skills should be the treasures of Sky Demon Palace. They were basically on the same level as the Demon God Sword. Wang Xing, tell me in detail. The 3 great secret techniques, or in other words the 3 heaven-tier battle skills, what are they? Long Chen asked with interest. 3 great heaven-tier battle skills. The first is a movement battle skill called the Traceless Spectre. It is rumored that the Traceless Spectre is extremely heaven-defying. When it is used, it is like a phantom. Even fighters of the same level will find it difficult to catch your figure. However, such a miraculous battle skill can only be ranked 3rd among the 3 great secret techniques. Ranked 2nd is a mystique battle skill. It's called the Great Magic of Dao Heart Demon Seed. It's a mystique, and it's said that there are 2 levels to it. Using the Great Magic of Dao Heart Demon Seed, one can plant a demon seed within one's true chi. When it's unleashed, the demon seed can explode, and basically, it can double one's true chi. As for the 2nd level of the Great Magic of Dao Heart Demon Seed, it can quadruple one's true chi. As for the one ranked 1st, it's even more amazing. It's an offensive battle technique called the Demon Emperor Sword Way. This is an extremely powerful sword technique, and I heard that the only person in the entire Sky Demon Palace who can use the Demon Emperor Sword Way is the Palace Lord. The Demon Emperor Sword Way exists within the Demon Emperor Sword, and only by obtaining the approval of the Demon Emperor Sword and becoming its master can one comprehend the Demon Emperor Sword Way. The 3 great secret techniques are the Traceless Spectre, the Demon Seed Heart, and the Demon Emperor Sword. Each one of them is the peak battle skill of the Sky Demon Palace. If I can obtain one of them, I will be satisfied for the rest of my life. But I know that I am only dreaming. Only disciples of high status and strength have the chance to obtain these 3 great secret techniques. That is why I asked Brother Chen if you have it. Wang Xing rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Long Chen pondered over what Wang Xing had said. Long Chen knew that since Zhao Qingyun had asked him to come to the Sky Demon Palace, he would definitely give him these things. Of course, he wouldn't give them for free. The disciples of the 3 great demon elders were competing for the 3 great secret techniques, and Long Chen's current cultivation level was still insufficient to obtain them. In the recent battles, I have suffered from many battle skills. Among the battle skills I have, only the Divine Fire Doppelganger can barely be of use, and the Blue Dragon battle technique is already useless. Looks like I have to put in a lot of effort in terms of battle skills. When I reach the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, I will mention this to Master. With my talent in battle skills, I might even be able to learn a heaven-grade battle skill. It had to be said that the Sky Demon Palace was practically a paradise for Long Chen's cultivation. Moreover, with his relationship with Dongfang Xianshao, he and Zhao Qingyun could be considered to be on the same side. Zhao Qingyun did not despise Dongfang Xianshao, which was enough to prove that he was a great person and a respected elder. Wang Xing, we have arrived at the Azure Cloud residence. You can go back first. I am going to the peak of Demon Emperor Mountain to cultivate. Goodbye, Long Chen said with a smile. Brother Chen, goodbye. I will work hard, Wang Xing said with determination. I will see your hard work. If you improve, I don't mind giving you something, Long Chen said with a smile. Chapter 351. In Long Chen's inventory, there were many things that were useless to him, but were extremely valuable to Wang Xing. After getting Long Chen's permission, Wang Xing returned happily. Wang Xing's matter did not take up much time. Long Chen returned to the peak of Mount Emperor Demon. If the 3 heaven-class secret skills are managed by Master, he will definitely give them to me when I have cultivated to a certain level. However, in the Heavenly Demon Palace, the 3 great demon elders seem to have quite a bit of influence. It seems that if I want to get these 3 secret skills, I still have to rely on my own hard work. At the very least, I have to fight for the heaven-class sword skill, Demon Emperor Sword Principle. Long Chen sat on the peak, cultivating steadily while thinking about these things. As for the Traceless Spectre and the Great Demonic Seed Technique of Tao and Heart, I'll mention these 2 heaven-level battle skills to master when I reach the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. With the talent that the mysterious Dragon Jade has given me, even if it's a heaven-level battle skill, there should be a chance for me to cultivate it. As long as I master it, my battle prowess will at least increase significantly. There's no need to mention the Traceless Spectre. It's definitely an extremely powerful movement technique, and the Great Demonic Seed Technique of Tao and Heart is even more miraculous. It can actually increase the explosive power of true Qi by 2 to 4 times. Doesn't that mean that after I transform with the Dragon's Soul, my true Qi will skyrocket again and completely overwhelm people of the same level, or even a level higher? If that was the case, the Great Demonic Seed Technique of Tao and Heart would be something that Long Chen had to obtain. Movement techniques, mystical powers, and offensive battle skills. If these 3 were all heaven-level battle skills, Long Chen would not need the rest at all. Thinking of this, his heart burned with passion, and he had an even greater goal to strive for. However, after coming to the Heavenly Demon Palace, he had learned the word tranquility from Zhao Qingyun. No matter how hot his heart was, he slowly and completely immersed himself in cultivation. He continuously communicated with the power of the stars, stabilizing the Milky Way in his body while increasing his true Qi. Days passed, and Long Chen progressed very quickly, approaching the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier step by step. He had reached the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier before, so the breakthrough this time was much easier. Finally, after 5 days, Long Chen successfully condensed the 6th pair of yin-yang galaxy and successfully reached the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Last time, when he was at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen used the blood sacrifice, and his strength reached the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. In the end, he regressed by 2 levels, and reached the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier. Now, with the help of refining blood into Qi and his own quiet cultivation, his strength finally returned to the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, reaching the strongest cultivation level he had ever reached. Moreover, this breakthrough was completely achieved through solid cultivation, so his cultivation level was more stable, and the battle strength he could display was also more powerful. Standing up at the peak of Mount Emperor Demon, Long Chen suddenly felt light. The improvement in his strength made his various senses much sharper. "Chen, you broke through again." Lingxi flew out from beside Long Chen's ear, and danced in front of Long Chen's eyes. The 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen nodded. "Although I did not use refining blood into Qi, the speed is not bad, and this kind of cultivation has made my foundation much more solid." "That's great," Lingxi praised with a smile. Long Chen advanced step by step towards his goal, and Lingxi was also happy for him. Maybe one day, he'll really kill his way back to Baiyang Imperial City and obtain the 9 heavenly immortal fruit. It's just that at that time, how should I choose? Lingxi felt a little conflicted in her heart. Long Chen did not know what she was conflicted about. After reaching the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen did not stop cultivating. He needed some time to digest and consolidate his current cultivation level. From morning to noon, Long Chen wanted to go back to the Heaven Demon Palace. After all, for this breakthrough, he had not gone back many times. Now was the time to go back, and also to tell the good news to Zhao Qingyun, Dongfang Xianxiao, and the others. During this period of time, Zhao Qingyun took great care of Long Chen, and basically granted all his requests. So in his heart, Long Chen had truly acknowledged him as his master. Come to think of it, Zhao Qingyun could be considered the first master on Long Chen's path of cultivation. Currently, Long Chen had learned the freedom and tranquility of a devil from him. Of course, as Long Chen's master, he would definitely give Long Chen a lot of benefits. Long Chen first went to Dongfang Xuanxiao's home. Dongfang Xianxiao and Zhao Qingyun's days were very peaceful. Long Chen liked it. However, the current him still needed to fight crazily for this goal. As long as he obtained the 9 heavens celestial fruit, he would have the same qualifications as Dongfang Xianxiao. Dongfang Xianxiao had expected Long Chen to reach the 6th level of the heavenly river tier. He knew how heaven-defying his foster son was. He had climbed from a nameless nobody to where he was today, to a level that even he had to look up to. Afterward, Long Chen found Zhao Qingyun, who was in the midst of cultivation in his temporary residence. Master, I've reached the 6th level of the heavenly river tier. Long Chen went straight to the point when he arrived in front of him. Not bad. You've reached the 6th level of the heavenly river tier. Zhao Qingyun asked, not bad. You've reached it 10 days earlier than I expected. However, 1 month and 5 days have already passed, so there's less than 2 months left. Does he still have the confidence to surpass the 8th level of the heavenly river tier? Zhao Qingyun asked. Of course he's confident. However, Master, I want to ask for a battle technique today. Long Chen had always been straightforward when he spoke to Zhao Qingyun. He didn't mince his words at all. Zhao Qingyun was slightly speechless when he saw Long Chen like this at first. However, he had gradually gotten used to it. Aside from Long Chen, there wasn't any personal disciple who dared to directly ask for something in front of Zhao Qingyun. And this wasn't the first time that Long Chen had done this. Of course, the fact that Long Chen dared to do this also meant that he was much more superior to Zhao Qingyun's other personal disciples now. Zhao Qingyun's strongest disciple was only at the 6th level of the heavenly river tier, and was already far from being a match for Long Chen. What do you want? Zhao Qingyun asked seriously. He saw that Long Chen had come aggressively, so the thing that he wanted to ask for was probably not ordinary. Traceless demon shadow, or the great demonic seed technique of Dao Heart. He. Long Chen knew how precious these two things were, so he was slightly embarrassed to say it out loud. At least for now, he hadn't done anything for Zhao Qingyun yet. In the current Heaven Devil Palace, there weren't many people who believed that Long Chen was the Long Chen of the outside world. In fact, because of Long Chen's existence, Zhao Qingyun's prestige and position in the hearts of his disciples had decreased considerably. Zhao Qingyun was slightly speechless. He knew that Long Chen had a big appetite, but he hadn't thought that it was to such an extent. A mere 6th level of the heavenly river tier dared to ask for a heaven tier battle technique. One had to know that the 3rd level was a dividing line. The first 3 levels of the heavenly river tier were considered elementary, and the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of the heavenly river tier were considered intermediate. Long Chen was currently only at intermediate level of the heavenly river tier, and he actually wanted to cross over these 2 massive chasms to learn a heaven tier battle technique. If you reach the 7th level of the heavenly river tier, then you can try to learn a heaven tier battle technique. But now, you basically won't be able to successfully cultivate it, Zhao Qingyun said with a frown. It looked like it wasn't that he didn't want to give it to Long Chen, but that he felt that Long Chen wouldn't be able to learn it anyway, so there was no need for him to rush for quick success and delay his cultivation. Master, I have an extraordinary talent for battle techniques. When I was still at the Divine Core Realm, I could already cultivate a high-grade Earth tier battle technique. Therefore, I can guarantee that when I cultivate a Heaven tier battle technique, I won't be any weaker than those at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen patted his chest and said confidently, Are you sure that you cultivated a high-grade Earth tier battle technique when you were at the Divine Core Realm? Zhao Qingyun was shocked, and asked, I guarantee it. Of course, what Long Chen said was the Divine Flame clone. However, he had slightly exaggerated it. He had successfully cultivated the Divine Flame clone after he reached the Heavenly River tier. Of course, he had exaggerated it because he wanted to obtain a Heaven tier battle technique as soon as possible. Alright, I can let you try. But, if you can't do it, you must stop cultivating as soon as possible, so that you won't be able to improve your cultivation level. You should know that cultivation level is the foundation of everything. Zhao Qingyun nodded and said, What is Master going to give me? Long Chen didn't expect it to be so easy, and he felt a little excited. It looked like Zhao Qingyun was definitely a good master. Long Chen had made the right choice by choosing Mount Demon Emperor instead of the West Sea Nation. Of course, he always knew how to repay kindness. Today, Zhao Qingyun had given him something good, and when he became a powerful warrior in the future, he would definitely return the favor to Heavenly Demon Palace. The great art of Tao Demonic Seed is the reward for the disciple who ranked first in the Fire Evolution Earth Vein. I don't have the right to give it to you without permission. After all, this is something passed down by our ancestors, and we have our ancestors' rules. However, I do have the right to let you try the Traceless Spectre. Among all the young disciples, only 2 of them have obtained the Traceless Spectre, and they are both at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Thank you, Master. Obtaining the Traceless Spectre was even more helpful to Long Chen than the great art of Tao Demonic Seed. After obtaining Zhao Qingyun's permission, Long Chen was filled with gratitude. In the past, he had to put his life on the line to obtain the Traceless Spectre, but today, he was able to obtain it so easily. Long Chen was not used to it, but it felt good. The manual for the Traceless Spectre is hidden in the Martial Arts Library of Heavenly Demon Palace, and it is heavily guarded. I'll take you there now. Since she had already agreed, Zhao Qingyun did not drag her feet, and directly took Long Chen in the direction of the Martial Arts Library. Whether it was the Heavenly Demon Palace Master or Long Chen, they were both people who appeared and disappeared mysteriously in Heavenly Demon Palace. Today, the 2 of them once again appeared in public, and they quickly attracted the attention of many people. Many people did not know what Long Chen looked like because of his connections. At this moment, in the darkness not far away, a few youths were staring blankly at Long Chen. One of them cursed, "So he's that backdoor entrant. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant, using a demonic beast to scare us away." These people were the ones who bullied Wang Xing. Chapter 352. Not long after following Zhao Qingyun, a pagoda-shaped building appeared in front of them. The pagoda-shaped building had a total of 7 levels. It was solemn and dignified, completely different from what the secular world thought of as a demon. Long Chen even felt that the Heavenly Demon Palace should be called the Heavenly Deity Palace. That would be more appropriate. From afar, Long Chen could see that there were many guards beside the martial arts pavilion. Among them, there were more than 10 leaders. Their strength was around the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. They were considered a relatively high-end force in the Heavenly Demon Palace. The pagoda-shaped martial arts pavilion should be considered a sacred place for cultivation in the Heavenly Demon Palace. Long Chen and Zhao Qingyun were now standing in front of this sacred place. Within the martial arts pavilion, there are several tens of thousands of battle skills. From primary yellow tier battle skills all the way to heaven tier battle skills. There are defense, attack, movement, healing, body refining, and so on. This is the inheritance of my demonic palace for over 1,000 years. I've seen most of these battle skills, so I have quite a bit of insight into the cultivation of battle skills. If you don't understand, you can naturally ask me. Zhao Qingyun said with some pride. Tens of thousands of combat skills included various levels and types. This showed how abundant the resources of the Heavenly Demon Palace were. There were even heaven-level combat skills on the highest level of the martial arts pavilion. The security next to the martial arts pavilion is very tight. Even the palaces of the 3 great demon elders are less than 500 meters away from here. As long as there is a slight movement in the martial arts pavilion, the 3 great demon elders will immediately appear here. The 3 great demon elders are indeed very annoying at times. However, it is undeniable that they have indeed made a lot of contributions to the Heavenly Demon Palace, Zhao Qingyun said. As he spoke, Zhao Qingyun asked the guards to step aside and directly led Long Chen up. The Traceless Spectre that Long Chen wanted was directly on the 7th level of the martial arts pavilion. As he was about to get a heaven-level combat skill, Long Chen was a little excited. Just then, a series of footsteps came from behind them. Long Chen and Zhao Qingyun both turned their heads. Among the group of people, they were all elders of the Heavenly Devil Palace. Among them, there were 2 people who were clustered in front of everyone else. One of them was the short and fat but fiendish 3rd demon elder. Behind him stood a tall and sturdy young man respectfully. This young man was more than 2 meters tall. His whole body was covered with muscles. His skin was dark, and his eyes were filled with hostility. He gave Long Chen the impression that he had met the Heavenly Wolf Gang in Prince Yu's mansion. They were all ruthless characters. Standing in front of this burly young man, the third demon elder looked a little ridiculous just by looking at his appearance. Just by looking at the young man's momentum, Long Chen could roughly guess his identity. The two strongest disciples at the 8th level of the Heavenly River Realm in the Heavenly Demon Palace were the first disciples of the first Demon Elder and the second Demon Elder respectively. The first disciple of the third Demon Elder was named Yang Jun. His cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the Heavenly River Realm. It was said that he could break through to the 8th level of the Heavenly River Realm at any time. He had also practiced many advanced Earth-level combat skills. Among all the young disciples in the Heavenly Demon Palace, his comprehensive combat strength ranked 3rd. He was the disciple that the third Demon Elder was most proud of. The burly and ruthless young man in front of him must be Yang Jun. However, why did they follow Zhao Qingyun to the martial arts pavilion? Greetings, Palace Master. The third Demon Elder led the crowd and bowed to Zhao Qingyun first. After all, Zhao Qingyun was the leader of the Heavenly Demon Palace, so the etiquette could not be ignored. What are you doing here? Zhao Qingyun raised his eyebrows and asked coldly. To be honest, he didn't like the third Demon Elder very much. Palace Master, I was looking for you today. I didn't expect to see you in front of the martial arts pavilion when I passed by here. What a coincidence. It saves us a long walk. Obviously, the third Demon Elder had something to ask of Zhao Qingyun, so his tone was very polite. Tell me, what do you want? Zhao Qingyun said. Here's the thing. The third Demon Elder glanced at Yang Jun behind him with satisfaction and said, in the past, the first disciple of my eldest brother and second sister also got the Traceless Spectre when he was at the 7th level of the Heavenly River Realm. Finally, he succeeded in cultivating it. Yang Jun is about to break through to the 8th level of the Heavenly River Realm, so I beg you, Palace Master, to give the Traceless Spectre to Yang Jun to cultivate. At this time the young man, Yang Jun, also bowed to Zhao Qingyun and said, Palace Master, please believe me. I have absolute confidence that I can master the Traceless Spectre in half a year and reach the 8th level of the Heavenly River Realm. Given time, I will be able to fight against Lin Zichen of the royal family. The other elders who came to support also put in a good word for Yang Jun. In fact, Yang Jun should have gotten the Traceless Spectre long ago, but Zhao Qingyun refused when he asked for it last time. This time, they had more people, so they wanted to put pressure on Zhao Qingyun. They couldn't do it. Zhao Qingyun would still refuse so many people's requests. After all, Yang Jun was an outstanding disciple and was deeply favored by the third Demon Elder. There was no reason for Zhao Qingyun not to give face to the third Demon Elder again. Didn't I say it last time? The most important thing for Yang Jun now is to complete the 8th level of the Heavenly River Realm as soon as possible. He has been stuck at this level for a long time. If he continues to delay, it will not do him any good. Zhao Qingyun frowned. The third Demon Elder really picked a bad time this time. There was only one Traceless Spectre manual, and he had already promised to give it to Long Chen. Now, the third Demon Elder wanted to join in the fun. So who should he give the manual to? Of course, Zhao Qingyun wanted to give it to Long Chen. After all, he had already promised Long Chen, and Long Chen was his personal disciple. However, the problem was that because Long Chen was his personal disciple, the third Demon Elder would definitely put pressure on Zhao Qingyun in the name of favoritism. Palace Lord, I can already feel that my breakthrough will be completed within a month if nothing unexpected happens. I will first obtain the Traceless Spectre, and then cultivate after that. Is that all right? In any case, in the current Sky Demon Palace, there shouldn't be anyone who needs the Traceless Spectre within this month. Yang Jun's gaze was never on Long Chen. In his opinion, Long Chen was only a disciple who had become Zhao Qingyun's disciple because of his connections. He was really not worth paying attention to. Then come back after you reach the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, Zhao Qingyun said impatiently with a wave of his hand. This time, the third Demon Elder was not happy. He had brought so many people, but Zhao Qingyun still did not give him face. This really made him a little angry. Zhao Qingyun did not give Yang Jun the Traceless Spectre, which clearly showed that he did not take him seriously. How could he not be angry? So he sneered and said, Palace Master, the Traceless Spectre is in the Martial Scripture Pavilion, and no one uses it. It will be given to Yang Jun to cultivate anyway. If you give it to him now, you won't have to trouble Palace Master to personally come next time. Palace Master is not willing to give it to him today. Could it be that you have other uses for the traceless specter? For example, to give it to your personal disciple, Long Chen? The third demon elder's sarcastic words made everyone laugh. The name Long Chen had now become the laughingstock of the Sky Demon Palace. In fact, many people did not understand why Zhao Qingyun would give this person the name Long Chen because of his connections. It was to increase his popularity. Indeed, because he was also called Long Chen, his fame was like the sun in the Sky Demon Palace. The third demon elder knew that the traceless specter would not be given to Long Chen, so his words were just sarcasm. However, he never thought that he would actually guess it correctly. You are right. I came here today to give the traceless specter to Long Chen to cultivate. As for Yang Jun, you can come back when you reach the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Zhao Qingyun's voice sounded faintly. He had always been very calm, so he was not afraid of any trouble when he said it directly. As soon as the words came out, there was a complete silence. Everyone looked at Long Chen in a daze. After a while, they were sure that they did not hear wrongly. Give it to him? Are you kidding me? He is just a fake. Does he even know what a heaven tier battle skill is? Palace Master's decision is really disappointing. Could it be that Palace Master is such a biased person? This kind of chatter immediately rang out. Furthermore, each of their words was more unpleasant than the last. Not to mention Zhao Qingyun, even Long Chen frowned deeply when he heard this. Everyone else could not believe it, let alone the third demon elder and Yang Jun. At this time, Yang Jun did not say anything. He only looked at Long Chen with hatred, which contained endless killing intent. The third demon elder had always been known for his bad temper. How could he tolerate such unfairness? So he immediately put on a ferocious face and smiled. Palace Master, did I hear wrongly? Giving up a genius like Yang Jun for nothing and letting a kid with no name come out of nowhere have the traceless specter. I really can't believe it. Is this the Palace Master of Sky Demon Palace? All this decision was made just because he is your direct disciple. Palace Master, it is undeniable that your strength determines your unique position in Sky Demon Palace. But this does not mean that you can ignore the ancestral teachings and do whatever you want. I think your decision will not only disappoint me, but also the hard-working kid Yang Jun, and will also disappoint the thousands of disciples of Sky Demon Palace. Although the third demon elder's words were unpleasant, they represented everyone's thoughts at this time. Seeing that Zhao Qingyun did not speak, the third demon elder continued. My words today were indeed a bit excessive, but I think everyone's thoughts are similar to mine. If Palace Master thinks that I am wrong, please kill me. I will die without regrets. Yes, Palace Master. Although the third demon elder's words were a bit extreme, they were sincere and moved me. As for the traceless specter, I hope Palace Master can reconsider your decision. Yes, Palace Master, please reconsider. A large group of people all knelt in front of Zhao Qingyun. Only Yang Jun and the third demon elder did not kneel. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Qingyun said helplessly, stand up first. Chapter 353. To be honest, Zhao Qingyun was in a dilemma. It could only be said that the three demon elders were too smart. They had grasped Zhao Qingyun's weak spot and dealt them a blow. If Zhao Qingyun had insisted on giving the traceless specter to Long Chen today, then his reputation in the Heavenly Devil Palace would have fallen to the bottom. His image would have been completely distorted in the hearts of those disciples who were full of hope. It would have made them feel that even the Palace Lord of the Heavenly Devil Palace was a guy who favored his disciple regardless of right or wrong. Did this mean that no matter how hard they worked, it was not better than a relationship? Zhao Qingyun asked the others to get up, but no one did. Seeing this situation, the three demon elders were secretly pleased. They wanted to see how Zhao Qingyun would clean up today's mess. Palace Lord, if you don't give us an explanation, we won't get up. Those elders had come to support him under the instigation of the three demon elders. In addition, Zhao Qingyun's decision made them feel that it was indeed inappropriate, so they refused to get up. This situation made Zhao Qingyun very embarrassed, but it also achieved the three demon elders' goal. At this moment, he was very pleased with himself. Long Chen didn't expect such a scene. He raised his head and saw that Zhao Qingyun was deep in thought. Right now, he was thinking of a more perfect solution. Long Chen knew that Zhao Qingyun was more willing to hand over the traceless specter to him. Even under such pressure, he still didn't give up. This made Long Chen feel somewhat moved. This was also the reason why Long Chen had no choice but to step forward. Everyone, please listen to me. Long Chen took a few steps forward and walked to Zhao Qingyun's side. Looking at the guys kneeling in front of him, as well as the 3 demon elders, Long Chen looked around and said slowly, I asked my master for this traceless specter, and it just so happens that senior brother Yongjun also wants it today. Since ancient times, if there is any treasure, it has always been obtained by the skilled. Everyone thinks that senior brother Yongjun is skilled, so you think that I, Long Chen, do not deserve this traceless specter. But how do you judge that Yongjun is definitely stronger than me? What do you mean? Yongjun's eyes widened as he asked sinisterly. Everyone was startled. They looked at Long Chen in confusion. They found it strange. Could it be that Long Chen was saying that he was more powerful than Yongjun because of his connections? What kind of joke was that? Even the 3rd demon elder couldn't react in time. Long Chen looked at the kneeling elders and said in a cold voice, Elders, please get up first. You are all people of status in the Heavenly Devil Palace. If you kneel on the ground and cry because of such a small matter, you will not be able to live up to your status. Moreover, the Palace Lord asked you to get up, but you are not getting up. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to forcefully put the hat of inhumanity and injustice on the Palace Lord's head? I think you all have ulterior motives. Long Chen's sharp words caused the faces of the elders to turn red. They gradually realized that their actions today were too much. Based on Zhao Qingyun's character, he couldn't be bothered to argue with them. That was why they could survive today. If it were another palace lord, they would all be dead. Therefore, when one of them stood up hesitantly, the others followed suit. Beside Long Chen, Zhao Qingyun looked relieved. To be honest, he was forced into a corner just now. If he used violence to suppress them, it would only have the opposite effect. At this time, the most suitable person to step up was Long Chen. Long Chen didn't let him down. With just a few words, he resolved Zhao Qingyun's embarrassment. Kid, what did you mean by what you said just now? When everyone stood up after hearing Long Chen's words, the 3rd demon elder's mouth twitched as he asked coldly. What did you mean? Didn't you say that it was unfair to give me the traceless specter? Then tell me, how do you think it's fair? I, Long Chen, will accompany you. Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He looked straight at the 3rd demon elder and said calmly, Kid, how dare you? What kind of tone are you using to talk to me like that? You have no respect for seniority. Don't you have parents who brought you up? The 3 demon elders were furious that Long Chen dared to be so rude to them. They glared at Long Chen with killing intent in their eyes. What kind of tone is that? 3rd demon elder, I'd like to ask you what kind of tone you used when talking to my master. It seems that you have no respect for seniority. Don't you have parents who brought you up? Are you a beast? Long Chen said loudly. The 3rd demon elder pressured him by saying that he had no respect for seniority. He didn't expect that Long Chen would turn the tables on him and even call him a beast. The 3rd demon elder had been high and mighty for countless years. He didn't expect that he would have such a day. He was so angry that his face turned red. If Zhao Qingyun wasn't standing beside Long Chen, he would have attacked him already. In the Devil Hall, Long Chen had already caused him to go berserk once. And now, Long Chen caused him to be enraged once more. Yet, he had no choice but to swallow this anger into his stomach. There was no need to mention how sullen the 3 devil elders felt. It would have been fine if Long Chen didn't make sense, but what he said was very reasonable. Just now, the 3rd demon elder's tone toward Zhao Qingyun was also very rude. Seeing the 3rd demon elder embarrassed by Long Chen's few words, Zhao Qingyun was secretly pleased. Only now did he know why Long Chen could complete that amazing life and death technique. His courage played a big role in it. And the others were stunned by Long Chen. They didn't care about this young man at all. They didn't expect that this young man's words would be so sharp and bold. This unknown person who became the palace master of Celestial Devil Palace through connections was also different. While the crowd was talking, the 3rd demon elder suppressed his anger with difficulty. He thought of something and said fiercely, Your name is Long Chen, right? You want to say that you want to compete with Yongjun to see who is superior and who is more suitable for the Traceless Spectre. Fine, I will let Yongjun compete with you. Do you dare? Since I have already said it, there is no reason for me to take it back, Long Chen said with his head raised. Okay, Palace Master. Long Chen has agreed. Then let me ask, Palace Master, if my disciple Yongjun proves to you that he is countless times superior to Long Chen, then the traceless specter should belong to my disciple. The third demon elder's eyes went past Long Chen and landed on Zhao Qingyun, who was behind him. Long Chen turned around and gave Zhao Qingyun a confident look. Zhao Qingyun was a little hesitant at first, but the look in Long Chen's eyes made him make up his mind. He knew that Long Chen had killed the 6 commanders of the Imperial City Guards and exterminated the Wu tribe. He was a ruthless person who could fight against Lin Zichen, who was at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. Such a ruthless person and such confidence shouldn't lose to Yongjun, who was ranked 3rd in the Celestial Devil Palace. Since all of you have decided to do this, then so be it. Today, whoever is more outstanding will be able to obtain the Traceless Spectre. Everything depends on one's own strength. If anyone dares to go out and gossip, then don't blame me, Zhao Qingyun, for being impolite. There are many things that I don't bicker with you about, but that doesn't mean that I will never bicker with you. Zhao Qingyun's gaze was like lightning, and those who were swept by his gaze all felt their scalps go numb. Only now did they regret their earlier actions. It must be known that in the end, even if all the powerhouses of the Heavenly Devil Palace were added together, they still wouldn't be as valuable as Zhao Qingyun. For them to challenge the pillar of the Heavenly Devil Palace, wasn't that just pure idiocy? With Zhao Qingyun's consent, everything was much easier. At this time, the third demon elder breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Long Chen gloomily and said, "Since the palace lord has agreed, then I will make the rules to decide who is superior. The most suitable way is for 2 people to fight. However, there is such a big difference in cultivation level, so it's inevitable that some people will say that Yongjun has the advantage. How about this? Both of them attack me, and I won't fight back. I will only dodge and block. Whoever can break through the current cultivation level and give me the most amazing attack will be the winner. How about this? In this way, your potential will be the most important, not your strength." After saying this, the third demon elder looked at the crowd complacently. What he meant was that Long Chen's strength was completely inferior to Yongjun's, and the third demon elder didn't want to take advantage of him. So the third demon elder proposed this method to test their potential. In this way, the third demon elder and the third demon elder would undoubtedly raise the level of the master and the disciple, making them seem fair and merciful. However, Long Chen didn't think so, because both of them were attacking the third demon elder. With the third demon elder's strength, he could completely control the performance of the two. When facing Yongjun, he could go easy on him and let Yongjun perform amazingly. It was very easy for him. In such a short time, the third demon elder could come up with such a flawless method and raise their own strength. Long Chen really admired him. However, all the little tricks were nothing in front of real strength. Therefore, Long Chen was fearless. "Palace Lord, what do you think?" The third demon elder's idea made the crowd applaud. Later, the third demon elder asked Zhao Qingyun for his opinion. Zhao Qingyun naturally saw through the third demon elder's little tricks, but he believed in Long Chen. Besides, he also wanted to see with his own eyes what was so special about Long Chen's battle that could make him perform so well. "That's it. This is your idea. When you are convinced, don't talk nonsense all day. You are one of the demon elders. Don't even know how to protect the image of Heavenly Devil Palace and yourself. If I can make you a demon elder, I can also destroy you." Zhao Qingyun's tone was very calm, but the third demon elder heard the power in his words that made their hearts palpitate. "Of course I mean what I said. So, let's not waste time. You are the elder brother, so you go first." The third demon elder took a few steps back and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the others all stepped aside to make space. Chapter 354. Everyone made way for Yongjun and the 3 demon elders in front of the martial arts pavilion. Then they watched with great interest. Their gazes fell on Long Chen from time to time. What surprised them was that Long Chen did not panic or feel pressured. He stood with Zhao Qingyun and looked at the scene indifferently. He looked very calm. The expression on his face was exactly the same as Zhao Qingyun's. "No wonder they are master and disciple," someone said with emotion. "Bullshit. He's just imitating the palace master's temperament. He's pretty good at pretending. You'll be able to tell when he fights against the 3 demon elders later." At this time, Zhao Qingyun turned to look at Long Chen and said, "Are you really sure?" "No, I'm just playing by ear. Worst comes to worst, I don't want it. If it's mine, it'll be mine sooner or later. I'm used to competing with strength. Long Chen smiled faintly. It seems that you've changed a lot since you came to the Heavenly Demon Palace. Zhao Qingyun was a little proud. Really? At this time, Yang Jun and the 3 demon elders said some meaningless words and were about to start the fight. Zhao Qingyun and Long Chen didn't say anything and watched quietly. Because they wanted to figure out the strength of the 3 demon elders and think of countermeasures, Long Chen watched very carefully. At this time, Yang Jun turned his head and looked at Long Chen with provocative and vicious eyes. Then he looked at his master. The strength of the peak of the 7th level of the Heavenly River Realm burst out and instantly rushed towards the 3 demon elders. The speed of the attack was superb. Although his body was huge, it didn't affect his agility. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the 3 demon elders. Good. The 3 demon elders nodded with satisfaction and cheered for Yang Jun. Most of the onlookers were between the 6th and 7th level of the Heavenly River Realm. Only a few of them had reached the 8th level of the Heavenly River Realm. They were very satisfied with Yang Jun's performance at the beginning and started to befriend him. No wonder he's the first disciple of the 3 demon elders. I can see he's extraordinary at the first move. This was what everyone was thinking. In their opinion, Yang Jun was going to win the Traceless Spectre this time. 7 Slaughtering Demon Finger. Yang Jun shouted. Genuine qi burst out from all over his body, and a faintly discernible black qi rushed toward the 3rd demon elder. His fingers burst out, and 7 finger strikes in a row, each with great deterrence, hit the 3rd demon elder from all directions. The 7 killing demon fingers attacked the 7 most important aperture acupoints of the human body. As long as one of them was hit, it could kill him instantly. The 7 slaughtering demon finger was an advanced Earth tier battle skill. With a single glance, Long Chen could tell that this battle skill was extraordinary. 7 consecutive fingers, each one stronger than the last. Experts of the same level would find it very difficult to resist this move. Not bad. The 3rd demon elder snorted and moved his feet. In an instant, countless shadows appeared all around him. When Yang Jun's attack was over, the crowd saw that the 3rd demon elder was still far away. Yang Jun's 7 fingers had passed through the 3rd demon elder and hit nothing but air. Yang Jun. Again. He was very satisfied with Yang Jun's performance, so he called out to Yang Jun and asked him to continue displaying the advantages he had learned. Yes, master. With the encouragement of his master, Yang Jun was full of fighting spirit. He moved his tiptoes and rushed toward the 3rd demon elder again. This time, he used a more powerful attack, and this time, he also used the effect of his body maneuvering skill. Long Chen, did you see that? The 3rd demon elder used the body battle skill just now. It was a heaven tier battle skill, Vanishing Spectre. At this time, Zhao Qingyun said in Long Chen's ear. In fact, Long Chen had already guessed it. When the 3rd demon elder used it just now, there were so many of his illusions that it was impossible to tell which one was the 3rd demon elder. In a flash, Yang Jun had already passed by him. Such a battle skill, when used in battle, not only could it be used to dodge the enemy's attacks, but it could also be used to support one's own attacks. One could well imagine how useful it was. Long Chen secretly decided that he must obtain this Traceless Spectre today. Of course, Yang Jun was also fighting with all his might. Because most people were watching, the 3rd demon elder was embarrassed to go easy on Yang Jun. Moreover, Yang Jun did not need to go easy on Yang Jun 72 true demon fists. Just then, Yang Junshengong rushed to the front of the 3rd demon elder. His body shook like a wild beast and he let out a ferocious roar. Then, his muscles became as hard and dark as steel. He roared and punched at the 3rd demon elder again and again. Yang Junshengong's eyes widened. The first way. The 72 true demon fists was obviously a higher Earth tier battle skill. The 7 slaughtering demon finger just now only had 7 moves, but the 72 true demon fists had a total of 72 moves, which was more than 10 times that of the 7 moves. Moreover, the power of each move became stronger and stronger, and the final destructive power was definitely higher than that of the 7 slaughtering demon finger. Even if it was the same level of combat skills, there was still a difference in strength. For example, the 7 slaughtering demon finger was a relatively basic combat skill in the high level of the Earth level, but the actual value of the 72 true devil fists had already reached a relatively high level. The momentum of the 72 true devil punches was very great. Yang Jun was like a gust of wind, forcing the third demon elder, who could not fight back, to retreat. At this time, he was roaring crazily, punching harder and harder. His crazy look made everyone secretly shocked. Yongjun had always been known as the mad demon in the demonic palace, because he would go crazy when he was cultivating and fighting. This was also the reason why he could become the first disciple of the third demon elder among all the disciples. Honestly speaking, among the disciples of the younger generation, there were not many who were afraid of those two freaks at the 8th level of the heavenly river tier. What they were most afraid of was provoking Yongjun, because that would mean endless trouble. Today, Long Chen had obviously provoked this trouble. Boom, boom, boom. The third demon elder looked solemn. At this time, he did not use footwork, but used simple punching skills to break down Yongjun's moves. In fact, this was a kind of letting go. If he had used Traceless Shadow from the beginning, Yongjun would not have been able to force him into this situation. Now the third demon elder looked like he was using all his strength. Not bad, not bad. The third demon elder's sharp punch directly cut to the middle of Yongjun's body, directly suppressing the punch he received. However, Yongjun's fist momentum was not disturbed because of this. With a ferocious face, he roared again. True Qi roared all over his body, and suddenly punched at the third demon elder's abdomen. Everywhere it went, there were hideous black shadows. Bang! The third demon elder directly blocked this punch with his arm. However, this punch was obviously exerted by Yongjun with all his strength. The huge fist force directly shattered the third demon elder's sleeves, and part of his arm was shaken to a little red. At this time, the third demon elder knew that it was enough. The moment Yongjun hit him, his hand moved very quickly. In an instant, he directly climbed up Yongjun's neck, firmly choking him. As long as he wanted, he could kill Yongjun at any time. This meant that Yongjun had lost. However, Yongjun was secretly happy. With the strength of the 7th level of the Sky River realm, he could shatter the sleeves of a martial artist at the 9th level of the Sky River realm. This was an unprecedented good result. Of course, it was because the third demon elder let go. I've already shattered Master's sleeves, and Master probably can't even touch Long Chen. It seems that this time, the Traceless Shadow will definitely be mine. Yongjun was very happy. Under the command of the third demon elder, he silently backed off and gave the field to Long Chen. Although this brat didn't win against me, he still has the guts to go against me, Yongjun. I can't kill you openly, but there are countless ways to kill someone in this world. Long Chen, Long Chen, today can only be considered your unlucky day. Who asked you to mess around blindly and even delay my efforts? Yongjun originally thought that he could get the Traceless Shadow immediately, but he didn't expect that Long Chen would come out to make trouble and almost get the Traceless Shadow. If the third demon elder hadn't pressured the Sky Demon Palace Master, today would have been Yongjun's tragedy. If a genius couldn't even beat a disciple who had just entered the sect, there was no need for Yongjun to continue living in this world. Long Chen, perform well, Zhao Qingyun said to Long Chen. Long Chen nodded and walked into the field. The third demon elder, who had already lost a sleeve, was looking at Long Chen with great interest, his hands behind his back. It seems that the third demon elder's hands are itchy. You actually stretched out your hand to let your disciple scratch it. I don't know if your hand is still itchy. I not only know how to scratch, I know everything. Long Chen's sarcastic words immediately made the third demon elder's face turn red. He looked at Long Chen coldly and scolded, "Kid, don't be so glib-tongued in front of me. Time waits for no man. You better be neat and do it. I still have a lot of affairs to deal with in the palace. I don't have time to waste with you here." Long Chen smiled and was already preparing for battle. At the same time, he was thinking of a perfect way in his mind. It seems that I still have to use that trick, pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. Thinking of this, Long Chen slowly rushed toward the third demon elder. He didn't even use the blue dragon halberd or the dragon soul transformation. He directly used the demon spirit sword finger at the third demon elder. Such a low-level combat skill is not even qualified to scratch my itch. Seeing Long Chen's weak attack, the third demon elder suddenly burst into laughter. Sure enough, although the demon spirit sword finger was good, it was directly shattered by the third demon elder with a gentle wave of his hand. It couldn't break the third demon elder's defense at all. Long Chen turned to a look of horror and said hoarsely, "Impossible. My advanced profound level combat skill is very powerful. Why can't it even touch him?" His panicked appearance was within everyone's expectations. Chapter 355. Zhao Qingyun snickered inwardly. Long Chen was really too cunning. Everyone thought that he was a backdoor entrant, and that he was impersonating Long Chen. Therefore, he beat them at their own game and revealed his weakest side. Moreover, he pretended to be decent, which made everyone laugh. Even the 3 demon elders were very relaxed. They decided to tease Long Chen a little, and that would probably be the end of it. Of course, he didn't dare to go too far. After all, Long Chen's master, the Sky Devil Palace Lord, was still here. If he made him unhappy, it would be bad. After Zhao Qingyun's warning, the 3rd demon elder knew that they still had to care about the Palace Lord's face. Boy, let me play with you. What is the real martial arts? You can attack me without worry, the 3rd demon elder said with a smile. Impossible. Long Chen couldn't believe it. He sped up and soon came in front of the 3rd demon elder. At this time, he had already taken out the blue dragon halberd. With a move of dragon battling in the starfield, it turned into countless little dragons and swept towards the 3rd demon elder. This move is a bit interesting, but I guess it's only a primary Earth tier battle skill. Boy, is this your strongest battle skill? No wonder you want to obtain a Heaven tier battle skill. Your current battle skill is too weak. The 3rd demon elder laughed as he easily dodged Long Chen's attack. You're too weak. It's not even worth mentioning. The 3rd demon elder laughed as he easily dodged Long Chen's attack. After he finished speaking, Long Chen's dragon battling in the starfield had already been successfully dodged by him. During this process, he didn't even use Traceless Shadow, because the 3rd demon elder knew that the more relaxed he was, the lower Long Chen's potential value would be. Even dragon battling in the starfield can't touch you. Impossible. I will let you have a taste of this move now. I don't believe that even this move of mine can't deal with you. Kill. He turned into a whirlwind and swept towards the 3rd demon elder. Blue dragon combat technique. Dragon soaring to the 9th heaven. The blue dragon battle halberd danced wildly. As the halberd twisted crazily, a huge illusory dragon shadow appeared out of thin air from the 3rd demon elder's crotch and slashed upwards. If it could hit the 3rd demon elder, it could probably kill them all. However, the 3rd demon elder was already so old that it was probably useless. Not bad, but not good enough. 3rd demon elder sneered. Before Long Chen's blue dragon halberd arrived, he had already stretched one hand into the range of Long Chen's halberd and punched the side of the blue dragon halberd. Then Long Chen was shaken to one side and fell to the ground after several somersaults. His embarrassing appearance immediately made everyone laugh. They all knew that this time, the Palace Master of Celestial Devil Palace had not only accepted a good-for-nothing personal disciple, but also a weirdo. He's the same as his foster father, a useless good-for-nothing. He was quite arrogant just now and I thought he had some ability. I didn't expect him to be so weak. The corners of Yongjun's mouth twitched as he coldly laughed. The Palace Master's decision this time is really funny. I bet that in the future, Long Chen will definitely become the laughingstock of Celestial Devil Palace. He is now the laughingstock of Celestial Devil Palace. Listening to the discussion around them, the 3rd demon elder was secretly pleased. From what he said just now, it seemed that he could totally fight against Yongjun. I didn't expect him to be a good-for-nothing. But this guy is really good at bluffing. He even stunned me. 3rd demon elder was a little speechless about Long Chen. At this time, he only lightly shook off Long Chen's blue dragon halberd, but Long Chen still rolled on the ground a few times. If he really made a move, Long Chen would already be dead. Forget it. Let's quickly subdue him. With his current performance, he is not comparable to Yongjun at all. Thinking of this, 3rd demon elder came to Long Chen in an instant and said coldly, "Boy, can you still stand up?" Long Chen's face was pale. In his eyes, there was a trace of fear for 3rd demon elder. He struggled to get up from the ground, gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't lose. I am a beast warrior, and I have beast soul transformation." Haha, then show me your beast soul transformation. I'd like to see how much more powerful your beast soul transformation can be. 1/10 or 1/100th. 3rd demon elder looked disdainful and stood casually in front of Long Chen. Wait and see. Long Chen mustered up his courage and said. Then, he used Dragon Soul transformation. Fine blood-red dragon scales and bone spurs gradually covered his body. Wow, this beast's soul transformation is not bad. Third Demon Elder was in a good mood and said with exaggerated surprise. Watch me use my most powerful move to deal with you. Long Chen said bravely. In fact, everything he was doing now was just an act. His acting was so good that it could be described as flawless. Not only did the 3 demon elders relax their vigilance, but the other onlookers also relaxed their vigilance. They wanted to see how ridiculous Long Chen's most powerful move was. It could be said that Long Chen had successfully grasped their psychology. At this time, Zhao Qingyun was watching all this. He knew Long Chen, so he could understand everything about Long Chen. No wonder this kid can do so many things that ordinary people can't at such a young age. With his understanding of people's hearts, there will be a good show to watch later. Just as Zhao Qingyun was thinking, Long Chen, who had dragon soul transformation and whose strength had skyrocketed to the 7th level of the Heavenly River State, launched his most powerful attack at Third Demon Elder, who was close at hand and could not defend against it. Divine Fire Doppelganger. Devouring World of Blood. Spirit Devouring Demon Pupil. Dragon Emperor's Downfall. Long Chen basically used these 4 things at the same time. First, he used the Devouring Blood World to suppress the Third Demon Elder and affect his mobility. Then, he surrounded the Third Demon Elder with 125 mystical fire doppelgangers, blocking all his escape routes. Under the dense mystical fire doppelgangers, the Third Demon Elder didn't even have the space to use Traceless Phantom. Then, Long Chen used the Devouring Demon Eye to affect the Third Demon Elder's mind. Although the effect was negligible, it was better than nothing. Surrounded by the Divine Fire Doppelgangers, Long Chen used Dragon Emperor's Downfall with the 7th level of the Heavenly River State, which was his most powerful attack. Long Chen, who was so weak that Third Demon Elder completely let down his guard, burst out such a precise and terrifying attack. Not only were the others stunned, but even Third Demon Elder was stunned for a while. When he came to himself, Long Chen had blocked all his ways of retreat with Divine Fire Doppelgangers. 125 Divine Fire Doppelgangers piled up together like a giant flaming egg, with Third Demon Elder in the middle as the egg yolk. What's going on? Third Demon Elder's expression changed in an instant. To be honest, Long Chen's Dragon Emperor's Downfall was absolutely no threat to Third Demon Elder on other occasions. But it was different in this situation. The two of them were very close. Third Demon Elder was sure that if Long Chen didn't use his combat skills, he would definitely be hurt by this sudden and fatal attack. In history, there were precedents of masters dying in the hands of weaker opponents because of carelessness. At this critical moment, Third Demon Elder didn't think too much. Facing this almost fatal attack, Third Demon Elder subconsciously made a move, which was the 7-kill Demon Finger. 7 consecutive attacks and strong finger wind. At the last moment, Third Demon Elder used offense as defense and suppressed Long Chen's Dragon Emperor's Downfall. When Third Demon Elder used the 7-kill Demon Finger, Long Chen's Dragon Emperor's Downfall was less than half a meter away from Third Demon Elder's throat. The 7-slaughter Demon Finger used by someone at the 9th tier of the Sky River realm was definitely not something that Long Chen could resist. However, the Third Demon Elder had already violated his own rules by using this move. He broke the rules first, so at the last moment, Zhao Qingyun's figure appeared in front of the Third Demon Elder. The 7-slaughter Demon Finger of the Third Demon Elder was directly caught in Zhao Qingyun's hand and then released, unharmed. Such a sudden change made the scene fall into a dead silence. Timely, Long Chen put away all the Divine Fire Doppelgangers and the Devouring World of Blood. He stood next to Zhao Qingyun and looked at Third Demon Elder with a smile. His current calmness was totally different from his previous embarrassment. Everyone knew by now that Long Chen was purely pretending to be weak just now. Being able to pretend to this extent and successfully deceive Third Demon Elder and everyone else, Long Chen's behavior was also a kind of realm. At this moment, looking at this calm smiling young man, everyone had mixed feelings. Third Demon Elder, didn't you say before that you only defended and dodged, but didn't attack? What about the 7-kill Demon Finger just now? Can I take it that you relied on dodging and defense to resist my attack? In order to save your life, you used an advanced Earth rank combat skill? You know, even I haven't used an advanced Earth rank combat skill. Long Chen looked at Third Demon Elder, whose face was flushed and ridiculed. At this moment, the Third Demon Elder's heart was also in turmoil. He looked at Long Chen with uncertainty, feeling especially conflicted. He knew that he had been completely fooled by Long Chen this time. He didn't expect Long Chen to be able to burst out the true qi of the 7th level of the Sky River realm. Is he really the rumored Long Chen? Looking at him, the same thought gradually appeared in everyone's minds. Thinking back, Long Chen's temperament from the moment he appeared was definitely not something a good-for-nothing could have. Especially his forbearance and pretense, which showed that he was a cut above others in terms of patience and understanding of human nature. It was not an exaggeration to say that such a person could surpass a huge level and complete the reversal of life and death. Third Demon Elder, I don't know who you think will win between me and Yang Jun this time. Just when everyone was shocked, Long Chen directly asked with a smile. Chapter 356. Who would win? In fact, it was already very clear. When Long Chen withdrew his Dragon Soul transformation, everyone estimated that his cultivation level was around the 6th level of the Sky River tier. Although his cultivation level was lower than Yang Jun's, he could force the 3 Demon Elders in the 9th level of the Sky River tier to use a battle technique to save their lives. Yang Jun only made the 3 Demon Elders lose a piece of their sleeves. It was obvious who was the winner. In front of Zhao Qingyun, even if the 3 Demon Elders wanted to put in a good word for Yang Jun, there was nothing they could do. His face became more and more livid, staring at Long Chen. In the end, he could only say, "You did a better job in this competition." Even the 3 Demon Elders had no choice but to admit that the matter had been decided. Originally, they could have let Yang Jun and Long Chen fight to decide who would be the owner of the Traceless Spectre. However, the 3 Demon Elders thought themselves clever and made such a rule, so he had to admit defeat. This meant that Long Chen was about to get the Traceless Spectre. To the others, this seemed a little unbelievable, because before the battle, basically no one dared to imagine that the good-for-nothing Long Chen would be able to obtain the Traceless Spectre. They were very clear about Yang Jun's battle prowess, so they only thought that it was a fantasy. No, I don't accept it. At this moment, Yang Jun's breathing became heavy, and his eyes were bloodshot. He glared at Long Chen, gritted his teeth, and said, "Everyone, Long Chen was able to force my master to act in the end. Not because he's strong, but because he's cunning and deceived my master. In terms of true strength, he's definitely not my match. Palace Master, I implore you to agree to let me fight him, and then we can decide who the Traceless Spectre belongs to." Yang Jun was very dissatisfied, and even hated Long Chen. However, Long Chen already got the Traceless Spectre. He was not a fool, so he said, "Why are you talking so funny? The rules of the competition were made by your master. You agreed to it at that time, but now you've lost and you're reneging on it. Are you a man? Also, fighting is about intelligence. If a stupid donkey like you doesn't know the art of intelligence, you won't be making noise here." Naturally, Long Chen would not be polite to him. "Brat, what are you talking about? I'm going to kill you," Yang Jun said malevolently. "Enough." The 3rd Demon Elder was shocked and quickly held down the impulsive Yang Jun. Then he said to Zhao Qingyun, "Palace Master, this young man is not convinced after losing. Please don't take it to heart. Yang Jun, come with me. Don't embarrass me here." The 3rd Demon Elder said to Yang Jun gloomily. Yang Jun's face was still filled with an unreconciled expression. His venomous gaze had never left Long Chen. It could be said that the 3 great secret techniques of the Heavenly Devil Palace had been his dream ever since he had started cultivating. And now, when he was so close to achieving his dream, Long Chen had interfered and snatched away his things. How could he not hate him? "It goes to the skilled." "That's what you said," Long Chen said lightly. This farce was about to end. The 3rd Demon Elder and Yang Jun were about to leave in embarrassment. The other people's impression of Long Chen had changed greatly. Long Chen's performance had earned him a lot of face. Zhao Qingyun was very pleased. He smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to get the Traceless Spectre." Wait. At this moment, an old voice was heard. Long Chen turned his head and looked over. It turned out that the other 2 elders had heard the commotion and were walking over. Along the way, the 2 of them had already figured out what was going on. "Greetings, Palace Master." The other 2 demon elders came not far from Zhao Qingyun. Their eyes were now secretly sizing up Long Chen. They were at least smarter than the 3rd demon elder, so they already knew that Zhao Qingyun's new personal disciple must be the legendary Long Chen. "What do you want?" Zhao Qingyun frowned slightly. She could see that these two guys were also here to make trouble. Palace Master, I just want to say that the Traceless Spectre has always been granted to outstanding disciples above the 7th level of the Heavenly River Realm. This is the rule of our ancestors. I want to ask if Long Chen has reached the 7th level of the Heavenly River Realm. The first Demon Elder was not as reckless as the third Demon Elder and said solemnly, he is now at the 6th level of the Heavenly River Realm. Zhao Qingyun said lightly, that's right. Let's not talk about the rule of our ancestors. The 6th level of the Heavenly River Realm is 2 levels away from the combat skill of the Heaven Grade. It is impossible to practice it. Yang Jun is about to break through to the 8th level of the Heavenly River Realm. In my opinion, the Traceless Spectre in the hands of Long Chen will not be comprehended within half a year. Why not let Yang Jun comprehend it first? When Long Chen reaches the 7th level of the Heavenly River Realm, Yang Jun will just finish comprehending it. Isn't this just right? The first Demon Elder said. Big Brother is right. In this way, on the one hand, Long Chen will not delay the time to improve his realm and waste his energy. On the other hand, the Traceless Spectre can be put to practical use. Instead of people who should cultivate it, people who should not cultivate it are occupied by people who should not cultivate it. On the other hand, it will not break the rule of our ancestors. The second Demon Elder followed up. What they said was based on reason. So many people agreed with them. Yang Jun himself had said that he would be able to reach the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier in less than a month's time. With his comprehension ability, he would probably be able to comprehend a little of the Traceless Demon Shadow in another month's time. At that time, he would not need the secret manual anymore. If Long Chen arrived at that time, he could just hand it over to Long Chen, and everyone would be happy like that. However, it was impossible for Long Chen to do so. Long Chen knew that he had to solve this problem by himself. So he took a step forward and said, what you two said is very reasonable. However, what if I am confident that I can completely comprehend the Traceless Spectre in 20 days? What? Long Chen's words stunned everyone for a while. Then they started to make a ruckus. Completely cultivating the Traceless Spectre in 20 days? Does he think that the Traceless Spectre is a low-level martial art that can be easily cultivated? That's a heaven-tier battle skill we're talking about. To learn it in 20 days. What kind of joke is that? I think there is something wrong with his head. He must be crazy about the combat skill of the heaven level. He even dares to make such a boast. Long Chen's confident words made the first Demon Elder and the second Demon Elder look at each other. In any case, Yang Jun will not be able to reach the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier within 20 days. According to the logic of the two of you, it would be better for me to take the Traceless Demon Shadow back to cultivate first than to leave it here. If I am unable to cultivate it by then, I will naturally take it back. Long Chen's calm tone allowed everyone to see his strong confidence. Long Chen, are you serious? The first Demon Elder asked tentatively. A gentleman keeps his word, Long Chen said with a smile. In that case, Palace Master, I won't say more. If Long Chen fails to comprehend the Traceless Spectre, I hope Palace Master can give it to Yang Jun. I know Yang Jun's efforts over the years. With more training, he will become the pillar of the demonic palace in the future. The first Demon Elder looked at Zhao Qingyun and said, since it has been agreed, you can all go back. Zhao Qingyun was really annoyed with them. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. After 20 days, Long Chen, do you dare to make another bet with me? Yang Jun stood next to the third Demon Elder and said to Long Chen, gnashing his teeth. After 20 days, no one knows whether you can succeed or not. Of course you have to come out and play, right? Why don't we have a fight in 20 days? It's just before the trial of the Earth Vein of Emancipation Fire. If you can cultivate the Traceless Spectre, you can show it to your heart's content and broaden my horizons. Do you dare or not? This was entirely Yang Jun's idea, but he was confident that the third Demon Elder would definitely support him. As expected, after he said this, the third Demon Elder nodded secretly. After 20 days, Long Chen boasted too much. I'll let Yang Jun try him and see how he will embarrass himself. Today, Yang Jun was defeated by Long Chen. If he doesn't fight with Long Chen to get rid of this knot in his heart, he won't even be able to reach the 8th level of the Sky River Realm. The third Demon Elder thought to himself. Everyone's eyes were focused on Long Chen. Since Long Chen had boasted, he should be prepared to be humiliated. At this time, Long Chen was thinking about the Earth Vein of Emancipation Fire. Master, Does it mean that if I defeat Yang Jun, I can enter the earth vein of emancipation fire? Long Chen said to Zhao Qingyun next to him. If you defeat Yang Jun, you will be ranked third among the young disciples of the Heavenly Demon Palace. As long as you are in the top 10, you can participate in the trial of the earth vein of emancipation fire, Zhao Qingyun said. Everyone listened to their conversation, but they thought that Long Chen was just wishful thinking. Long Chen, do you dare or not? Yang Jun asked again at this time. Of course I dare. I hope that when you lose, you won't renege like today, Long Chen said without hesitation. Today's bet would be spread throughout the entire Heavenly Demon Palace through the mouths of so many people present. Today was the day that Long Chen's reputation rose in the Heavenly Demon Palace. Long Chen's shocking performance in front of the martial scripture pavilion made everyone realize that Long Chen still had some ability. However, his boasting that he could finish cultivating the Traceless Spectre in 20 days also spread throughout the Heavenly Demon Palace. Of course, everyone knew that Long Chen did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and was just wishful thinking. After the agreement was made, the crowd gradually dispersed. Are you really confident that you can finish cultivating the Traceless Spectre in 20 days and then defeat Yang Jun? Truthfully speaking, even Zhao Qingyun did not think that Long Chen would be able to accomplish this. After all, the difficulty was truly too great. Even the Zhao Qingyun from back then was far from being able to accomplish this. I don't know either. However, the greater the pressure, the greater the improvement. 20 days is enough, Long Chen said with a smile. The end of the world is coming. My dear friends, if you still have money, hurry up and vote, or else it will be useless. Chapter 357. From the top floor of the martial arts pavilion, Long Chen obtained the first heaven-tier battle skill in his life, the Traceless Spectre. After putting the unknown material into his cosmos pouch, Long Chen felt a bit more at ease. This was his mission for the next 20 days. Long Chen had already boasted about it, so in the next 20 days, he had to learn the Traceless Spectre. In the demonic palace, there were a total of 3 great secret books. Long Chen's current goal was to obtain these 3 great secret books while increasing his cultivation level. Right now, he had already completed the first step. Of course, it was not complete yet. Only when he had completely mastered the Traceless Spectre would it be considered complete. Otherwise, after 20 days, the secret book of the Traceless Spectre would be handed over to Yang Jun. At that time, Long Chen would definitely become the laughingstock of everyone. You should familiarize yourself with it for a while. If there is anything you don't understand, you can come and ask me. Zhao Qingyun said. Long Chen nodded. He knew that if it was in terms of theory, he would definitely understand it. The mysterious dragon jade had given him a strong understanding ability. Of course, in terms of application, he was slightly lacking. That was why he needed 20 days to practice. After saying goodbye to Zhao Qingyun, Long Chen returned to his usual place of cultivation. This was the peak of the demonic mountain. At the peak of the demonic mountain, Long Chen sat on the bluestone that he usually sat on and began to practice the Traceless Spectre. Traceless Spectre. Traceless Spectre. A heaven-tier battle skill is indeed extraordinary. Long Chen flipped through the book once and felt that it was exquisite and powerful. Ordinary battle skills could not be compared to it at all. The most complicated battle skill that Long Chen had practiced so far was the high earth-tier divine fire clone. However, the Traceless Spectre was 10 times more obscure than the divine fire clone. With his extraordinary comprehension ability, Long Chen was able to easily read and understand the secret book. Next, he began to practice. By Long Chen's side, Lingxi watched along with him. She had quite a bit of understanding towards heaven-tier battle skills, so her understanding would be of great help to Long Chen. It was easy to understand, but it wasn't easy to practice. Especially in the process of practice, there were many difficulties. Every step technique had many variations, and they were linked to each other. Finally, one could complete the Traceless Spectre. To be able to use the complete Traceless Spectre and reach the level of being traceless was actually not easy. However, as long as one reached the great accomplishment realm, he could be like the 3 demon elders, instantly turning himself into thousands of people, making it hard for others to recognize him. Basically, it would be difficult for warriors of the same level to detect the movement of the warrior after using Traceless Phantom. This Traceless Spectre really isn't easy. It's easy to lose control of your speed. Little Shi, what do you think I'm lacking? Long Chen stopped practicing. It was already the 5th day since he started practicing the Traceless Spectre. However, he knew that he hadn't made much progress. At the very least, he hadn't grasped the true essence of the Traceless Spectre. I always feel that I'm lacking something. Lingxi tilted her head and thought. As for what it was, she couldn't tell. I'll practice for a while more, then I'll go down to see my adoptive father and the others, and then I'll go and see Wang Xing. I promised to give him something last time, so it's time to give it to him. Time passed by slowly. Long Chen practiced for a while more. Then he packed up and left Mount Emperor Demon with Xiao Lang and Lingxi. The Sky Devil Palace was on the mountainside of Mount Emperor Demon. It took Long Chen 15 minutes to arrive at Xian Zhao's place. After staying with them for a while, Long Chen returned to the Green Cloud residence. At this moment, the other pro-disciples were gathered in the Green Cloud residence. When they saw Long Chen, they all took a few steps back. No one dared to approach him. They already knew that this Long Chen was probably the Long Chen that was rumored outside. That Long Chen had killed too many people, so they were instinctively afraid of him. However, Long Chen had boasted in front of the Martial Scripture Pavilion recently, which made them feel that Long Chen was really overestimating himself. They knew that Long Chen was powerful, but with his current strength, he shouldn't be that powerful. Long Chen was too lazy to care about these strange gazes. To him, these people weren't even considered as passers-by, so there was no need to be bothered by their gazes. He returned to his residence, and at this moment, the little boy Wang Xing was cleaning for him. Wang Xing, Long Chen called softly. Brother Chen, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Although he said he was cleaning for Long Chen, he was actually waiting for Long Chen. When he saw Long Chen coming out, he was really happy. He immediately ran up to Long Chen and looked at Long Chen with anticipation. Wang Xing's current strength was around the Heavenly Core realm, but his strongest combat skill was only a mid-mystic combat skill. Long Chen had copied down the secret of the devil-spirited swordfinger and passed it to Wang Xing. He even gave him some divine jade and sky river pills from his cosmos sack, as well as the huge amount of healing pills that he had robbed from others. Thank you, Brother Chen. Wang Xing was so excited that he almost kneeled down in front of Long Chen. Luckily, Long Chen pulled him back, so he didn't kneel down. Just focus on your cultivation. Let's take a look now. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I'll be heading to the peak of Mount Devil Emperor soon. Long Chen sat down on a stone chair and said. This young man's eyes were filled with passion and admiration. Besides, he still had the fighting spirit. Therefore, Long Chen didn't mind giving him a hand. Maybe his life would change a little. After fiddling with the spirit demon swordfinger for a while, Wang Xing said to Long Chen with some apprehension, Brother Chen, can you accompany me on a trip? I don't dare to go out for the next few days. I want to go to the treasury hall and buy something. Why don't you dare to go out? Long Chen was startled and asked. Do you remember those people who bullied me last time? They are the disciples of the third devil elder. That's why they are so arrogant. I'm just a servant disciple. No matter my status or strength, I can't compete with them. That's why I don't dare to go out. But, Brother Chen, if you come with me, I will. You are much stronger than them. They bullied you. Long Chen frowned. Yes. Wang Xing nodded and said, but that time, I escaped on my own, and they threatened to beat me up every time they see me in the future. Wang Xing was still a little scared when he thought about it. What do you want to buy? Long Chen wanted to see if there was anything in his Qiankuan bag. If there was, he could give it to him directly. Red heart grass. Wang Xing said. Long Chen didn't have it. It should be a profound class item. Although he had collected many profound class items, he didn't have everything. Moreover, Long Chen felt that as his level increased, these things were becoming more and more useless. All right, I'll go with you. Long Chen nodded and stood up. He knew that in every faction, the place where goods were exchanged was the most lively place. Long Chen was now an influential figure in the Heavenly Devil Palace. Wherever he went, he would inevitably be looked at like a monkey. However, he was not afraid, so he was naturally not afraid of these gazes. Thank you, Brother Chen. I'll lead the way. Wang Xing was a little excited. He hurriedly packed up and invited Long Chen out. After that, he ran in front of Long Chen and led the way for Long Chen. Honestly speaking, Long Chen had never been to this treasury hall before. In the Sky Devil Palace, the Devil Hall was an iconic building. The martial scripture pavilion he saw earlier could also be considered an iconic building. This treasury hall was also one of them. From the outside, the treasury hall looked like a giant tortoise lying on the ground, occupying a lot of land. Only when one got closer to the treasury hall could one feel the splendor of gold and jade. Although they hadn't gotten close yet, a dense medicinal fragrance gushed towards Long Chen. At the same time, there were also quite a few treasures. Most probably, in this treasury hall, everything a disciple needed would be there. In the transactions here, the Sky River pellets would be used. Only those items that were too low in value would be marked with divine jades. Just when he was about to enter, Xiao Lang turned around and walked to a mountain rampart alone. He sat down and squinted his eyes, waiting for Long Chen. Right now, Xiao Lang basically didn't need to cultivate. He was waiting for Long Chen to learn the Traceless Spectre and defeat Yang Jun. Only then would he have the opportunity to enter the Fire Evolution Earth Vein. At that time, Xiao Lang would truly soar. If the environment was good enough, his strength would instantly surpass Long Chen. Xiao Lang didn't wish to enter this place with so many people. Long Chen didn't bother with him. He followed Wang Xing into the treasury hall. At this moment, there were already people who recognized him. Look, isn't this the 9th personal disciple of the Palace Lord, Long Chen? I heard that he already obtained the Traceless Spectre, and said that he would learn it within 20 days. Do you believe it? Nonsense, you'd be a fool to believe me. I don't even believe that he's Long Chen. That legendary ruthless person not only killed the 6 commanders of the Imperial City's guards, but also the leader of the Wu tribe, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Does he look like that kind of person to you? Doesn't look like it. This kid looks just like a pretty boy. Such discussions could be heard everywhere. These idiots. When I, Long Chen, beat you up, you'll know who's boss. Lingxi was a little angry when she saw Long Chen belittling them like this. Ignore them. When the time comes, they'll change their opinion of me. It's useless for me to explain too much now, so it's better to let nature take its course, Long Chen said with a smile. Really, after you became that old man's disciple, even your personality has slowly become closer to his. If it was you in the past, if someone said something that made you unhappy, you'd beat them up, Lingxi said with pursed lips. This can only mean that Big Brother has matured, and is filled with manly charm. Long Chen sniffed the medicinal fragrance, and headed in a certain direction. Chapter 358. After arriving at this treasury hall, Wang Xing probably wouldn't be bullied by others. After arranging a meeting place, Long Chen told him to buy his own things, and then headed towards the area where spirit medicines were sold. Chen, what are you doing? Lingxi asked expectantly. It seems that after I got you the green netherworld soul fruit, I haven't bought any spirit-nurturing medicine for you anymore. How are you now? Long Chen asked carefully. My spirit has been nurtured sufficiently in these few days that I've stayed in the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus, and has already recovered a lot. However, it still hasn't reached a full state. If there are some relatively high-level Earth-level spirit medicines, I should be able to help you a little. At least if you encounter a more troublesome situation, I can help you a little, Lingxi said seriously. When you say troublesome situation, what do you mean? Long Chen asked. At least, I can help you block a cultivator at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, and after that, I can still maintain about 1/3 of my current spiritual power. Lingxi was a little excited to be able to help Long Chen again. That's great, but remember without my orders, you definitely can't act recklessly, Long Chen warned. Long Chen warned. In reality, if it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice and his life was in danger, he definitely wouldn't have allowed Lingxi to act. That was because Lingxi cared about his life at times, and it was very easy for her to lose her sense of propriety, just like what had happened in the Star Demon prison. Fortunately, there had been a perfect ending. Otherwise, she and Long Chen would have disappeared from this world forever. Lingxi hurriedly opened her eyes wide, and looked at Long Chen timidly. Then, she nodded. After a while, Lingxi already smelled something. She was a little surprised and said, There are many soul-nurturing seeds here, about 6, but there's something strange. What's strange? Long Chen asked hurriedly. Soul-nurturing seeds are obviously high-level Earth-level spirit medicines, but they're being sold as elementary-level Earth-level spirit medicines. One soul-nurturing seed only costs 20 heavenly river pills, Lingxi said doubtfully. Let's go take a look, Longchen said. Lingxi led Longchen through the crowd, and after a few turns, they arrived at this area. In this treasury pavilion, many of the shops were established by the disciples of Heavenly Devil Palace. The owner of the shop in front of Longchen was a skinny man in his 30s. At this moment, he was holding a book and seemed to be lost in thought. After sensing that someone was in front of him, he raised his head and looked at Longchen weakly. What do you want? Longchen casually looked around, and his eyes fixed on a small radish basket. Sure enough, there were 6 black seeds about the size of a thumb, and they were emitting a very obscure and powerful fluctuation. If one didn't carefully sense them, it would be very difficult to tell what they were. Why have I never seen this black bean before? What is it? Longchen casually asked. This thing was priced at 20 heavenly river pills, but if he was in a hurry to buy it, then the shop owner would naturally realize that this thing was not ordinary, and might even increase the price. This is called the soul-lifting fruit. After consuming one, it will give you enough energy to cultivate for 10 days and 10 nights without stopping. It's an earth-rank spirit medicine. How about it? Buy one. Seeing that Longchen had taken a liking to this thing that he hadn't been able to sell for a long time, the shop owner immediately became interested. That's amazing. Longchen's face was full of excitement, but soon, his expression became bitter. I want to buy all of them, but the price seems a bit high. All of them. All of them were 120 heavenly river pills. It seemed that Longchen really was interested. The shop owner hurriedly said, in that case, a total of 100 heavenly river pills. What do you think? All right. Longchen's face was full of heartache. He spent 100 heavenly river pills, put the 6 soul seeds into his cosmos sack, and directly left. Finally, I've killed a fool and sold that damn thing. The heavens really do reward those who wait. The skinny man said with a wretched smile. He didn't know that he was the fool. This soul-breeding seed was obviously a high-grade earth-rank medicine. It could improve one's perception and nourish one's soul. It couldn't be bought with less than 20 sky river pellets. At this time, inside Lingxi's sword, Lingxi's face was full of smiles. Chen, you are so bad. Lingxi was a little disgusted. Naughty. If I were naughty, I would have eaten you while you were asleep. Sigh, every time I think about how I wasted a profound sky jade lotus, my heart aches incomparably, said Longchen with a smile. Nonsense, I don't care about you. Thinking of the past, Lingxi blushed. At this time, there was a sudden noise from outside. Xiaolang is still outside. Nothing bad happened, right? Let's go out quickly. Thinking of this, Longchen hurried outside. Back to when Longchen had just entered the Hall of Treasures. Xiaolang chose a cool mountain wall and lay on the ground with his eyes closed. Behind him was a fake mountain, which was easy to climb. Not long after, a group of playful youths passed by Xiaolang. One of them quickly saw Xiaolang and immediately shouted, "Everyone look! That demon wolf! Isn't it the one that follows Longchen?" Longchen. Surrounded by the crowd, there was a fair-faced youth. His eyes were filled with pride and arrogance that young people should have. At this time, when he heard the people next to him looking at Xiaolang, he quickly looked over and asked, "The Longchen you're talking about, is he the one who defeated my brother in the martial scripture pavilion and is going to fight my brother in 10 days? Yes, Master Bing. This is the demon beast that follows Longchen. It's a demon wolf that's around the 5th rank of the earth rank. It's very powerful. We were bullied by it last time. If we didn't escape fast enough, we would have died under its claws. Yes, Master Bing. This is the demon beast that follows Longchen." The other youths started to jeer. If Longchen was here, he would recognize these youths as the ones who bullied Wang Xing. And this Master Bing should be Yang Jun's younger brother, Yang Bing. How preposterous. It's one thing for people to be arrogant, but at least they have the ability to be arrogant. Even this beast is so arrogant. They are really rebelling. Do they think the Heaven Demon Palace is their territory? Chen Bing's face darkened after hearing this. Yes, Master Bing. Not only is that Longchen arrogant, claiming to be able to cultivate the traceless specter in 20 days, this beast is also extremely arrogant. Demonic beasts also cause trouble in human territory. With Master Bing's strength of the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, he can easily take care of it. Provoked by this person's words, Chen Bing immediately nodded, and said, "Such a beast, if I don't teach it a lesson, I will be letting down my brothers." He sized up the dozing Xiao Lang, and suddenly saw the fake mountain behind Xiao Lang. An idea flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, "Brothers, since this demonic wolf dares to humiliate you, then I will humiliate it first. Just watch." After saying this, Yang Bing walked out of the crowd, and under everyone's expectant gaze, he walked to the back of the fake mountain. Then, like an ape, he climbed up, and soon stood at the top of the fake mountain. Looking down, he saw that Xiao Lang was right below him. What is Master Bing doing? Everyone looked at each other. They did not understand, but were full of anticipation. When they saw Yang Bing begin to undo his belt, they finally reacted, and immediately suppressed the laughter in their hearts, because they knew what Yang Bing was going to do. Because Xiao Lang had chosen a more secluded place, there were not many people here. Looks like Master Bing is going to use his ultimate move. Gonlin descends from the sky. Hee. This beast is really lucky to actually be able to enjoy the Gonlin descends from the sky. Kaka, lucky, why don't you give it a try? I don't want to. Master Bing's Gonlin descends from the sky. My weak body can't take it. At this moment, Yang Bing had already completely undone his belt. He smiled proudly at the crowd, and then took out his weapon. Master Bing's treasure is as big as ever. I'm so jealous. Of course, otherwise, Master Bing would not dare to show it off like this. I heard that Master Bing is already a veteran in bed. Unlike us, who have never even touched a woman's hand. You guys don't know, right? Master Bing has already agreed to secretly bring us down Mount Demon Emperor tomorrow to have some fun. I heard from Master Bing that the girls he introduced are all very hot. It's true. Everyone was extremely excited. They looked at Yang Bing taking out his weapon and pointing it at Xiao Lang. At this moment, Yang Bing's face was full of smiles, and his mouth moved as he said softly, "Ultimate move, Gonlin descends from the sky." Water poured down. The group of teenagers stared at it. At this moment, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing that the murky water was about to pour down on him, Xiao Lang was quite speechless. In fact, he already knew that this group of teenagers was tormenting him, but he was just too lazy to care about them. He didn't expect that the one above him would be so excessive. Xiao Lang was furious. He raised his head and a mouthful of 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire shot out from his mouth, instantly entangling Yang Bing's Gonlin. Then it began to freeze. In an instant, the black ice spread from the top of Xiao Lang's head to Yang Bing's crotch, directly turning the weapon he took out into black ice. Xiao Lang looked up and thought that it was a close call. The black ice was less than half a meter away from his head. If he had reacted a little slower, he might have been drenched. Xiao Lang shook his head in boredom, wagged his tail and walked away. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. After half a breath's time, Yang Bing's face was flushed red. He let out an earth-shattering scream. Then, all the black ice turned into powder, and Yang Bing's crotch was already bare. There was nothing left. Everyone estimated that Yang Bing would never be able to use his unique ultimate move. Gonlin descends from the sky again. Chapter 359. A ninth hell ancestral demonic fire had destroyed Yang Bing's 1,000 autumns. Yang Bing screamed and fell from the rockery. His entire body was twitching. In fact, Xiao Lang had a sense of propriety, so he only made Yang Bing lose a certain organ. As for the other parts of his body, he didn't injure them. However, his crotch suddenly became completely bare. Any man would not be able to withstand it. Yang Bing could not believe it. He kept touching his crotch until he was sure that there was nothing there. Then, he let out a cry of pain as his blood rushed to his heart and he fainted. Everyone surrounded him and looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. Young Master Bing's brother is nearby. Let's go find him. One of the youths saw that Xiao Lang didn't leave and found another place to take a nap, so he quickly ran away. After a while, Yang Jun arrived. At this time, Long Chen had already bought the soul seed. When he heard the commotion outside, he ran out. His eyes met Yang Jun's cold gaze again. When Xiao Lang saw Long Chen come out, he gave Long Chen an apologetic look. What happened? Long Chen asked. Xiao Lang raised his head and let Long Chen look at the unconscious Yang Bing. Following everyone's gaze, Long Chen easily saw the bare crotch of Yang Bing. You did it. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought that he was the only one who would do such a thing. Xiao Lang nodded helplessly. Little Wolf said that that guy actually peed on him. He originally wanted to scare him, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't hold back. Ling Shi giggled. Well done. I would have done the same if I were in his position. Long Chen didn't blame Xiao Lang. Instead, he smiled. His words were actually meant for Yang Jun to hear. When Long Chen said this, Yang Jun's face turned even more ashen. He took a few steps forward as a heavy aura pressed down on Long Chen. Long Chen, what did you just say? If you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, don't even think about leaving here alive. Are you trying to scare me? Long Chen had an indifferent look on his face as he said, Do I need to explain what happened today to you? It's very obvious, and I believe that many people have seen it. The guy lying on the ground peed on Xiao Lang, but he didn't expect to be burned in his vital parts. He's just asking for trouble, and he's reaping what he sowed. Long Chen's nonchalant attitude caused Yang Jun to explode. In another 10 days, they would meet on stage. But today, Yang Jun couldn't help it. If that's the case, then hand over this beast, Yang Jun said through gritted teeth. In your dreams, Xiao Lang is my brother. How can I hand my brother over to you? Long Chen laughed. Brother, Long Chen, are you a brother to a beast? Are you a beast? Yang Jun laughed sinisterly. His words immediately caused the crowd to roar with laughter. He had finally suppressed Long Chen with his words. Yang Jun had finally found a bit of a balance. However, Long Chen wasn't angry at all. He looked at Yang Jun on the ground and said, Whether he's a beast or not, he's my brother. At least he has a handle. Not like someone else's brother who doesn't even have a handle. How can he be considered a brother? I think we should just call each other sisters. That's more intimate. Long Chen, you. In terms of bickering, even 10 Yang Juns wouldn't be a match for Long Chen. He instantly became anxious. Under the gazes of the surrounding spectators, his eyes were about to spit fire. Remember, there are still 15 days until the time we agreed on. No matter how much hatred you have for me, let's meet in 15 days. Now is not a good time, Long Chen reminded. In reality, Long Chen was the personal disciple of the Sky Devil Palace Master. His status was even higher than Yang Jun's. Moreover, now that Long Chen had already revealed his outstanding talent, he was deeply favored by the Sky Devil Palace Master. If they fought now, even if Yang Jun could suppress Long Chen, as long as he injured Long Chen, he would definitely incur the wrath of Zhao Qingyun. It wasn't worth it. Therefore, Yang Jun could only endure. Even if his own younger brother had already become inhuman, he still had to endure. 15 days later, everything would be revealed. All right, you said it. 15 days later, I will settle today's grudge with you. Long Chen, remember, I won't hold back when the time comes. In battle, fists and legs have no eyes. If you are accidentally killed by me, don't blame me. Wait until you have the strength to talk big. Long Chen curled his lips. 15 days later, not only would he have to defeat Yang Jun, but more importantly, he would have to successfully cultivate Traceless Spectre. Long Chen still had no clue about Traceless Spectre, so he felt some pressure in his heart. 15 days is really enough for me. At this time, he had no choice but to ask such a question. After Yang Jun left with Yang Bing, the surrounding spectators gradually dispersed. However, with the conflict between Long Chen and Yang Jun to such an extent, the spectators were very much looking forward to their respective performances in 15 days. However, most of them wanted to see Long Chen make a fool of himself. After all, Yang Jun was ranked third among the younger generation, and he had never been shaken before. This had already been deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. How was it possible to cultivate Traceless Spectre in 20 days? They reckoned that Long Chen probably didn't even understand the secret manual of Traceless Spectre. While Yang Jun and Long Chen were arguing, not far away, a man and a woman were watching the commotion. This man and woman were both under 20 years old, but it was obvious that their achievements were extraordinary. The man was dressed in green, and he had an expressionless face. He was tall and slender, and his skin was the color of wheat. His eyebrows were like a knife, and he had a high nose bridge. Thin but tightly pursed lips, and a pair of pitch-black eyes that occasionally flashed with a dark green light, made him look incomparably deep. Beside him was a woman dressed in black. Her figure was incomparably slender, and her exposed skin was shockingly snow-white. Her face was also wrapped in black, and it was hard to see what she looked like. However, just by looking at her silhouette, it was obvious that she was a peerless beauty. If Long Chen saw her, he would definitely find this woman somewhat familiar. "Sister Yu, do you think this Long Chen is the real deal?" At this moment, the man said softly to the woman beside him. "I've seen him before." "He's Long Chen," the woman said in a mellow voice that was like the chirping of an oriole. "Oh, why haven't I heard you mention him before?" The man was a little surprised. "Do I have to tell you everything about me?" The woman looked coldly at the man beside her, then said, "I'm going back to cultivate first. Goodbye." After she finished speaking, she didn't even turn her head back as she walked away. Watching the young woman's slender figure as she left, the man's eyes were a little fiery. "What are you so arrogant for? One day, you'll still have to kneel under my crotch. Murongyu, is there any woman in this world that I, Yang Danfeng, can't wait for?" After bringing Wang Xing back to the Green Cloud residence, Long Chen then prepared to return to the peak of Mount Emperor Demon to continue cultivating the Traceless Spectre. What happened today had given him some pressure. "Chen, don't be nervous. There's still a lot of time. Take it slow. The more nervous you are, the more you'll lose your sense of propriety. It's better to be calm," Lingxi said carefully. "Shaoxi, you're right." During this period of time, Long Chen had been pursuing a quiet cultivation. Although what happened today had given him a lot of pressure, Long Chen was able to adjust his mood very quickly and continue to immerse himself in the world of the Traceless Spectre. "There's a girl waiting for you in front," Lingxi said unhappily. Long Chen was startled. He used the soul-devouring demonic pupil and the surrounding scenery slowly changed. Then, he saw a young woman with a black veil on her face standing on the path that he had to pass. One look and he knew that she was waiting for him. 8th level of the Heavenly River Tier. She should be one of the 2 geniuses at the 8th level of the Heavenly River Tier in the Demonic Palace. The girl should be called Murongyu. Long Chen thought to himself. Soon, he walked in front of Murongyu. This Murongyu was tall and had a cold temperament. She was a little similar to Yin Mengyao in the past, but she didn't show her true face. As he got closer, Long Chen realized that he had actually seen this Murongyu before. At that time, he had just killed the 6 commanders, and it was Murongyu who had given him a high-grade Earth-level spirit medicine. Only then did he recover from his injuries. Even the news of the Wu tribe had been told to Long Chen by Murongyu. At that time, Long Chen had guessed that it was Murongyu's strength. If she was from the Zongyang nation, she would probably be from a powerful force like the Demonic Palace. He hadn't thought that it would be true. "Long Chen, you should remember me, right?" Murongyu had just arrived when Long Chen raised her chin, and her cold voice surged towards Long Chen. "Come to think of it, I am still indebted to you. Of course I remember you." In Long Chen's heart, this Murongyu wasn't an enemy. Murongyu nodded. Then she looked around Long Chen and said, "Did you still fail? Where did that beautiful girl go?" She knew about Long Chen's story, so she was quite concerned about Lingxi's whereabouts. After all, in her opinion, there weren't many girls as beautiful as Lingxi in the whole world. Even she felt inferior. Murongyu asked out of kindness, so Long Chen could only say, "Thank you for your concern. I didn't fail. I can only say that she is now in a safe place and very happy." "That's good. Such a beautiful girl. I can't bear to see anything happen to her." Murongyu nodded. Then she looked at Long Chen and said, "I'm guessing that your purpose in coming to the Demonic Palace is to obtain the 3 secret manuals and the Demon Emperor sword. Then, you can go back to Baiyang Imperial City for revenge. Am I right?" Long Chen nodded. This girl was very smart, so he didn't need to hide anything. As expected, then we are competitors. Another competitor. I have already mastered the Traceless Spectre, and I have also obtained the 1st level of the great skill of Dao Heart Demon Seed. The fight for the Demon Emperor sword is probably not far away. Let's wait and see. Murongyu's words weren't polite, but her voice was very polite. It was obvious that she was excited to have another competitor. Chapter 360. As expected of one of the 2 most outstanding disciples of the Heaven Demon Palace. Compared to him, Yang Jun was on a completely different level. The current Yang Jun didn't even have the Traceless Spectre, while Murong Yu already had the first level of the Great Demonic Seed technique of Tao and Heart. You are very competitive. You already have the Traceless Spectre now, and in the next trial of the Fire Flow Earth Vein, if you can get first place among those below the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, you can get the first level of the Great Demonic Seed technique of Tao and Heart, Murong Yu analyzed. 7th level? How is that calculated? Long Chen asked. Yang Danfeng and I have already obtained the first level of the Great Demonic Seed technique of Tao and Heart, so this time, the two of us will compete for the 2nd level. Whoever wins will get the 2nd level, and you will compete with Yang Jun and the others for the 1st level, Murong Yu said. Yang Danfeng should be the other young cultivator at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen, aren't you a little too bold? The reason why I came here today is to ask you how your cultivation of the Traceless Spectre is going. The outside world was already abuzz with Long Chen's claim that he could cultivate the Traceless Spectre in 20 days. There was no reason for her not to know. I only know a little, Long Chen said honestly. When I first started practicing the Traceless Spectre, I tried for a long time, but I still couldn't figure it out. Later on I found a trick. I practiced in the water, where the water resistance was much greater. It helped me control my speed. You can slow down your speed, and when you get the hang of it, you can increase your speed. You should understand what I'm saying. Not only did Long Chen understand, but he also suddenly understood. Thank you so much. If you need any help in the future, just tell me. Long Chen was truly grateful to her. He could only say that with her advice, his future path would be much easier. No need to thank me. I'm leaving. Murong Yu said and left quickly. When she was completely gone, Lingxi came out of the sword, her mouth puffed up as she stared at Long Chen with wide eyes. What's wrong? Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tell me, why does she treat you so well? Lingxi was a little jealous. It's actually very simple. Long Chen chuckled and patted his chest. Because I'm handsome. In Mount Demon Emperor, Long Chen found a deep lake. The depth of the lake was about 30 meters from the surface to the bottom. The water was green and muddy, but it didn't affect Long Chen's vision. Although Murong Yu's method is a little tricky, there is no doubt that it will be very useful. After 3 days of practice, Long Chen discovered that he had finally grasped the knack of the Traceless Spectre. He had already laid the foundation and planted the seed. All he needed to do now was to properly water and fertilize the seed, and it would soon grow into a towering tree. If this goes on, I will definitely be able to completely use the Traceless Spectre in the remaining 12 days. Of course, if I want to truly master it, I will still need some time to practice. Long Chen calculated in his heart and then continued to practice the Traceless Spectre day and night. He performed the Traceless Spectre at an extremely slow speed, but he found that it was much easier to control. It took him about half a day to complete one practice. However, the time would only get shorter and shorter. At this rate, it would take about 10 days for Long Chen to be able to complete the Traceless Spectre in an instant. Such a boring practice, Long Chen didn't feel bored, because Lingxi was always by his side, helping him improve. Xiao Lang was also staying not far away. With these two guys by his side, Long Chen felt very motivated, very motivated. His original worries were now completely gone. In truth, it hadn't even been 10 days. After around 9 days, Long Chen was already able to use the Traceless Spectre. This was a heaven-tier battle skill, and in less than 20 days, Long Chen had already mastered it. When you find out that I've truly mastered the Traceless Spectre, I wonder what your expressions will be like. Long Chen sneered in his heart. There are still 3 days left. I'll first hone the Traceless Spectre in the water. Long Chen used the Traceless Spectre to quickly swim through the deep pool. Although the pool was deep and large, Long Chen had already been to most of the places. The Traceless Spectre was actually fast. Only by changing one's movements quickly would one be able to reach the level of a spectre. All that was left was to wait for the appointed battle 3 days later. While he was using the Traceless Spectre, Long Chen suddenly felt the mysterious dragon jade in his mind tremble when he approached a certain place. The dragon jade is moving. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. Generally speaking, the dragon jade would only move when it encountered something it liked. What was it this time? Long Chen carefully observed his surroundings. Because this area was relatively narrow, he usually didn't come here when he used the Traceless Spectre. He hadn't expected that there would be something good here. This was an unexpected surprise for Long Chen. He hurriedly searched the area. After the dragon jade moved once, there was no more movement. Long Chen could only search by himself. Chen, what are you doing? Lingxi came out of the sword and looked at Long Chen suspiciously. There should be something here. Long Chen said with a frown. The bottom of the deep pool was filled with muddy black mud. It was disgusting to look at, let alone dig. However, Long Chen had already checked. There was water all around. If there was anything, it should be in the black mud at the bottom of the pool. Maybe I was wrong. The dragon jade didn't move at all. Long Chen thought dispiritedly after searching for a while. I'll also look for something. The probing ability of Ling Xi's soul power was much stronger than Long Chen's. She scanned the area bit by bit, and after searching for a quarter of an hour, Ling Xi pursed her lips and said, "It's all soil here. The deeper we go, the firmer the soil becomes. There are quite a few rocks, but there's nothing else. The only thing that might be a little strange is that it seems to be the shell of a rune. This rune should be a rather high-level rune, but because it has lost its rune spirit, it should be useless." The rune's shell. Long Chen's eyes lit up. A little hope was better than nothing. He anxiously asked, "Little Shi, where is this rune shell?" Lingxi flew to a place and pointed down. "It's about 15 meters down here. It's pressed under a rock. Do you want to go down and get it?" "Of course." Long Chen nodded. If it really was a treasure, he wouldn't care about how dirty and messy it was. Under Ling Xi's instructions, Long Chen started to drill into the soil. He simply transformed into a dragon's soul, and with his hard bone spurs and claws, it was easy for him to dig through the soil. It didn't take long for Long Chen to come into contact with a large rock after a distance of 15 meters. Ling Xi said that the body of the runic symbol was right under this boulder. The closer he got to the rune, the stronger the feeling in Long Chen's heart became. It was as if there was a connection between the two bloodlines. Long Chen was a little excited. He guessed that the rune below should be related to dragons. Gently prying open the stone, Long Chen followed Ling Xi's instructions and used his fingers to feel around. Very quickly, he came into contact with a flat stone that was about the size of a palm. The stone was very thin, about 5 millimeters in diameter. One side was very smooth, while the other side was covered with runes and was a bit uneven. It was cold to the touch. Long Chen's heart shook. A familiar feeling gushed out from his body. He didn't stay any longer and quickly returned to the deep pool. Then, he brought Lingxi and quickly returned to the surface of the deep pool. Long Chen sat on a big blue stone and carefully looked at the flat stone slab, or rather, the stone talisman. The stone talisman was light gray in color and looked no different from ordinary rocks. The only difference was that there was a black dragon engraved on one side of it. This dragon engraved looked a bit similar to the dragon engraved in Long Chen's Sea of Consciousness. Besides the dragon engraved, there were many other runes. As Long Chen looked at it, he suddenly felt like his eyes were sinking in, and he found it difficult to extricate himself. "Little Shi, what do you think this is?" Long Chen picked up the stone talisman. As I said, this should be a relatively powerful rune-type treasure. However, the strange thing is, why does it have a dragon engraved on it? 4 ordinary runes, if they were to add other symbols, such as dragon engravings, they would not be able to display their effects. I don't know what's going on either. Lingxi swayed back and forth on the stone talisman with a frown. She couldn't figure it out. "Then, tell me, what use do I have for this thing?" Long Chen asked with anticipation. He knew that it was definitely this thing that had caused the mysterious dragon jade in his Sea of Consciousness to tremble. "It's useless. I've already said it. In the past, this thing might have been a powerful rune that could unleash powerful attacks. However, it has lost its rune spirit, soul and power. It's like a person without soul and power has died. It's just a corpse." "It's useless," Lingxi said. "It's useless." Long Chen was a bit disappointed. He carefully examined the stone talisman. If it could cause the dragon jade to tremble, then it shouldn't be useless. In any case, the traceless specter was more or less finished. Long Chen decided to spend some time studying this rune. "Chen, you still haven't given up?" Lingxi was a bit speechless. "No, I'm just bored. I've been cultivating too hard these past few days. Now I'm taking a break and casually fiddling with this thing," said Long Chen. "I wonder what will happen if I pour my true energy into it." Long Chen was filled with interest. "You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.